row. We can't do any damage back on 40.
Oh, Saladin! Does Ethan have a close call? Oh my god!
No way! What? Oh, I'm so surprised. So it looks like they're both out of food, just like the last fight, really coming down to the wire right now. The whip, oh my, what a combo! Steps underneath, goes from AJ, expects 73, no!
The Voti number, there it is, good.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of the Method Mayhem US East PvP circuit. My name is Jake Upton, also known as Expected Value RuneScape, and I'm going to be your host today. I'm joined by two kings of the PvP community, the Hong Kong hero, the crypto billionaire, Bitter, and Mr. Maxet, the man that named himself after my favorite direction and my favorite food, West Ham. How you doing today, boys?
We're doing good. There were a lot of good fights yesterday. We have 16 more competitors, 4 fights in the winners bracket, 4 fights in the losers bracket that I am excited to get into. Also being paid around 50 Bitcoin to be here, so the wallet gets bigger, and we're going to have a great time today.
50 Bitcoin, man. I'm going to have to ask for a bit more.
Nah.
West Ham, you looking forward to the matchups today?
Yeah, I mean, we have a decent amount of good fights coming up very shortly, and I'm excited to see a couple people, one of them being Saeed. I'm also excited to see Mr. Boom 50 versus OA, and I think that's going to be a great fight.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of good sets yesterday. A lot of people that we didn't really know the names of going into it that showed us that they're names that we're going to have to remember going forward. In today's bracket, everyone that makes it to the 4th round of the winners bracket is going to be moving on to the World Championships, and everyone that makes it to round 5 of the losers bracket is also going to be moving on to the World Championships. There are going to be 8 players moving on, and for today's bracket, the winner is going to be taking home $1,000. Second place is going to be taking home $350, and third is going to be taking home $150. And those top 8 that go through to the World Championships are going to be playing for $3,000 in those World Champs. What are some of the matchups you're looking forward to most today?
There's a couple that we're probably going to be really excited for. The first one, our first fight is Drag Fireward versus Pizza Bug, or Stars versus Waleed. Now, Waleed beat White Flag, and White Flag beat Dragon Fish, and Waleed beat Kevin in the qualifiers. He beat a lot of good people to be where he's at. I think he may have been the most impressive performance I've seen yesterday, just because of the fights he had were pretty difficult. Drag Fireward beat Bazvark in the first round, and then went on to beat Koof. I think he might be a little bit unmatched in that one. He is really good, but I think whoever is Pizza Bug is extremely good. In the losers bracket, we have Grim versus Tubby as well. That's another fight that I'm interested to see how it goes. And I'm pretty sure Grim will be able to win that one and make his way into the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, Grim losing to Megal yesterday was a big upset. I mean, I could not have predicted that, even if I tried my very hardest. That was I thought for sure that Grim was going to be able to 2-0 that, but
yeah, that was surprising.
I think we'll see a comeback from him in the losers bracket. I do believe we have a White Flag in the losers bracket still as well, after beating...
He beat Barnes 2-1 to come up against Op Smoker. Yeah, Op Smoker beat Dizzy in the losers bracket. And even while Op Smoker was qualifying, he beat... I think he beat Feasted in the qualifier, so those are 2 pretty good wins for him. I think he's a pretty decent competitor there for White Flag.
Yeah, I mean, White Flag being fairly unknown, I mean, he seemed to have done really well throughout this tournament.
Yeah, he did a great performance.
Thing's going to have his hands full, though, with Op Smoker there in the losers bracket, winning both his sets 2-0. So definitely a tough opponent there. I think I'm most looking forward to Aguero versus OA. Mr. Boom 50 being the only person yesterday in the winners bracket not to lose a single match. So very excited to see how he does today.
Yep, pretty impressive. Yeah. OA obviously only using his crossbow a couple times yesterday. The old school man using his mage and melee. Interested to see how that goes. I would probably say, after seeing Mr. Boom's 50's performance against both Barnes and DDF3, probably the favorite going into that. But that's probably going to be a close fight to see too.
Yep. The first matchup we are going to be seeing today is Stars 29 up against Waleed, as you said. Drag Fireward against Pizza Bug. Both of those two having pretty reasonable way into the round. 3 stars winning 2-1 against Bazvark in the first round, and then winning 2-0 against Koof in the second round, whereas Pizza Bug coming up 2-1 against Kevin and 2-1 against White Flag. So it'd be interesting to see how those two do in the first matchup there.
Yep, I think Pizza Bug is probably going to be the favorite in that one, just off his fights with White Flag. White Flag was an incredible competitor, and Waleed's like sort of movement and just how he was playing the game really calculated. I think should be a somewhat comfortable win for him, but Dragonfire Ward obviously does know what he's doing and was pretty good with his DDs, just slowing down the fight. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, absolutely. One that I'm also looking forward to see is Saeed versus Coin. Coin yesterday having some pretty incredible RNG to get him through into this third round. I'm interested to see how he does up against Saeed, who did pretty well yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Saeed's been fairly calculated throughout the tournament. We saw him absolutely tear apart water balls. But going into the first fight here between Pizza Bug and Dragonfire Ward, it looks like Dragonfire Ward has the DD momentum right now.
Still got that Dragon Defender, no upgrade overnight, unfortunately, but he's already up around 40 damage on Pizza Bug, maybe 70 damage on Pizza Bug.
Yeah, that D Defender actually going in as well. Yeah. Getting a 35 whip straight off the bat there. I mean, we need someone to sponsor this man at a verdict, honestly. He's got potential
Pizza
to
Bug
win
wasted a claw spec. Pizza Bug just wasted a claw spec on Prey Melee. I don't think he's really done much damage at all. He got maybe 1 ball into that freeze. He now has Dragonfire Ward frozen. Let's see if he can get any momentum up. Probably still even at this point.
Robes,
yeah. Let's see what he can do with this. Dragonfire Ward did just get bolted in ropes. Trades another claw spec. I think that might have been off prayer, only for a 38.
No, that was on prayer, but that's about as big as of a claw spec.
Yeah, okay, well, fair enough.
Like that. Decent claw on prayer, but unfortunately for him, claw's a 0 off prayer right there. Right now, the RNG is definitely looking in Dragonfire Ward's side.
Yeah, he's probably up a decent amount of food right now. Pizza Bug gonna try and climb back, get a little bit of momentum here. His movement in the yesterday's fights were a lot better, but I think he's just been frozen for the start of the fight. Hasn't really gotten much free time to move around. Just getting bolted at 21 through prayer on tank. Not much he can really do right now.
He's getting a lot of opportunity to move around. He is trying when he is unfrozen, but he has gotten frozen almost every time here, just like that, getting frozen again. Not really getting any opportunity to move around. He doesn't seem to be a big fan of DDing.
Yeah, he doesn't. I think he more likes walking out of the zoom and running back in, trying to use movement to his advantage. But if you're frozen the whole fight, it's not really going to work. I'd say Dragonfire Ward probably has a decent, like 100 HP advantage at this point. Another 23 barrage coming in. He runs off screen, gets a bolt there, hits a 0, unfortunately.
Yeah, so far, I mean, Dragonfire Ward is really utilizing the movement as much as he can. I think he's trying to keep Pizza Bug away from him, so he can't use that last claw spec he has.
Yeah, Pizza Bug finally starting to DD here. I think that's the first time we see him DD. And let's see if he can get any damage. Unfortunately, as he steps out, gets bolted at another 19. The damage is just chipping away at him. Let's see if he can come back at all here.
Yeah, I mean, right now, although Pizza Bug is whipping him off prey, it doesn't seem to be doing him a lot. I mean, Dragonfire Ward has the better RNG right here. He doesn't seem to be hitting much on him. Dragonfire Ward will say he is splashing a decent amount right now, and he's not really getting any freeze momentum at all.
He did anticipate that whip, manages to whip him back for a 0. Pizza Bug kind of getting caught in his robes there a little bit. Walks out, gets whipped again off prayer. Dragonfire Ward's in his robes here. Will he get hit? He quickly switches to tank in time.
Ooh,
gets caught on 44 off prayer.
Right
yeah, nice. That was really nice. Pizza Bug coming back a little bit in this fight. If he can get the first freeze here, he might be able to get some momentum. 38 bolt for him. Let's see if he can make this into a little snowball effect. Gets bolted on robes there for a 0. Catches that freeze.
We're seeing some decent one-takes from them both. Haven't really seen either opponent make many mistakes. As I say that, though, Pizza Bug does get whipped on his robes right there, but goes for a
60 claw.
60 claw on Dragonfire Ward. I'm not entirely sure if that was a chance, but it maybe could have been.
I don't think it was, but he is pulling back the damage a little bit. He's definitely trying to just... Oh, he gets clawed again. He did get Prey Melee on for that. But yeah, he could have really taken a lot of damage there, and I do think he's still down a lot of food just because of that. Let's see, Dragonfire Ward has the DD again here. Seems like Pizza Bug, I don't know, maybe he's not warmed up. It's his first fight. We're seeing him do a lot more and control the fights a lot more yesterday. But right now, it seems to be all Dragonfire Ward in this first round.
Yeah, I mean, Dragonfire Ward has had a better movement. He's not really used those DDs just as much as I thought he was going to. He's kind of just moving around the map, making sure that Pizza Bug is on a distance from him. Pizza Bug on the other side, however, is trying his very hardest to get those DDs in right now. Doesn't seem like he's getting any free hits from it, though.
Yeah, they've been able to keep up with each other's hits. There hasn't been too much momentum in either of these guys' way. As I say that, Pizza Boy gets a 42 opal bolt, whips him on robes for a 0. Pizza Bug frozen here. I don't think he's going to miss any hits. Hits Dragonfire Ward for another 17.
It seems like Pizza Bug is on a bit of a comeback right now.
Yeah, I think he might be. This fight is definitely going to be close. Let's see if Pizza Bug manages to sneak this first round victory. I'm not sure. In his robes here again, manages to get his tank back on. He's really quick with that.
Yeah, right now, Pizza Bug trying to get that free. Seems like he has got him refrozen, and Dragonfire Ward, for the first time in this fight, is utilizing that DD to try just get some free hits on him. Doesn't seem to be working all that much, though. Both of them are kind of trading hits with each other. It doesn't really seem like either of them are missing whenever they're being DD'd upon.
Yeah. Most likely both brew in and just Bolton back so that they don't miss any hits. Pizza Bug does get whipped in around half robes there, manages to catch the freeze, and now he has DD advantage again. Whips a 25 through Prayer, traded for a 24. That's the first free hit.
I think the RNG has completely turned. Dragonfire Ward might be out of food here even.
Maybe Pizza Bug got a couple
he's
swings of
not
RNG
eating,
during that fight, and Dragonfire Ward seems to be out. Pizza Bug might be coming through this round 1 victory. I don't know how much food he has left either, to be fair, because he was kind of losing it at the start of the fight. But RNG seems to continue going his way. One more hit, and he should win the fight, as long as he doesn't activate Dragonfire Ward's Heart Prey.
Yeah, I mean, all that Dragonfire Ward needs to do right here is to kind of get those redemptions in. It doesn't really seem like he's flicking it all that much, though. He's sitting on about 10 HP right now. If he had gotten it on that whip, I do believe it would have procced.
Let's see what he decides to do here. Definitely out of food. Gets the Heart Prey. He gets 1 Heart Prey, so he's going to be back at around 32, 33 HP. Gets clawed again.
And he gets taken out by that claw
Pizza
spec
Bug
right
with
at
the
the
56 claw. GG's. He managed to come back. He was definitely down there at the start of the fight, but I do think some of the decisions he was making maybe went his way, and the RNG played a little bit of a factor there, but some of those claw specs were nice.
Yeah, I mean, Dragonfire will definitely have in the upper end at the very beginning. Didn't seem to have it right there towards the end. It seemed like Pizza Bug was really bringing it back.
Nice little KO there.
Bug taking down that first fight. 1 redemption proc was not good enough there for Dragonfire Ward. Boys, I noticed in that fight a lot that Dragonfire Ward was hitting a lot of whips off prayer and hitting a lot of zeros with that Dragon Defender. How big of a difference do you think that made?
Maybe not the biggest difference. We actually have the PvP tracker on screen now, which is actually pretty cool. Pizza Bug being up in both deserved and actual damage. Seems like there wasn't really that much RNG in that fight. He was up 67 deserved damage, and he's up 96 real damage in the actual fight. So went as it should be. Pizza Bug with 5 extra hits, maybe just from a little bit of momentum changes and a little bit better decisions. Probably clinching him the win there. Does seem fairly evenly matched, but Pizza Bug just has a sort of a little bit of an edge on it.
Yeah, it seems like most fights we've seen throughout this tournament so far has been fairly even on deserved damage. I mean, most of them only having anywhere between 60 to 100 in difference, whilst we saw a lot bigger ones in the EU tourney for sure.
I think the skill level of all the NAE's competitors is really quite similar. There's a lot of good brids and a lot of good fights that I wasn't actually expecting to see. Pizza Bug comes into this first round, catches the freeze right off the bat, and instantly is gaining some momentum. Gets a free hit there into 2 back-to-back 20s. He's up into a 30 barrage. He's up maybe 70 to 80 damage at the start of this fight.
Right now, he's really getting some damage in on that freeze. Dragonfire Ward really needing to catch him right now. Taking a bolt on robes right there, though, only for a free, luckily for him. Going in for a claw spec right there, but only dealing 21 damage. Pizza Bug actually doing a decent job predicting that, honestly.
Wow, Pizza Bug is up a lot at the start of this fight. Another 31 barrage. The claw on him barely did any damage.
Pizza Bug still has another claw as well, so...
Yeah. Another claw going in off prayer only for a 2. That's a little bit unfortunate for Pizza Bug there, but I think he'll be fine. Stay composed here, get his HP back up, and hope. Oh, as I say, that gets called 62 by Dragonfire Ward. That's really nice call there, making it a little bit more fair in this fight.
Yeah, so I mean, Dragonfire Ward having the DD momentum right now seems to be doing a little bit more damage than what Pizza Bug is able to do. He's really getting those barrages in right now, dealing about 57 damage right there. But as I say that, gets clawed a 50 straight off the bat.
That was a really nice anti by Pizza Bug. This fight definitely does seem quite even. I will notice that Dragonfire Ward is maybe maging more, and we saw OA using that in the yesterday's fight, where he was constantly just using mage. And if you get the right RNG, honestly, it could go your way. But as I say that, he just gets whipped in robes. That's the risk you have to take when you go for those freezes constantly.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw OA doing yesterday was he was basically hybriding his opponents, right? He was occasionally bolting, but for the most part, he was kind of using that mage melee, not really utilizing his bolts all that much. But it worked out really well for him. No one really expected him to do that, and he won 2-0 with it, I believe.
I think it was 2-1 versus Dizzy, but it was a pretty incredible performance. This fight has seemed a lot closer than the last one, but I will notice that Pizza Bug is getting a couple free hits here and there as he goes. Gets a bolt there on robes only for an 11. kind of the RNG doesn't seem to be going his way right now. Another ball on robes for him, only for a 0. Now Dragonfire Ward has the DD advantage.
Yeah, looking between the two, they seem to be both dealing just about equal damage here. I'm not entirely sure who would be up. Pizza Bug maybe having the slight edge on him right now.
Slight edge, yeah.
Like we said though, not a lot of free hits being seen here, although they constantly have the DD advantage on each other. Both of them are doing a really good job hitting each other back, making sure that they're at least both getting their hits in rather than letting someone get the free hits. As I say that though, Dragonfire Ward does miss a hit right there, but he gets it straight back with the freeze. Seems like he's going to have
a lot of momentum going his way right now. Maybe gets a whip on Pizza Bug here. Now decides to go for the ball. I think he just went up around 50 to 60 damage into another 20 freeze. Let's see if he can keep Snowball on this.
Still, really nice movement from Dragonfire Ward. He really is just both of them actually just one-ticking those barrages non-stop. But Dragonfire Ward, I would say, has a little bit nicer movement than what Pizza Bug has. Pizza Bug really just relying on those DDs. Dragonfire Ward pulling a really nice anti there with the claw spec. Still not really paying off all that much though, only hitting a 0.
Yeah, there's a really nice anti. These guys aren't really camping Prey Melee a whole lot compared to the other fights we've seen, so those antis are nice to see. I will say that Dragonfire Ward seems to have got a little bit of an edge in this fight now. Pizza Bug was definitely up around a minute or so ago. Pizza Bug trying to go for the anti-claw there himself, not getting it. Maybe losing 1 or 2 hits there. I will say Dragonfire Ward's up a decent amount, not a whole lot, and Pizza Bug could probably still claw it back if he can.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, these two are really, just like you said, not camping Prey Melee much at all. I mean, almost every claw spec being off Prey. As I say that, though, he does claw him on Prayer, but still, for about 35 damage right there into the 23 whip. Seems to be getting a couple of hits off Prey, but Dragonfire Ward getting the momentum straight back, getting a free hits right there.
Yeah. He doesn't seem to be eating right now. He's trying to keep the momentum up. Gets bolted in robes, only for an 11 on Prey. You still don't want to get hits in robes. Pizza Bug, let's see what he decides to do here. Gets hit for a 19. Probably just going to safe up and try and go for that freeze. Yes, he does. Doesn't manage to catch it and gets instantly refrozen. That's really bad for him. Dragonfire Ward with the DD advantage again. Trying to snowball even more and more hits. Hits him on robes for a 0, unfortunately.
Is Dragonfire Ward out right now? He's sitting about 50 HP and he is not eating up by the looks
I don't
of
see
things.
Pizza Bug eating either. They could possibly both be out or maybe just on bruise and don't want to lose any of their stats or momentum. Or maybe they just want to keep hitting, but potentially could both be out here. Neither of them are eating at around 30 HP. Pizza Bug just gets
like an
bolted at 22.
extremely even fight. It seems like Pizza Bug ate a little bit there, but Dragonfire Ward still having the momentum. Pizza Bug eating up to about 50 HP. Not entirely sure if Dragonfire Ward is completely out. Dragonfire Ward making a crucial mistake right
Drops
there.
his prayer and gets hit at 36. I think they're both out of food, both on 20 HP. This is going to come right down to the wire. And Pizza Bug manages to pull it out.
Yep. That is a 1-1 between the two. Oh wait,
didn't Pizza Bug win that? Yeah, I was saying, bro.
Oh wait, no, sorry. Yeah.
Open your eyes.
That is a 2-0.
Come on now, Pizza Bug with the 2-0 victory. That did come right down to the wire there, though. Very nice for Pizza Bug.
That's a really even fight. I'm kind of interested to see the tracker on that.
Yeah, that is a 2-0 victory there for Pizza Bug. He's going to be the first player moving on to the World Championship, so a big congratulations to him.
Congratulations.
He's going to be moving on in a few weeks' time to be playing for $3,000, but still has a chance of that $1,000 up top in this bracket.
Yeah, incredible performance by him. Honestly, one of the closest fights we've seen. Dragonfire Ward is really good, but some of the things Pizza Bug was doing maybe made a little bit of difference here or there. Interested to see the tracker on that. I will now say that Pizza Bug is probably going to be my pick to win this whole region. We'll have to see. He's been pretty dominant in all his fights.
Dragonfire Ward definitely made a crucial mistake right at the end there. Both taking off his prayer, and the way he got frozen as well was he equipped his Varrock skirt with his Mystic top on, not having any anti-mage and getting frozen straight away and then taking that 36 whip. I really thought that brought him the loss.
Yeah, can't be turning off your prayer at the end of the fight. Fortunate for him, got hit a 36, and Heart Praise are somewhat RNG dependent. Neither of them managed to get it like the last fight. And Waleed just came out on top.
Yeah, like you said, very close fight there. Really could have gone either way at the end. Both of them seemingly out of food. And just a little bit of RNG at the right time there for Pizza Bug. But definitely doesn't take away from his amazing performance there to get in the position that he was.
Yeah, 100%. I think our next fight is going to be Megal versus Antonio Montana. Megal obviously doing a bit of an upset yesterday, beating Grim, who was one of the favorites to win this winner's bracket. Antonio Montana, don't know much about him, but he is a single PKer. Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah,
sorry.
we're into it right now. We're into it right now. Winter right now with Megal being with my far and Antonio Montana being destroyed 64A. Megal seems to have got the first DD advantage right off the bat here. Bolton, Antonio off prayer.
Yeah, I mean, I was speculating about this yesterday, but I definitely don't think whoever destroys 64A is a random, because with a name like that, I presume that it means 64 Apache, which is a very well-known DMM player and a very good player at that. So I'm taking there's a little bit of beef there between the two. Right now, though, he's taking a lot of damage.
That was a nice risk, though. That was a nice risk. He was around 30 HP there, still goes for the claw and manages to get that DPS in. That's a very calculated decision. Gets another freeze and has the DD advantage here. And yeah, as you mentioned, maybe his name does indicate something about A64 Apache, which means he could be a DMM veteran or maybe just had some beef with him in the most previous DMM 20. I'm not sure. But right now he's snowballing. He just gets another 34 ball. He's definitely up in this fight. And that
really? Oh, as we say that though.
Oh my god. I'm not sure. I think they both could have potentially died right there. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think that second claw was off prayer, but that first claw being absolutely massive, probably about 70 damage coming in right there. Second claw not dealing nearly as much, only hitting a 2, unfortunately for Megal. Right now, it looks like Megal is definitely still taking more damage by the looks of things. Getting bolted to 25 there. They're both just trading hits right now, not really trying to catch that freeze.
Oh my god, a 44 ball by Antonio Montana. I will say that claw for Megal maybe brought it back a little bit, but Antonio Montana has just been following him around this arena, not giving him any breathing room, and constantly just hitting him, doing loads of damage. I'd say he's up a good maybe 100, 150 damage at this point of the fight.
Yeah, I would definitely say so myself as well. I mean, he got that 25 whip into the 44 bolt. Neither of them seem to be going for the freeze that much. Seems like they're not really that focused on getting the DD momentum right now. Antonio staff bashing his opponent right there, and Megal nicely trading it for a whip, unfortunately not hitting a lot. But
yeah, we'll say both of their movement is really good. They don't seem to be going for the DDs as much. More they're trying to like run in and out, try and confuse their opponents, maybe get them to misclick and take a bolt in robes. And with my fort, did just get bolted in his robes because of that. 438. He's lost all his momentum right now. Will Destroyed 64 go for a freeze?
Yeah, both
goes for another ball on
all
robes.
Over the place right now. And he still gets that freeze right next to him with a 35 barrage. That is the max barrage that you can hit as well. Very unlucky for Megal right there. Still not getting any DD momentum.
Yeah, Antonio eating up a little bit. I think that's the first time he's had to eat to full in maybe like a minute or so. So I don't think he has any issues with eating up and just getting back into doing DPS. It's another 23 whip, and now he has the DD advantage again.
Yeah, it seems like that DD advantage was very short-lived. Getting a 45 whip, though, followed by an 18 right there. It seems like Megal is on a little bit of a comeback. Both of them still not trying that hard to get those freezes. Megal is kind of running around, hoping to get his opponent on robes.
Yep, Megal frozen again. Antonio Montana seems to win the freeze priority exchange. Megal going for the Verax skirt.
Are we going to see another one of these?
And he misses the hit because of it. He misses the hit. He goes into his tent whip and misses another hit because my guess is Antonio's probably using Render Self. Saw that whip came out and ran out from melee range. Got 2 free hits.
Oh, and got punished straight away with that 51 bolt right there. 2 away from the max hit.
Oh my god.
Looks like both of them might be out of food. Apache getting taken out by a 60 claw right at the end.
Megal with the KO. I don't think Antonio was out there. I do honestly think that was just a normal KO. I think he was keeping his HP a little too low. Thought he had already won the fight. I can't know for sure without seeing the tracker, but I think Antonio might have just got KO'd there with food left.
We saw a lot of damage being dealt. It wouldn't surprise me if he had like a brew dose or 2, but I don't think he had a lot.
He did sip something in there in between the claw hits and still ended up dying. So yeah, maybe he just clicked a brew instead of an angler.
Wow.
But Megal up 1-0 against Antonio. Interesting.
That was an insane amount of damage at the end there from With My Fart. I believe it was a 51 bolt into a 10 whip into a 32 bolt into about a 60 claw. Super hard to out-eat that, especially towards the end of the fight there.
And we do actually have the tracker for that fight with Megal having 50 hits to Destroyed 64A's 56. So Destroyed getting 6 free hits on him right there. With Megal having 56% prayer is correct versus his 48%, but still, I think those 3 hits still earn him a little bit more deserved damage because Megal is down 8 deserved damage. Both of them being
an extremely
really
close fight. Yeah, extremely close fight. I think some of those bolts that Destroyed 64 took in robes might have been why it's so even because he does have 6 extra hits.
Yeah, I mean, both of them did more damage than what they actually deserved, right? So that was definitely a very fast-paced fight. The Freeze RNG kind of being mediocre, though, with about 60 to 70% between the two.
Yeah, we noticed in that fight that neither of the players really going for the DD there and sort of opting to move around, so...
Interesting to see. I did think Antonio was definitely the favorite going into that, and he probably was controlling a lot of that first round, but towards the end there, things weren't going his way, and Meggle definitely capitalized on that. Interested to see if Meggle can cause another upset here and beat Antonio. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, he's done really well throughout the tournament so far. I mean, for the very start of that fight earlier, he was definitely in the lead. Saying that, though, he does just take a 60 claw right there, but I don't think it matters. I think he's dealt about the same damage back with your small increments of damage that he's got on a Meggle so far. Destroyed, still having both of his claw specs, can maybe get some nice damage off. Trying to go for that claw spec right there, but gets frozen straight away. Meggle seems to still be unfrozen, getting DD momentum right now.
Damn, a 41 ball gets bolted off Prairie again. At the start of this fight, I did notice, I think Antonio maybe got 3 free hits on With My Fart, and With My Fart tried going for the claw again. So I definitely think Antonio is render selfing and using that to his advantage. When he sees Meggle trying to melee him, he just runs out. Both of them trading in claw specs.
Claws right there, but unfortunately for Destroyed, not really being too hot. He did 2 claw specs right there, only dealing about 40 damage by the looks of things. Might be even less.
Yeah, Antonio with the DD advantage again here gets a 22 whip off right. Traded for 21. Every hit seems to be fairly even throughout this whole fight. Neither of them going for the refreeze here. Meggle goes for it, catches it right away. Let's see if he goes for a DD. He's still sitting in his robes here. Whips Antonio on robes only for a 7 into the staff bash.
Bashes him straight after, though. Is he going to take a hit on robes here? No. Okay, he has switched to his tank straight away. It looked like he was going to go for the barrage there, but it looks like Destroyed is still focusing on those barrages. He's getting a decent bit of momentum here. Meggle getting a really nice barrage, but with
I think he's up a decent. Oh wow!
Well,
gets bolted to 40.
Not anymore.
Yeah, this fight is really back and forth. Let's see if Antonio can use this to advantage. Catches another freeze there, a 0 freeze into the whip on robes. I think only for a 3. Meggle got the DD advantage this time. Both just trading hits back and forth.
I've noticed that Meggle kind of, although he does sit in his tank, he doesn't equip his shield that much. Sometimes he tends to camp the Mage's Book, even bolt in the Mage's Book. I'm not really sure what the deserved damage looks like between the two. If you take a bolt with a Mage's Book to fire in one on a D square, for example, but I don't know.
Another staff bash out of Meggle, maybe panicking a little bit. Another staff bash out of him. Those are hits in the PvP tracker that really aren't going to help him out. I will say that a reason some people might not have their book or shield on all the time, or that they might be misclicking here and there, is because the normal setup that a lot of people use is only a 3-way, and thankfully in this it actually got increased to a 4-way. I think increases the skill gap and would probably be a reason for some of these people making more mistakes. It's just because it's a little bit harder to do.
Yeah, I would definitely agree as well. I mean, it's harder to one-tick a 4-way as well if you're gonna like one-tick a barrage, for example, from your range gear. So people kind of have to camp those Mage's Books if they want to do the one-tick 3-way, and if they're unable to do the one-tick 4-way. We saw OA do some really nice one-tick 4-way barrages yesterday, actually. I do believe White Flag being one of those people as well. Looking at Destroyed 64A and Meggle, though, we haven't really seen a lot of that from them. It looks like Meggle definitely has the upside right now. Destroyed 64A, Canny is running all over the place, getting the freeze right there, though, maybe getting some DD momentum right here.
The hits just seem to be so back and forth for a little bit. Antonio will have the lead, have some momentum. Right now, he's getting free hits on Meggle. Whipped him a 40 on robes for another free hit. 18 opal ball, another free hit. As I say that this, oh my god,
and a very claw. Nice claw there as well.
A 12 staff bash. If he whipped him there, I think he might have been able to kill him. But at the end of this fight here, Antonio's just gone up about 100 damage from a couple hits. Gets clawed to 56 back though. It is so back and forth. Let's see if Meggle can bring this back now.
I mean, neither of them are camping primarily that much. They're all getting clawed like.
Oh, I think Meggle might be out of food here. Yep, he is. It doesn't look like Antonio's eating either. Let's see if he eats. Oh, he is eating. Maybe he has won this fight pretty comfortably.
Just about full HP. Yeah, it looked like Antonio there had a little bit of a advantage. It kind of seemed like they were both trading hits a lot, but I guess Antonio was just slightly more on the upside. If I had to guess, I'd say he's probably up about 80, 90 HP.
Yeah, that end sequence there, giving him around 200 damage in less than a minute. He's not going to complain with that. Brings it back 1-1 versus Meggle going into the round 3.
One of the quicker fights we've seen there, guys. Definitely be interested to see how many hits there was on the tracker, but it seemed like a lot of damage in a very short amount of time there for Destroyed.
Yep. definitely
some of it definitely being
RNG
deserved
there.
as well. I'd say Destroyed caught Megal on robes a lot more than what Megal seemed to catch Antonio.
Yeah, the tracker not looking too hot for Megal there.
Ooh, Antonio having 621 deserved damage to Megal's 502. That is a massive difference. But
12
then again,
extra hits.
Yeah, looking at the actual damage dealt, though, it looked like Antonio definitely had the better RNG, getting a bit more momentum there. That might be a contributing factor to why he got some extra hits. Freeze RNG extremely even.
Pretty
again,
similar,
though.
yeah, pretty similar. Seems that some of those decisions that Antonio made were just a little better. I did see him whip Megal like a 40 on robes towards the end of that fight, and then get a couple free hits off of that. So, gotta be in your tank, or you're gonna get punished.
Okay, going into the third fight between the two, this being the deciding round, I do believe whoever wins this does qualify, and whoever gets taken out goes on to the losers bracket. But Megal starting off strong with a 29 barrage there into the 9 whip. Both of them, like we've seen before, not really allowing the opponent to get a lot of free hits.
Yeah, the winner of this will go on to face Pizza Bug in the next round, and I'm interested to see because both of these guys are clearly very skillful. And another claw there, I think off prayer, hitting a 0.
Destroyed did just claw his opponent twice off prayer, and I'm not sure why we're seeing them claw each other so much off prayer.
Megal's down a lot at the start of this fight, I think.
I mean, Megal had the slight advantage of getting about 50-60 damage there right at the start, but it seems like that's been stripped away from him. He does still have 1 claw spec though to Destroyed's and none, so maybe that claw spec can pull him back.
Destroyed with the DD advantage gets an 18 Opal Bolt spec through prayer. Another bolt in robes there, only for a 2. Megal gets the blitz back.
Opal, that's for sure.
Yeah. Let's see. Megal gets another bolt on robes there, actually. Fair play to him. Doesn't actually manage to get any damage out of it. And now they're both just sitting exactly diagonal from each other. When the first person gets unfrozen, probably going to see some fakies there. Megal seems to think he was unfrozen a little bit earlier there. Goes for a claw and doesn't get it. And now he's being punished again. A couple free hits for Destroyed. And now he's snowballing. I think he just did around 60 damage in the last 4 hits.
Getting a couple free hits here as well. Megal not really able to fight back yet again. Going for that Mystic top barrage.
He caught it. He caught it.
Finally working out this time. The second time out of about 20 of those being casted that we've seen actually land.
He's sticking to what he knows, and if that's what he knows, that's what he knows. Fair play to him.
Yeah, I mean, this was a massive talking point yesterday. I'm still very skeptical of that strategy. We only saw it work about 5% of the time yesterday. I don't think we're going to see it work a lot today either.
Another Opal Bolt spec for Destroyed on Megal's robes. I think that was on prayer. Only a 19 again. A little bit unfortunate here with the Opal Bolt specs. Sometimes they just sling at you and hit a 50. He has been just chipping away at Megal's HP this fight. I would say he's still up a decent amount of food.
Yeah, Destroyed nearly took a bolt on robes there, but thankfully for him 2-ticking that switch actually made it so Megal bolted him on his tank, thankfully for him.
Yep, another freeze here for Destroyed. Definitely going his way again, getting another free hit there. Getting potentially another free hit there.
As well.
Yeah, only for a 7 though. Not going too good for him. Not going too good for him in terms of Opal bolts, but everything else is going his way so far. Another bolt
I mean, he's
there
getting
on
the
robes.
procs. Unfortunately, they're not being too big. I believe he's gotten about 3 of them this fight so far. Probably not even dealing up to 50 damage. Megal getting another one though for 22 right there on the robes. Not sure if that was off prey. It looked like he got it on just in time, but Destroyed getting it straight back with a 22 into a 40 whip. He's getting a couple free hits.
Yeah, he's getting so much just extra damage on Megal here. I do think that claw going in off prayer for a 0 as well. Really unfortunate for him. His claws have not paid off this fight at all, but everything else is. He is up a very good lead right now. Don't think he's going to be choking this fight unless With My Fart pulls out some nice heart prayers. Gets a claw off or on prayer, I think actually.
Yeah, on prayer, on tank there. Shouldn't really expect much off of that. It seems like both of them have done a really good job. I mean, like catching their opponent off prey with the claws. Seems like neither of them are camping prey melee that much. The whip hits are really going in between the two. Destroyed definitely getting the better RNG right now though.
I will say, yeah, he's definitely going the better RNG, but he's also being composed the whole fight, doing his movement really well. You can see him using his game movement really well there. He goes for a DD.
Flying around right now. Megal might be out of food here, even sitting on about 20 HP.
I say this is a very comfortable win for Antonio Montana. Compared to the first, obviously he lost the first round and has now done, I think, don't want to speak too soon, has now done the reverse sweep versus Megal and will most likely be moving on to fight Pizza Bug.
Doing the scared and laugh emote on him right there. No way. But he's getting hit a 34 barrage, so it might turn back from Megal.
Let's see. You're getting a little bit of a premature celebration there. Hits him with a staff bash as he's shaking.
It looks like he's choking a little bit.
Goes for the freeze there, doesn't catch it. Mego probably pissed off out of that little emote, trying to do his best to win this back. It's a free hit.
Mego still not really flicking that redemption right there. He desperately needs one of those right now. I'm still surprised that it is not proccing with that little HP he's got. And he does.
I think he might have been on. I think he might have been on 10 HP, so 1 HP more than it proccing. And Antonio Montana wins, laughs him off, moves on to the next round. He will be fighting Waleed or Pizza Bug. Extremely excited for that fight. I think that's going to be the winner of that may win the whole thing. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, that fight definitely being one-sided towards Destroyed right there. He seemed to have done better than Mego that fight. Although saying that, he did actually, I would have to say he had a better RNG for sure. Although he did outplay his opponent, he did hit a lot more than what Mego did. I'm interested to see the tracker on that one as well.
Yeah, it seems as though those last two fights between those two were really in Antonio Montana's favor. The first fight being pretty close, maybe just a little bit of a warm-up there needed for Antonio. Potentially a little bit of nerves just coming into it, but it seemed to dominate those last two fights.
Yeah, definitely.
100%.
Hopefully we'll get that tracker coming through, but Antonio Montana is moving on to round 4 in the winners bracket, which means he is our second person to qualify for the World Championships, so big congratulations to him.
Congratulations to him. I think our next fight is going to be Saeed versus Coin. Saeed, obviously, second place in the Jags 1v1 tourney. Maybe a favorite to win this region. He beat Water Boss yesterday as well as Immaculate. He's going to be fighting Coin from OT. Coin, the man who loves his prey melee. Some would say, I would say, he got lucky versus Script Kid LOL. But hey, it is what it is. He's here versus Saeed, and hopefully he's going to work on it and maybe come back against Saeed. We'll have to see.
Yeah, certainly a bit of RNG in his favor yesterday, getting through those two matches, but we certainly can't sleep on him. RNG can only take you so far, and to get to this point, he definitely knows what he's doing. Coming up against Saeed, like you said, who came second in the last 1v1 tournament, so I think he's going to have his hands full today, and hopefully he can find that F3 button and change it for Prey Range or Prey Mage at some point.
Yeah, we'll be praying for him.
Just wanted to touch on something real quick that you guys are talking about in that last fight about the extra switch in there, the Mage's Book and the Dragon Square Shield, and how the 4-way increases the skill gap. Did you just want to touch on that just real quickly?
Yeah, I mean, so...
yeah, you can go.
Go on.
All right, so usually in a lot of the tri takes, people just tend to camp a Blessed Spirit Shield and just do 3-ways. It's back in the day, people used to do 4-ways. There used to be at least an Avis switch, but now it's always the Cape switch. You always camp the Mage Cape, and you always have 3-ways. I do think that Dragon Square Shield and Mage's Book honestly increases the skill gap, because not only is it an extra switch, you also have to decide whether you're going to use your Mage's Book for mage defense, or you're going to use your Dragon Square Shield for range and melee defense. So there's a lot of different switches you're going to be doing for the different attacks you can sort of predict. Yeah,
so during the period that people were doing 4-ways, it was kind of the same setup, but you always, like Dida said, you always had an Avis switch. As imbued capes came into the game though, and bolts just became
very cheap. Yeah,
it's people just started to not care about the bolt cost, and the extra mage defense that you got from the mage cape seemed to have outdone the extra range bonus that you got from the Avas. So people kind of binned the entire Avas meta, and they started camping the mage capes. I'd say with a 4-way, it increases the skill gap, because it makes it a lot more harder to one-tick from your ranged weapon into a 4-way barrage. There's not that many people that can do that. People have gotten so used to the 3-ways that they're a lot more comfortable with that.
I will say that people who are bottom switching, and I know for a fact Saeed is a bottom switcher, he has his switches at the, maybe middle bottom, at the bottom of his inventory. That allows you to one-tick those 4-ways a little bit easier, because it means your mouse just has to move less distance, because your switches and your barrage icon are very close to each other.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, bottom switching, I'd say this year and last year has definitely taken the community by storm. I'd say there's more bottom switchers now.
I'm a bottom switcher now, yeah. 100%. It just seems to be the meta, and it seems to be working for Saeed so far. At the start of this fight, he's already up 100 damage. I really don't think he's taken any off the start, and he's already made Coin go for the DD and try and start eating up. Saeed catching an instant refreeze on him. He's not letting up, gets the DD, and is going to continue working on him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of interested to see how Saeed is going to do versus someone like Antonio if he does make it through here, because Antonio's movement being really strong and Saeed's movement being really strong, I think those two are going to be a really nice fight to see.
Yep, so he's definitely using Render Self here. Gets another whip on Robes there. I really don't think he's eaten at all yet. Barely taken any damage, and he's probably up 200 damage now at this point.
He's sitting on about 90 HP right now, I think, and I do not believe that he has eaten even anything yet. Right now, he's really snowballing that damage. Unfortunately for him, staff bashing right there, though, a bit of a crucial mistake, but doesn't seem to have done him a lot. I mean, right now, both of them he's trading hits. Saeed taking his first little bit of damage there with that 31 claw, but trading it straight back for that 20 claw right there. Seems like Saeed is definitely up at least like 150 still.
Yeah, they both still have 1 spec each, and Saeed is up a very good amount of food here. He also has the DD advantage now, so you can just eat to full and start going back on the momentum. May have wanted to brew and bolt him, or just wanted to get the full and repot, so fair enough to him. Another 32 bolt on Robes there, into the claws on Prayer for a 0. Let's see if he carries on the momentum, though.
Yeah, I mean,
25
right now,
bolt, Jesus.
Coin seems to be making a few mistakes. Coin having disappeared right there, but Coin seems to be making a few mistakes of sitting in his robes when Saeed's bolting him. It seems like Saeed has gotten a fair bit of damage to that.
Yeah, we'll notice that no one that I have really seen from this region has brought an AGS, whereas in the EU, I think I saw it a little bit, but obviously Bellis getting AGS KO'd for the 73. Really like that. I think the reason is people just bring claws. It just keeps up their momentum. It means they can do their next attack just a little bit quicker, and probably just adds up for some extra hits for them.
Yeah, I think claws are easier to kind of keep your momentum rolling with, whereas AGS, I mean, you spec him big and it's gonna set him back, but you also can't hit him for like another 6 ticks.
Yeah, you can recover from an AGS spec pretty well, and if it doesn't hit, it's honestly just a waste. It really is just a waste. It wastes a lot of ticks, and you do miss a couple of hits because of the AGS delay. I will say Coin is sitting on 40 HP. I don't want to say he's out yet because the fight just got started, but Saeed has barely taken any damage. Yeah, but Saeed has barely taken any damage, and if he does get another claw spec, could potentially KO Coin at any point during this fight.
I mean, Saeed getting that 12 barrage to a 36 whip, getting another free hit right there as well. It really looks like this is in his favor.
I mean, yeah, coming as the second best in the biggest tournament of, I think, last year, he's definitely one of the favorites coming into this, and he has shown why. He's absolutely destroying Coin right now. Coin, I will say, hasn't been playing melee as much as yesterday, but it seems Saeed, that doesn't matter. He can hit him with any style.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I really don't think Saeed has to do a lot to win this fight. It seems like he is on such a massive lead right now that he can kind of just remain composed, kind of make sure that he's not getting bolted on Robes or anything like that. I would say he is getting hit a little bit on Robes, but for the most part, he does have the correct prayer on.
Yep, Coin's still camping half HP here. Not sure how much food he has left. Yeah, Saeed taking the first 40 we may have seen on him this whole fight. Coin eating up there may have been the last of his food for all we know. Saeed still probably has a very, very good inventory. Eats to full himself and is going to try and start this momentum again.
Yeah, I mean, Saeed probably still having all of his combo food left, whilst Coin is most likely just sitting on Bruise right now. Coin getting a really nice anti, though, with that claw spec right there. Unfortunately, not hitting too much. I mean, it still hit about 45 damage, so he will take that, but I don't think it's going to be enough for him to bring it back.
I will say that while Coin may have not been the greatest on the defensive, his offensive RNG has been terrible. He really hasn't hit much on Saeed this whole fight. Do think he's out of food here, getting bolted on around 30 HP. And I don't feel that there's any way Saeed's going to be throwing this win right now.
Getting bolted on Robes right there as well. Still, Saeed not really hitting a lot here. He just needs that tiny bit of extra RNG to put him out and get the first win. And he does. No, okay,
Coin on 1 HP.
Still surviving on 1
but
HP
Saeed
right
is just going to barrage him out here. I don't think he's going to hit him with anything else. He doesn't want to activate that Heart Prayer. He's been in this position before against 1013. Oh, no. Oh no, Saeed. He goes for the whip on the Heart Prayer. You'd think after fighting 1013 in the 1v1 finals and hitting his Heart Prayer about 6 times, he would have figured out what to do. But unfortunately not.
I do believe 1013 got like, what, 5 redemptions on him, and in the final of the Jaggers 1v1. That was a very bad mistake from Saeed. But then again, I don't think he cares. I think he's got enough food to kind of sit here comfortably. And
gets whipped on Robes, though, for 34. He's been to...
and gets bolted at 40 straight off.
Oh, no. Oh, no. No, I still think he's in a fight.
Is Saeed out of food now?
No. Oh, no.
Saeed is really getting stuck. Oh, okay. And he does get that 40 whip right at the end. That was looking really close for Saeed at the end, honestly.
Almost threw it all away, but maybe he was just, playing with his food there a little bit. 1-0 for Saeed going into this next round.
Yeah, I had me a bit worried there, honestly. I really thought Saeed was about to lose.
Wow, that was a close one at the end there. Everyone loves an underdog story, and I believe Coin very much so the underdog in this one. It looked like he might be able to bring it back right at the end there. With that
have a look at this tracker, Casper.
Oh my god, that is really close between the two. Coin having 84 hits to Saeed's 82. Coin having more hits somehow with better prayers. The deserved damage being in Coin's favor, actually, as opposed to Saeed. With Coin having 100 less actual damage dealt, though. Look at Coin's freeze RNG, though.
Yeah, I do think, however, a lot of that extra deserved damage he got was probably in those last 10 to 15 hits where Saeed was just trying to get the win. So not sure what the tracker was looking like before he got to that point. But hey, the numbers are in his favor. It is what it is.
That freeze RNG, though, between the two. Coin having 45% versus Saeed's 110. That's crazy.
That fight looking a lot closer than we thought it was, to be honest. Like you said, it might have been that extra damage you got in the end there. About 100 extra damage right at the end as Saeed was just trying to finish him off. But wow, very, very close.
Going back into the second round, Saeed probably hoping for a better performance on the tracker here. But as long as he wins, just like last round, he will be moving on into the grand finals too.
I will say,
gets hit a 40 right off the bat.
Yeah, Saeed taking, oh my god, taking 88 damage right there, straight off the bat. It looks like the tables have turned between the two. I will say, though, it did kind of seem like Saeed probably would have been up on the tracker if it wasn't for that very end. But right now, Saeed is just getting pummeled. He's taking about 130 damage right now with about no damage dealt back.
A complete reverse of the first round so far. Coin probably want to capitalize on this momentum, try and catch that freeze there right next to him. Doesn't get it, so Saeed's probably going to recover here, get the DDs out. Probably try and go for a spec some point during this DD because he still has 100% spec.
Yeah, so far, Saeed not really dealing a lot of damage. He seems to be doing a lot of things right, but it is not paying off for him, bolting his opponent what looked to be on robes. Not entirely sure, though, but on prayer still. Coin going in for that staff bash right there, most likely misclicking.
Saeed missing a couple of hits here.
Opal bolt.
Yeah. Coin is up like a solid 200 damage, I want to say. Saeed did try going for a claw there earlier, like I said, on the DD, but he did get frozen, so he didn't end up using it. Both still have specs. Saeed is down so much damage. Not really catching these freezes here, and if Coin catches another freeze, which he does, he's going to get the DD advantage on Saeed again, probably try and go for a claw spec soon. Gets a 32 whip, he's up like 250 damage on Saeed right now. 20 staff bash, this is not going great for Saeed.
I mean, we're seeing a complete opposite happen, right? I mean, Saeed really had that lead on the first fight, and now it looks like Coin is taking a massive lead versus Saeed. Saeed is down so much damage right now. He is just not able to get any damage in. He's hitting straight zeros. I believe Coin still sitting on his full food, has not eaten yet. That is the first bit of damage that he's taken.
Saeed getting bolted in robes again for an 11. Saeed hit him with a claw scratch earlier. Let's see if he tries to get a claw off prayer. Gets both of them clawing on prayer for both zeros. Saeed, nothing going his way right now. Goes for another claw on prayer. Getting a decent
claw, but right away he gets chanced by that claw.
100% could have died there. I'd say he's still down 250 damage. He's brought it back a little bit, but Coin is in the lead so far. Probably deserved to kill him right then and there, so let's see if he can carry on the win.
Yeah, I mean, right now it definitely looks like a loss for Saeed. I can't see a way for him to bring this back, but we did see Coin bring it back. So maybe Saeed can do the same, but actually get the win.
Bolted in robes again for a 31. He seems to be making a couple more mistakes. Maybe the pressure getting into him. Some of those mistakes just dealing a lot of damage to him. A 30 into a 20 there. Coin sitting really, really low HP. Whips him to 27 and decides to start eating out. Probably smart from Coin. Doesn't want to get KO'd and throw it all away.
Coin is probably living the dream right now. It seems that every hit he does is an XP drop. I don't think he's seen a lot of hits where there's not an XP drop that's coming before it. And honestly,
I think Saeed could be out of food here.
So many zeros.
I honestly think he could be out of food here. He's been doing
it's very possible. He was down about 300 HP like a minute into the fight. And he's still taking so much damage non-stop. I mean, Coin is just not seeing any zeros.
Coin with a DD advantage again, diagonal stepping out. Saeed sitting on about 40 HP there, gets bolted in his robes for maybe the 5th, 6th time this fight. Not going great for him. A lot more mistakes out of Saeed this fight than the first one. Seems that maybe the pressure's gone to him a little bit.
I just realized
but he is coming back.
This might be one of the first fights that we're going to see where they don't even regenerate the third claw spec.
Third claw spec, yeah, true. They did use their specs really late in the fight too. Didn't manage to get them off the start. So he's definitely out of food here.
Coin never even eating, so he never even got the opportunity to actually get that extra inventory slot. Saeed sitting on 1 HP right now, though. He is about to get taken out, but he gets the heart pro.
Let's see if he can make this into something. Sitting in his robes again, does get frozen, so that's fine. Gets hit at 12. Is he going to proc that Heart Prayer? Doesn't yet. Let's see if he can proc it. I do think one bolt on those robes while he tries to go for those freezes could be it. Nah, hits a 0.
Still, it looks like that out of food RNG is really pulling through for Saeed right now. He's not really hitting a lot, but he's still surviving. I'm kind of curious to see how many restores he has left, though, because I can't imagine he has that many.
Yeah, only got a couple heart praise per fight, but he's doing the exact same as Coin last fight. He's clawing back, trying to do his best, not taking any damage here while he's on 10 HP. Does he get another heart prayer off? He doesn't. A couple misclicks there. If he got hit, I don't think he would have procced it.
No, it looks like Saeed is just a little bit over from being able to proc that heart prayer. It looks like he's been smited there as well from his heart prayer not proccing. He gets that third claw spec off though for 31 damage right there. I do believe Coin is about to have one and he dumps it. And he puts Saeed's heart prayer off.
Oh
Saeed
no,
still
Coin.
living on the edge right now. He is getting some damage in.
Coin.
Saeed probably needing to do about another 250 damage though before Coin is out of food here.
If he hits another heart prayer, Coin is not going to be happy. Let's see if he can do it.
I mean,
Coin's still hasn't taken any damage. Oh, only a 3. If he heart prayed that, he might have got it. I'm not sure. Maybe he's sitting on around 10 HP right now. Seems to make a couple mistakes. Loses the hit there, and Coin gets the barrage K on side. Almost bringing the comeback of the century. Unfortunate for him. It is now 1-1 between Coin and Saeed.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's a complete reverse of the first fight that we saw. I mean, Coin just didn't see a 0 up until the very end there. Both of them definitely having some one-sided fights, that's for sure.
Yeah,
going into a round 3.
Completely different person for Coin just there. Just coming into that second match after getting absolutely cooked up in the first one and managing to bring it back. Saeed, like you said, maybe a little bit in his own head, a little bit too confident after that first victory there, and Coin just completely turning it around.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the tracker for that fight, we have Coin with only 3 extra hits, despite all of that momentum that he did have, with 44% prayers correct to Saeed's 56%. Coin still having a little bit more deserved damage, though. I'm surprised by how much damage Saeed actually dealt there. He only needed to do another 100.
I will say that might have been a repeat of the first fight where Coin got all that at the end. Yeah, the end really comes into play there because he got extremely lucky to live for around 2 minutes, completely out of food on 10
think
HP.
about it as well, right? I think the actual damage to deserved damage dealt, I think right there at the end, Coin hitting all of those zeros really got his deserved damage, like kind of equal to the damage that he had dealt. I think before that, he definitely would have had like an extra 200 to what he had deserved.
Yeah, fair play to him. Saeed started off this round strong, hasn't taken any damage yet. RNG seems to be a little bit in his favor. As I said, that gets bolted on his robes for a 23. Still sitting on his robes here.
Gets barraged on his Varric skirt there with his Mystic top on, but it looks like Coin actually splashed that one. So he's going in for a claw spec. Very obvious though. Coin predicting that fairly well.
Goes for a claw spec of his own on Saeed's robes, but on prey melee. Saeed for another claw off prayer hits a 52. Yeah, Saeed has no more claw specs. Hits the 52 with that off prayer. Coin running away. He still has 1 spec left. I wonder if he's going to decide to use that right away or keep it for later.
Yeah, kind of interested to see if Saeed is going to try keep his distance right now. It doesn't really seem like he is. I mean, Coin still having that last claw spec. It might be wise for Saeed to just keep his distance away from him. Both of them being side by side to each other right now.
Pretty close fight. Pretty close compared to the other 2 fights where we've been seeing one get steamrolled. 42 whip there coming in for Saeed though. Maybe a little bit of momentum in his way.
A little bit on the upside here. Maybe having an extra 90 after that bolt as well.
Into the 10 barrage. He seems to be snowballing it right now. Got the DD advantage again. Gets bolted a 19 back though. Kind of lucky that he only got Opal bolted a 19. Flicks on the smite there. Maybe not what he means to do. She's trying to catch that freeze in a dragon square shield. Ends up getting frozen himself. Loses a free hit there, having his tent whip out. Loses another free hit there. Whips back a 40 though.
40. Okay. That's a very nice trade. A 27 for a 40. I mean, I bet Saeed's really happy with that.
Gets clawed on robes
though, but only for a 24. But gets bolted a 47 straight after.
47 Opal ball into the 26 freeze. Coin is absolutely momenting Saeed right now. The fight is really back and forth. I would say it's a lot closer than the others. Is Saeed going to be able to catch the freeze here, or is he going to get frozen back in that corner? He's frozen in the corner. Coin getting onto 13 into a 15.
Extra damage that Coin is getting right now is definitely setting him on the upside. Saeed seemed to have a little bit of a advantage with about 90 HP, and it looks like Coin has taken that back now.
Coin definitely up a little bit of damage here. Saeed probably can claw it back, as we've seen from the other two fights, but he's still just taking loads of damage. Did get whipped on ropes there for around a 24, I think.
It looks like Saeed's freeze RNG is what's telling me right now. Yeah, it seems like Saeed is just not catching those freezes that he so desperately needs. Sitting very low HP right now. He really needs a DD to get his momentum back.
Seems that Coin definitely has freeze priority in every single one of their exchanges.
Saeed Opal bolting a 7 off prey as well. That is very depressing for him.
Saeed probably having the worst freeze RNG in this fight. Not sure if he's going to be able to claw it back at this point. Coin has really done a lot of DPS output. And once again, Saeed instant refrozen after getting unfrozen. Coin has the DD advantage on him once again. I think he's had the DD advantage pretty much the entire fight, which is definitely going to make you feel better and make you perform.
Yeah, I'd even say that Saeed did really well there, like keeping the most mage defense that he possibly could. I mean, he had nothing but his Mystic bottom on and his K-top right there, and he still got caught first with Coin. He just camping his tank.
Yeah, Saeed went for another claw there, off prayer, and hits a 0, and he gets instant refrozen again with his tent whip out. I think Saeed could be out of food here. He's sitting around 30 HP in his robes. Coin, full HP. I think he definitely has a little bit of food there.
Have we miscalculated the fight that badly?
I mean, Saeed has been getting snowballed here for the past minute or so. He just brewed there, I think. I'm not sure how, maybe he just has brews left, but Coin is definitely up a good amount. He's still doing so many damage. Just hit another 17 barrage.
Yeah, it seems like Saeed is on only brews, really taking that time there to heal up. Not really healing up too much, though, sitting on about 70 HP, but he is getting some RNG for once, actually getting some decent bolts. Getting about 80 damage right there into that 31 whip, but unfortunately for him, trading it for a 31 bolt.
He's definitely out here, I think. He hasn't eaten at all. He's sitting around 20 HP. He's sitting in his tank. He's got his heart prayer on. He's definitely out of food there. Coin tries going for the diagonal claw. Not the smartest idea. And now Saeed has a DD on him, and Coin's out of food too. And he gets the
and he does go down.
Oh my god, he drops the good fight. Calm and collected. Coin knocking Saeed to the losers bracket. Saeed is not out yet, but Coin has advanced into the grand finals and into the next round of this qualifier.
I think Coin was actually out of food there. That is very unlucky for Saeed to not even get the chance right there. Unfortunately, not even getting a single heart prayer, but he does go down to that 33 bolt, which means Saeed is now onto the losers bracket. Not entirely sure who he's going to be facing.
Good morning, Jake.
I am shocked, boys. We went into that saying how much Coin was struggling yesterday, how much he was coming through with RNG, and he has absolutely proved us wrong.
Looking at that tracker, man, it definitely seemed like Coin had the upper hand. I mean, look at the freeze RNG for Saeed wasn't as bad as I thought, but Coin having that many extra hits, having 14 extra hits on Saeed, despite Saeed doing better on the prayers, it didn't matter. And it seems like Coin has gotten more deserved damage than Saeed right there. Having a bit better freeze RNG, but not as much as we expected.
I mean, I would say that just shows the freezes caught versus not caught. I think in the exchanges when they were both unfrozen, Saeed was losing every single one of those, and that's not going to go your way if you're constantly being DD'd the whole fight. Fair play to Coin, though. Definitely worked on some of his stuff from yesterday. Up deserved damage and is progressing through the grand final.
Yeah, just taking a look at the trackers from all 3 of those fights, Coin was up on deserved damage on every single one of them. So all of the 3 fights won on the tracker as well, and he's going to take that one down 2-1. Moving on to the World Championships, he's our 3rd player to make it through, so a big congratulations to Coin there. And Saeed going to be moving down into the losers bracket, so he still has a chance to make it into the World Champs. Our next matchup is going to be Mr. Boom 50 up against OA, boys. What do we think with this one?
Isn't this played off stream? But even so,
I believe we are going to be watching it.
Okay, awesome. I'm very excited for that because Mr. Boom 50 and OA both winning their equal fights. Like they both won all their fights 2-0. Aguero beating DDF3 2-0, and Aguero beating King Barnes in the first round 2-0 as well. OA beating Dizzy from Kanini 2-0, and then beating Clipper from his own team for 2-0. So both of these guys undefeated so far, coming into this fight, trying to get into the grand final.
OA did lose 1 to Dizzy right there, but apart from that, he has gone straight 2-0 throughout the entire tournament. But yeah, it's going to be a rivals versus each other. We're seeing a Frontline versus Kanini fight yet again, and I'm very interested to see who's going to win this. I mean, OA has showed off some really nice switches. He's done those 1-tick 4-way barrages and stuff like that, so I think we've seen some extremely impressive play from him. And it will be interesting to see how Mr. Boom 50 is going to hold up.
Yeah, Mr.
OA
Boom 50 being the only player so far that hasn't lost a match in the winners bracket, but coming up against the old school PK of OA, what do you think there?
Mr. Boom 50 being from Kanini, I'm not sure exactly who he is, but probably a newer Brit to the scene and done amazingly well to beat both Barnes and DDF3 with a 2-0 victory. 08, interesting tactics for him. Not the crossbow used as much, mostly the mage and melee. I wonder if he's going to switch it up for this fight. I will say that OA beat Aguero's teammate from Kanini, Dizzy, in the first round. So Aguero probably trying to get revenge for his teammate there and try and get a win for Kanini over OA.
Yeah, and so far, Mr. Boom 50 is starting off strong with about 50 damage to OA's 0 right now. He's really got the DD advantage. It'll be interesting to see if Mr. Boom 50 is going to be able to look at what OA did last fight, from what we saw yesterday of just OA kind of just camping those freezes and the whip, and maybe take that and just learn from it and predict his opponent a bit better. But right now, Mr. Boom 50 is really popping off, getting about, I'd say he's up like 150 right now.
Yeah, 2 Opal Bolt specs there through the prayer, giving him over 50 damage. I would say that going into this, Mr. Boom 50 is definitely the favorite regardless. OA being a little bit of an old school PKer, doesn't maybe do this as much. Mr. Boom 50 with 2 very impressive wins on his way here. And he's already up 150, 160 damage on OA.
Mr. Boom 50 did do a very nice claw fakey there. Unfortunately, not fooling OA though. And only clawing a 0 on his melee prey on his tank. So OA has 2 specs to Mr. Boom's 0, but he does go for that claw right there, hitting a 0 back, getting another one though.
It's a 40 through prayer.
Damage.
Yeah, 40 through prayer there for OA. He has no more claw specs, and that was all the momentum I feel like he's really going to get. Gets that freeze into a staff bash, maybe panicking a little bit here. Gets one more 10 and now has the DD advantage. He is using the crossbow a bit here, but Mr. Boom 50 just seems way too composed right now. He's back at full HP and knows what to do.
Yeah, right now between the two, it does seem like OA is getting a little bit of damage back. Not enough for him to be able to come back in this fight, though. I'd say Mr. Boom is still dealing just about the same to him. So they're kind of just trading hits right now with Mr. Boom being up the extra 150.
Yeah, 100%. I do think Mr. Boom 50 still has one more claw spec, if I'm not mistaken, which he could decide to pop at any point. His movement has been really good. Gets another freeze here. Gets refrozen, however, so they're going to be standing around diagonals from each other. Let's see what they decide to do here.
Is it just me? I do think OA really isn't bolting a lot this fight either. It seems like he's still sticking to those barrages, honestly.
The one bolt he did just do there was in his Mage's Book and Mystic Bottom, so he is going for the best range offense whenever he does go for the bolt. Maybe he just thinks range isn't as accurate in that tank shield. Fair enough to him. Going for the freeze is not getting the same RNG he was getting yesterday. 3 or 4 splashes in a row. Not really going to help you out when all you're doing is mage and melee. 5 splashes in a row for OA. Does change it up with a whip there and hits a 13, but still all in Mr. Boom's favor so far.
Yeah, it seems like OA is slowly but surely getting a little bit of damage back. It doesn't seem to be enough though. I mean, he really needs a decent amount of RNG here to pull it back. Getting about 32 damage right there for free, getting a couple free hits on him.
OA with a couple free hits. 3rd free hit there on the DD. Actually doing really well here. Gets a hit. No, doesn't decide to hit that on Robes. Surprisingly, I would have definitely gone for the whip there on Robes. OA trying to catch that
OA
refreeze.
Just ran away, trying to get away from his opponent. But Mr. Boom 50 now having the DD advantage. Let's see if he can get those free hits back. But he's not DDing under.
Nope, doesn't seem like it. Mr. Boom 50 still with a considerable lead here. OA going to try and do his best to claw it back. I don't know when they both get spec back either, but Mr. Boom 50, if he catches his refreeze again on OA, OA's whole game plan is to use mage the most and have freeze priority. And if Mr. Boom 50 is just going to get the first freeze, it's really not going to help him out there.
Yeah, it seems like both of them are really focusing on their mage right now, neither of them bolting that much. I mean, they seem to be catching each other off prayer a lot, but I'm not sure if that mage DPS is just good enough.
I will say that OA has gotten a couple bolts off prayer on Mr. Boom 50 that haven't really rewarded him. Maybe the offensive RNG being more in Mr. Boom's favor here. Another bolt there. Hits him a 13. Fair play. OA trying to catch that refreeze, catches it.
Kind of clawing himself back into this fight 100%. Right now. I think it's looking very even between the two.
A claw coming in there for OA. Hits a 30 through prayer, I think. Goes in for another ball. OA sitting low HP, trying to keep the momentum up.
Both of them hitting each other a lot on prayer here. Both predicting each other fairly well. Oh, he's still not choosing. He's still not taking that hit on ropes right there.
Yeah, I would definitely go for that whip on
to
ropes
run away
both
instead.
Unfrozen. Yeah, I'm not sure about that decision. A lot of people, that used to be how people play, but in the, like, especially Buljetti, I see him do that a lot. Will definitely go for that whip on ropes rather than running away. OA not making that decision. Now they're both frozen away from each other. And when you only can mage in range, it's a lot easier to read your opponent. And Mr. Boom 50 can definitely just keep up that sort of damage. I will say he is getting a little bit shafted right now. OA has definitely got the better offensive RNG so far.
Yeah, OA.
And I think he is up in this fight now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure. It seems like OA's strategy is kind of just to run away from his opponent and camp mage up until the very end, do one bolt, and then run away again.
Yeah. Right now, Mr. Boom 50 getting a couple free hits on OA. OA bolted him back for a 13. OA seems to have, like, really come back in this fight. I would say he's up a decent bit of food from maybe the past minute of fighting or so.
It's kind of interesting because we saw OA use a lot of his whip in the previous fights, but this one...
He's just been auto-casting pretty much.
Yeah, he has only been maging, and it seems to have been working out for him because Mr. Boom is out of food and goes down to that 14 barrage.
Fair play, Mr. Boom dropping the good fight. Not sure if that's truly how he feels, but OA with the barrage is auto-casting pretty much his way to a victory. Round 1 goes to OA.
I'm interested to see the PvP tracker on that because I feel like OA's damage was nearly all barrages. He barely did anything else.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be getting sent one through from OA. Hopefully Mr. Boom 50 could get one for us, but OA winning that first round. Let's see if Mr. Boom 50 can come back.
Yeah, OA there really opting to go for his barrages, and it seems to have worked for him there, whereas most players tend to bolt more often than they send the magic, but seems to have got the job done in that first fight there.
Oh, and we do actually have a tracker between the two. We have Mr. Boom 50 with 92 hits to OA's 84. So, to my surprise, Mr. Boom actually did get a lot more free hits. OA with 45% praise right to Mr. Boom 50's 34%, but Mr. Boom having a little bit more deserved damage. But out of those 84 hits that OA did, he did 44 barrages. Mr. Boom doing 45 as well.
Wow, look at the difference in how many barrages they cut. I guess only a difference of 7 barrages. I will notice that Mr. Boom 50 has 8 extra hits, but the amount of hits he was getting, like, whereas he only has 34% defensive prayers correct, whereas OA had 45%. But obviously he did have less hits. Mr. Boom 50 probably not too happy with that performance though, because RNG did not really go through for him.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see on the tracker there that both players less than 50% of their defensive prayers correctly, whereas you normally see a lot of players in this tournament in the high 50s to 60s.
I mean, I will say when it's two extremely skilled people fighting each other, there's a lot of fakies involved, and sometimes you just have to pray whatever the smartest thing to pray is, and that will end up making you get some hits off prayer, but it still might be the right decision. Not sure if that explanation made sense, but
I mean, when you're fighting at this skill level, basically everyone that you're fighting has the ability to one-tick their next attack. So you have to predict your opponent more than go like based off of what they are actually wearing. But it looks like wait, is OA the person that the person that took a lot of damage there at the start?
Yeah, I think OA is down a decent amount of damage there. He did get clawed at 35 by Mr. Boom 50. I think that was his second claw, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, that's his second claw for a 46. He's up a decent amount of damage right off the bat. That was also off prayer. OA sitting on 50 HP. Probably trying to come back a little bit here. Gets a bolt on robes for a 0. Goes in for a claw, gets refrozen, unfortunately.
I will say, Mr. Boom 50 has done a decent job getting those claw specs off prey. They don't really seem to be too rewarding though, but I don't think it matters right now because he's got that 42 whip into the 12 bolt, 17 barrage right there, getting a lot of free hits right now on OA. But like we saw in the start,
definitely going his way right now.
Mr. Boom 50 definitely having the lead at the very start of the last fight, but still losing in the very end. I'd say he's probably having about the same lead right now.
The lead he has right now is absolutely insane. He got a 40 bolt there earlier. He's keeping his distance really well, running out and bolting OA on his robes. Up maybe I don't want to say too much, but maybe 200, 250 damage on OA so far. So if OA can call it back, then we're in for a fight. But if Mr. Boom 50 keeps us up, it will be tied at 1-1. I'm not sure how OA is doing on claw specs. Goes in for one there, gets a 60 off prayer.
Yeah, I mean, OA's claw specs are definitely a lot better than Mr. Boom's. These two opponents are definitely barraging a lot more than what we've seen before, right? I mean, last fight we saw 44 barrages being casted. Compared that to the other fights that we've seen in this tournament so far, most of the time we're seeing about 15 to maybe 25 at most.
Yeah, RNG going a little bit better for OA now, gets a 39 there. If he's going for these freezes again, I will notice he always has that K-top M book on when he's unfrozen, so he never really gets, or he has the best mage defense on at all times. Does get refrozen there, an Opal Bolt for Mr. Boom, I think it was on prayer, only hitting a 13. OA with a 34 ball to answer back. Mr. Boom 50 is going to have to eat up here.
It seems like we're kind of seeing a replay of the first fight here, where OA is getting absolutely beaten at the start of the fight, but then pulls it back on the mid level of the fight. Right now, OA whipped him a 43 right there. I'd say OA is back to being up food now.
Yeah, maybe OA up a little bit of food there, gets bolted a 9. Once again, Mr. Boom 50 has this DD advantage. Mr. Boom getting bolted in his robes only for a 14. 31 barrage coming in for Mr. Boom 50. They're now frozen right next to each other, and Mr. Boom 50 is still just going to keep barraging. OA going for a clawback on prey melee on full tank, only hits a 0.
OA sitting about 50 HP right now though, not eating. It seems like he's eating while having that DD advantage right there.
Yeah, they're probably both brewing up right now. Probably both, yep, both full HP right now. OA once again going in for this freezes. Mr. Boom 50, I think, did just catch a whip on half ropes and then claws OA off prayer for a 0. OA getting pretty lucky there.
Claws truly are disappointing. I mean, he's averaging some very mediocre RNG with those claw specs, most of the time catching OA off prey, but it looks like OA is still up food here, getting some very nice hits. 29 opal right there.
I do think OA's got a little bit of a sizable advantage in this fight. Now, he did just hit 3 back-to-back barrages earlier in that sequence for around 50 damage. Loves those freezes. Mr. Boom 50 coming back. I think OA might have just got bolted in half robes, didn't take any hit. And Mr. Boom 50 has the DD advantage right now. OA not eating on around 45 HP. Might be out of food.
Is he out of food? Oh, OA actually is out of food. I mean, I thought OA was up, but it seems like Mr. Boom 50 has a decent lead on him right now.
Let's see if OA... I think he might be able to catch a Heart Prey or 2 here, as long as he just keeps his distance and gets hit with the ball or a freeze. He might be able to flick it on. Depends on what he gets hit. He does. He does get the Heart Prayer on.
OA gets the proc on that redemption as well. Sorry, Mr. Boom 50 getting the proc on the redemption. Right now, Mr. Boom still taking a little bit of damage as OA is surviving.
Mr. Boom 50 could very well be out too. He's on around 50 HP. Isn't eating. OA tries to get a second Heart Prayer off and unfortunately drops. It is now 1-1 between the two of them.
Unfortunately for OA, I don't think if his prayer would have mattered, but he did miss that prayer at the end, getting barraged a 31 instead of what probably would have been a 20.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. Maybe he could have figured out a way to get another Heart Prayer in there. Mr. Boom 50 winning that fight, probably deserved. He was up a little bit in the first fight on the tracker too. It's now 1-1. Mr. Boom 50 for Kanini, OA for Frontline going into the next round.
Yeah, 1-1 there. Mr. Boom 50 bringing it back against OA. We do have the tracker on the screen here.
Very even fight between the two. Mr. Boom having those extra hits in, having 8 hits on OA.
But only 5 extra deserved damage with all those hits, which is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just the prayers here. I mean, Mr. Boom having 44% versus OA's 58. Even though he does have a few extra free hits, it seems like that's what evened the playing field. I didn't expect Boom to be up that much damage, honestly.
Yeah, that is very surprising. You can see that, once again, they had very similar amount of barrages cast, and Mr. Boom 50 just had a little bit more advantage in the ones that actually caught.
Yeah, it looks as though there on the tracker that Mr. Boom 50 was close to or even out of food as well. So very close fight for that second one.
Yeah, 100%. I think the next round is going to be the decider. Mr. Boom 50. I would say Mr. Boom 50, as long as he gets the right RNG, he's probably going to go through here. It does seem that in every fight, he's kind of controlling the beginning. And if he can just keep that up all the way through, should be a 2-1 for him. But OA has definitely been doing really good with those barrages. A very different fighting style to everyone we've seen. So fair play to him.
Yeah, Mr. Boom 50 being up on the tracker in both fights so far. So it definitely seems to have the advantage. And if the RNG prevails, he should take this one down 2-1. But you never know with the RNG, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this one goes.
The winner of this fight is going to be going on to face Coin as well. So be interested to see how that one goes down. Coin with that amazing performance in the last round.
I do think the winner of this, once again, would probably be the favorite versus Coin. But, I mean, Coin's been the underdog the whole time and has beaten everyone he's come up against somehow. So fair play to them. Going into this round 3 fight, OA versus Mr. Boom 50. Good luck to both of them.
Kind of interesting. We are seeing 2 Frontline and Kanini members right here going against each other. Did I say 2 Frontline members? I mean, a Frontline member and Kanini member going against each other. And we have no idea who this Mr. Boom 50 guy actually is, but he seems to be a very good tribrid, honestly. He's keeping up very well with OA, and OA definitely playing it well. One taking a lot of 4-way barrages that we've seen in the past. Both of them being really consistent with their plays here.
Yeah, OA's movement very interesting. He never really gets close. He's constantly trying to stay far away from Mr. Boom 50, trying to stay in, honestly, in like mage distance so that they can only mage each other. Mr. Boom 50 there with the DD advantage. OA bolts him back at 41 though.
Yeah, that extra damage that he got during those 3 hits, I mean, it doesn't seem to have done him much. That 25 Opal Bolt proc right there, kind of negating the damage of his claw, and he gets bolted again for a 23 Opal Bolt through his prayer. Mr. Boom is not having a fun day right now. Oh wait, oh my god, Mr. Boom 50 doing a really nice claw right there.
Wow, that was really nice. OA definitely could have died right there. Could have maybe potentially eaten, but I didn't expect that. I don't think he did either. Mr. Boom 50 with the DD advantage again here. OA definitely down a little bit of food here. Gets barrage back at 31 though.
That was a sick play from Mr. Boom 50 there, predicting that he was going to run towards him and immediately getting that claw spec off. OA dumping another claw right there. What seemed to be on prayer for about 16 damage. I'm not entirely sure he's up. I think OA might have a little bit of an upside to Mr. Boom 50 right now. I do believe OA also has 1 claw spec left to Mr. Boom's none.
Yeah, Mr. Boom's claw spec earlier being really, really nice. They're both frozen across each other right now. Mr. Boom 50 getting a 19 Opal Bolt spec through prayer. OA just constantly just using those barrages. Don't think we're going to see many balls from him here while they're both unfrozen. Goes in for one there, does get it off prayer. Hits a 42. The 1 bolt he does goes in for a 42. He absolutely takes those. Once again, keeping the distance. Runs right back away. He did get close there for a second. Maybe he thought he was going to whip, but he ran right back away. And he gets frozen away from him again, and now they're just going to be back at maging and ranging each other.
Do you think, like, why do you think that OA, for some reason, has just switched up his playstyle this much? I mean, yesterday we saw him sticking really close to his opponents, and now it almost seems like he's trying to go at a distance where they can only barrage each other.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Yesterday, the melee and mage seem to work out really well for him. Maybe he just thinks his opponent is a little bit better than who he's fighting yesterday. I would probably be able to counter that a little bit better. I think he's just going for something that no one is really expecting because we're not expecting it. And it seems to be working out for him.
Yeah, I mean, we did say several times that if the opponent can predict him maging and meleeing a lot, they could maybe win. But it seems like OA has gone for the complete opposite playstyle this time. And now he's only maging and ranging as opposed to using his whip.
I mean, he's incredibly unpredictable just by changing up his style every fight. Even if it's not the meta, not the way you'd assume to win the fights, a lot of the times there he has had an opportunity to maybe get a whip when Mr. Boom 50 is being in his robes when they're both unfrozen. And OA instead would decide to run across at the other side of the map going for a freeze. Is something not a lot of people would do, but I mean, it's working so far and it is making him a little bit more unpredictable in these fights.
Yeah, it seems like Mr. Boom 50 is definitely down right now, but saying that, he does get a 38 bolt right there into the claw, but unfortunately for him, not being too big, but that 37 whip really pulling it back for him. OA probably having his 3rd claw spec as well very shortly.
These fights have been extremely close, extremely close between the two of them. OA down a little bit here, I'd say maybe.
Yeah, it seems like OA is going to try get this claw spec off before the fight is over. I'm not entirely sure if OA is out of food.
Sitting on about 40 HP just to get bolted to 17 there. Gets whipped on around 44 HP. Yeah,
unless he
does seem to be
out of food.
Goes in for the claw off on prayer. Sorry, only hits like a 15 maybe. Did just eat there while DD. Yeah, I'm not sure if he has any more food there. Probably just a couple brews he was using there. Does starting to look like a Mr. Boom 50 victory here, but heart praise could come into effect with the 2 players of the skill level. As I say that, he misses the opportunity.
Completely out of food on 10 HP right now. Mr. Boom trying to get that barrage to not proc it off here. Really needing to keep it on distance because Mr. Boom also, by the looks of things, appears to be out of food.
Could be out. That bolt on
getting
ropes.
A bolt off prey on robes there, hitting a 0.
If OA catches this freeze, he could definitely make something happen here. A 3 bolt into a 24. If OA gets a whip to kill him here, it could be it. OA just hit a heart prey, I think. Yeah, and OA
Mr. Boom 50 does go down.
God. Mr. Boom 50 both of them dropping a good fight. Fair play to them. What a win for OA for Frontline versus Mr. Boom 50 from Kanini. An incredibly close fight. Every single round was close. That was a great fight.
Yeah, I mean, OA really doing a comeback right there with the 10 HP taking Mr. Boom for about 80. I'd say at the end of stuff like that, it just comes down to RNG between the two. Mr. Boom just needing that 15 extra hit, and OA getting that, doing a very nice play and getting the first freeze there, using that DD advantage to get the extra damage.
That was an absolutely crazy set right there. Amazing performance from both players. Mr. Boom 50 coming into this without losing a single match so far, and then being taken out and moved down to the losers bracket by OA, who is going to move on and be the 4th player to qualify for the World Championships. Did you guys see that one coming?
No, honestly, I didn't. I did think Mr. Boom 50 was the favorite going into that. Those fights were incredibly close, though. 2 people of very equal skill level. Fair play to Mr. Boom 50, put up a great fight, and OA did just come out on top by a little bit of HP. OA now moves into the grand finals, and we'll be fighting Coin 2007 in the remainder of this East bracket in the quarterfinals, I think it might be. Probably the favorite going into that, but Coin has been the underdog in every single fight, so we'll see how that one goes.
And we do have the track in that last fight there.
Looking at the tracker on that fight, we have Mr. Boom with 5 extra hits. As per usual, we're seeing Mr. Boom with a few free hits here. OA still getting more prayers percentage correct, getting an extra 10% on Mr. Boom there. Still, deserved damage being fairly equal between the two, only a 24 damage difference there, with OA having 91 freezer RNG to Mr. Boom's 77%. So yeah, again, a really even fight between the two. I honestly would... I mean, in a fight like that, I'd say it's just RNG, right? I mean, they're doing both extremely well. The deserved damage is so similar. It's just RNG at that point. Let's be real.
Maybe a couple decisions here or there being the difference, but 2 very similarly skilled players. Really great to see.
Super close fight. We are about to move on to the quarterfinals, but before we do, guys, if you are enjoying the content, let's see an exclamation mark community in the chat. Method putting on some amazing tournaments for old school RuneScape, and if you exclamation mark community, you can check out the Method community team. Signing up and becoming a member of the community team offers all kinds of perks, such as access to exclusive content, opportunities, and giveaways. And they also help to provide aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels through a number of different initiatives. You can also hit that exclamation mark merch in the chat to check out the new Method merch and get your hands on a sweatshirt, a hoodie, or potentially something else. But that being said, we are going to be moving on into the quarterfinals. The first matchup we're going to be watching is Waleed 2004 versus Antonio Montana. Boys, thoughts?
So I think the winner of this is going to go on to win the whole thing. Obviously, the OA Aguero fight, both of those guys were incredibly sick too. Probably one of those guys a favorite too. But Waleed and both Waleed and Antonio Montana have left a lot of really good people in their tracks in order to beat here. Probably the hardest bracket for both of them, I'm going to say, with Antonio Montana beating Megal, Tubby, and Astro Boy, and beating a bunch of people in the qualifiers too. Waleed beating Dragonfire Ward, White Flag, and Kevin in the first round. So these are 2 very, very good people. I'm excited to see how this fight goes.
Yeah, same. I think this is going to be a clash of the titans between the 2 right now. And I mean, whoever wins this one goes on to the final, I believe.
To the semifinals.
Semifinal, sorry.
Yeah. So the semifinal next, and the winner of that one will take on the winner of the losers bracket for the first place prize there. But Waleed versus Antonio Montana, and then we're going to see Coin 2007 versus XD44, Coin and OA. Who do you guys have in that one?
Coin definitely being the underdog so far. Yeah, I think we're all going to go with OA, but I mean, we all went with Saeed and Coin proved us wrong. I went with Script Kid Lol and Coin proved us wrong. I think, maybe I went with Coin in the first round and he actually did win that one. So fair play to him. Let's see if he can prove us wrong for a 3rd time.
I'd say OA's ability to switch up his playstyle has been very crucial to him getting these wins.
Yeah, that has been very good to see.
Yesterday he stuck to 1. Today he's coming back with a completely different playstyle. I mean, I'm very impressed to see that, honestly. And I think that might grant him the win. It'll be interesting to see if he's going to opt for another playstyle versus Coin here.
Yeah, I wonder what he's going to do.
Stick to the whole running around towards the edge of the map and trying to get the freeze RNG.
He definitely has a way of keeping his opponents guessing. You know, yesterday using that mage and the Whipmore, today incorporating the bolts. You sort of never know what he's going to do, and definitely keeps his opponents guessing.
Yeah, fair play to him.
So hopefully we'll be jumping into this fight very soon, but we'll have to see with the losers bracket as well. We're going to be watching a few fights from the losers bracket today, I believe.
We've got a couple fights to watch.
We'll be watching is Ton versus Kevin. We're also going to see Jewel Steak versus Immaculate, Tubby versus Grim, and White Flag versus Op Smoker. and then the winner of those moving on to face the respective losers of the round 4 descent.
I'm excited to see the
White Flag versus Saeed.
Yeah,
I think that's going to be. I mean, I'm assuming White Flag beats Op Smoker, right? I mean, we've seen his plays before. I'm sorry to like already try to devalue his skill, but I think White Flag has got that one, and I'm interested to see White Flag versus Saeed.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe Op Smoker pulls it out. You never know. He did beat some good. He did beat Dizzy and Koof on the way here, and he also did beat a couple people. I think he beat Feast in the qualifiers. White Flag though did show a pretty dominant display. Also excited to see that if Grim beats Tubby, he will be fighting Aguero, so that's going to be Kanini versus Kanini again. Interesting to see. Also, in our first losers round fight, we have Tun versus Kevin, and that's going to be an interesting fight too. But now we're getting into Waleed versus Antonio here. And Pizza Bug with a 41 whip off the start. Nice.
About up 60 damage right there, straight off the bat. Destroyed, he's just not getting any hits in right now. Pizza Bug getting about 3 free hits in right there. Seems like they are both unfrozen right now. Destroyed opting for that bolt instead of the refreeze, but not really paying off as he gets barraged a 32. Pizza Bug having the DD advantage again. Let's see if he can get those free hits that he just got. Doesn't really seem like it. He's opting to barrage here.
Yeah, I think this might be one of the closest matchups in terms of skill we've seen so far. Not really any extra hits. A couple at the start being given and one there when Pizza Bug tried to go for the claw. Antonio going for that claw there on prayer, gets the DD, doesn't really do too much damage. It's just going to eat up now and try to recover. Pizza Bug probably up a good, decent amount just at the start of this fight right now.
Some interesting info as well from the chat here. Apparently, White Flag did lose to Feasted, but Feasted did not record his point of view, so he was disqualified.
Ah, interesting. Unfortunate for Feasted there. So yeah, Feasted is a good Brit, so it does make sense that they came through the win. Pizza Bug here in this fight, maybe up 100 damage so far. He seems to be winning every sort of freeze exchange right now. Just from the mage in range, he's been chipping away at that damage.
Yeah, it seems to be working really well for him. Oh, Pizza Bug taking a 51 there into the 20 stack bash and getting chanced by the looks of things.
Yeah, I think that might have changed it around a little bit there for Antonio. He's kind of come back a little bit here. If he cashes his first freeze, might be able to go in for a DD there. He cashes it, pulls out the tent whip, doesn't actually go for the tent whip. He could have got a hit in there before DDing, decided not to go for it, maybe potentially losing a free hit. Gets one there though as Pizza Bug tries to go for the anti. He tries to go for the anti again, gets whipped to 44, didn't have a tank shield on.
A lot of damage right now. It seems like whatever advantage he had at the start is shortly over here, and it seems like Destroyed is taking the lead between the two. Pizza Bug having a freezer right now though, saying that he just got frozen. So Destroyed is taking that straight back, getting a 19 and
I think Antonio has definitely built up a lead here. He's definitely got a little bit of a lead over Pizza Bug. At 23 whip, he's keeping up the momentum there. Pizza Bug needs to recover. Not down that much. It's still a very even fight. You can tell both these guys are really good. But Antonio does have a little bit of an advantage right now.
Yeah, it definitely seems like Antonio is doing better right now. He's opting a lot for the barrages here. And it seems to be catching his opponent off prey a lot.
Yeah.
Pizza Bug's getting an Opal Bolt spec that on the ropes for a 45. Very deserved right there.
It's really back and forth right now, but he does really well to recover. 8 up to 4 really quickly there, and answers back with a 36 Opal Bolt himself, just getting his lead back just off that.
Yeah, the Opal Bolt specs are really popping off this fight by the looks of things. Destroyed's barrages are really good though. He's getting a lot of damage from those. Kind of going for the OA strategy right now.
Yeah, it seems to be working. Pizza Bug trying to get any damage he can back, really. Gets refrozen after running out there, so they're back into mage and range distance. And Antonio just seems to be going for those barrages. Goes for a bolt there, hits a 0.
Right now, both of them kind of just trading zeros with each other. Antonio getting a 13 right there into the 41 claw.
Oh, no,
Pizza Bug might be out of food here even.
I think he's just got chanced 3 or 4 times in a row. Yeah, he's definitely out of food here. Antonio stacked up that damage really well. He was down at the start of the fight. Managed to come back pretty well and got a lot of sequences there that got him a lot of damage. Those barrages as well really helped him out throughout the fight. I saw a lot of 30+ barrages from him.
I will say there is like something like out of food or RNG type of thing that you see a lot in these tournaments. As soon as the opponent is out of food, you can see a person doing insane, getting all the RNG, but when their opponent gets out of food, they start hitting nothing, and that is exactly what we're seeing right now. Pizza Bug holding strong, and as I say that, he gets taken out by a 19 whip right there. But that out of food RNG, I mean, we see that almost every single time here.
Yeah, Antonio down at the start of the fight manages to come back and win that pretty decisively. I'd say he definitely had a little bit of food there at the end of that. Wasn't expecting that. I did think Pizza Bug maybe was a little bit better than Antonio going into this, but I mean, Antonio came out with the win there, so fair play.
Yeah, Antonio taking the win there. You mentioned the out of food RNG. We do see that a lot, especially today. Players that are out of food seem to take little to no damage from their opponent. Do you think that could have something to do with their opponents trying to play it safe, eating up all the way, maybe brewing their stats down? Do you think that comes into play there?
Yeah, definitely. Once they know that they're sort of winning the fight, they're definitely just going to play it safe and make sure they can get that win. Obviously, that sometimes they're just trying to go for that freeze so they don't hit a heart prey or something. They could get caught in their robes a lot. And honestly, when you are out of food, 10 HP, the only thing you're focusing on is your offense. You're trying to get as much damage as possible. So they don't really have to focus on being defensive at all.
We do actually have the tracker for that fight, though, looking between the two.
So close, wow.
Yeah, we have both of them getting 60 hits, very similar prayer percentage, with Destroyed having 20 extra deserved damage, but the difference
might have just been that one hit.
Yeah, Destroyed having 398 deserved damage, but dealing 575 to Pizza Bug having 377 and dealing 408, so Pizza Bug definitely getting the short end of the stick right there. Very disappointing.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're going to see a lot towards the end of this bracket. A lot closer fights than we've seen in the earlier days as the skill gap gets higher towards the end.
I did say that I think the winner of this fight is going to go on to win the whole bracket, and it's showing out that these guys are very close in skill level. Only 20 deserved damage, hits exactly the same. Only one more hit off prayer for Antonio. Incredibly close fight.
You've said that a few times, man. How many Bitcoins are you going to put on that?
75, because I can afford to.
The cryptocurrency billionaire.
I could buy you, Jake.
Yep. I don't doubt it. I'd let you.
Getting into this next fight now. Antonio with the first round victory going into it. Let's see how he can do here. He's going for the freeze, catches it right off the beginning, but they're now both instantly frozen. And I think Destroyed might have just got a bolt and robes there, but didn't hit anything.
Yeah, it seems like Destroyed is still opting for the barrage RNG right now, doing him really well in the last fight. Pizza Bug still doing a little bit better right now, getting a few extra hits in here and there. Seems like Pizza Bug, getting clawed off prayer there, but Pizza Bug took a bolt off on robes, not getting hit anything, fortunately for him.
Yeah, Pizza Bug answers back with a claw on prayer. He did get sort of like dragged there, which means Antonio got his prayer on in time. Hits another claw on prayer. I do think that was a big waste of both his specs. Got him about 30, 40 damage in total. I think he just whip chanced Antonio. Wow, you do not want to be taking that risk when you're in the quarterfinals versus someone of that skill level. But Pizza Bug wasting those two claw specs, but everything else seems to be going his way. A couple of whips there on robes. Definitely up a little bit of damage at the start of this fight.
Yeah, it seems like Destroyed has the freeze, the DD momentum right now. Saying that though, gets hit a 38 bolt right before stepping under. Very unfortunate for him. It looks like he misclicked to step out right there as he got hit that. But right now, Antonio getting one free hit into that 32 whip as well. 30 barrage followed right by, getting some really nice RNG here.
Claw on prayer.
That claw hitting 0.
That claw just right on the prey melee, hitting a 0. I do think he has another spec, but he did just do a little bit of damage there. Really, really nice. Pizza Bug keeping his mage defense on. He seems to always prioritize going for that freeze. As I say, that goes for a bolt on robes, only a 0. Pizza Bug gets frozen, 35 whip chance. I think he could have died to a whip there. He's around 40 HP if I'm not mistaken.
We've seen a lot of whip chances, but we have yet to see anyone die to it. I believe in the EU bracket, the first whip KO we actually saw was from 99 strength in the final versus Bill Jetty, stacking a 16 barrage to a 41 whip. But that is the only one we've seen so far throughout the tournament.
And Bill Jetty still managed to end up winning that whole region. Interested to see who's going to win this region. I would say that Antonio has got another whip chance
right there.
He's gotten a couple whip chances on Pizza Bug here and has definitely started clawing back. He was down a little bit at the start of the fight, but there has been a couple sequences where he's hit like back-to-back 30s, just like this one. So I do think he might be clawing it back right now.
I will say there is one upside to bringing an AGS sometimes, and it is as well that you kind of keep your opponent on edge with them knowing that you can hit like a 56, 57 whack. I myself being a very big fan of the AGS whacks. I'm a very big fan of AGS whacks. I think they're very accurate. You very often see them hitting at least 20s and etc. through prayer sometimes. And if you catch your opponent on robes, it's almost always guaranteed damage, right?
With the AGS, especially if you're trading, like if you got the DD advantage and you're only trading one hit for one hit, the AGS is the best thing you can attack them with. It has the best deserved damage. So if you're going to be trading hit for hit, using a DD, then using an AGS is definitely better. No one really in the East bracket at all using the AGS. It seems like the meta of back when I was tribrid staking, maybe 2018, 2019, AGS wax were used a lot more. Tent whip was used a lot less. I think with the advancement of like whipping on robes and all the movement, I do think a lot of people prefer to use the whip over the AGS wax now. But people who do bring it do also have some really good performances.
Yeah, I remember even for myself, right, back when I started AGS whack, and I actually got that from Bikers once, because Bikers absolutely shredded me in an age stake where he was just AGS whacking 50s non-stop, and I decided to actually try it out, and it seemed to work really well for me.
Yeah,
and,
I think, yeah.
I'd say it really is a good strat sometimes if you know how to handle it.
It is something 1013 actually showed me back when I was practicing for All-Stars, and he also showed Bikers that too, probably. So that's what was a big meta back then, was AGS wax. Also, it was only a Dragon Defender back then, which may have been the case. Maybe the Tent Avernic has brought something different to it. Pizza Bug has definitely clawed back a little bit of HP in this fight, though. Antonio with the DD, he has to eat up here and sort of try and get some momentum back.
Yeah, right now, I'm not entirely sure who's up between the two. It seems like they're both dealing just about equal damage. Pizza Bug having the DD advantage right here, whipping him a 19, trading that for a 1 barrage right there. Destroyed, shortly getting the DD momentum right here. If he can just step under on this next hit, I believe he should be unfrozen.
Yeah, a lot of barrages between the two here. I think they almost have their tank on for every single hit. So honestly, the barrages is probably a little bit better deserved damage than a bolt on full tank on prayer. Another whip on Pizza Bug's robes there. Antonio seems to be catching that every now and then. As I say, that gets frozen for a 35. He's going to start eating up here. Loses a free hit, loses 2 free hits. Doesn't go Pizza Bug's way, though. He doesn't get any damage out of those hits.
Yeah, I mean, right now, it seems like the barrages are really paying off for Pizza Bug. I mean, he even got that 35 barrage on Destroyed when he had his Mystic Bottom and Magus Book on. Destroyed right there.
Yep, another freeze for Antonio. I will say Antonio does seem to have freeze priority through this fight. He seems to really have the DDs over Pizza Bug a lot. Another whip there on half robes, gets a 19. And getting barrage back by Pizza Bug. I'm not sure how much HP, how much food Antonio has left. He just got whipped on 40 HP, didn't eat, just got bolted to 15. Pizza Bug's not eating either.
Very low HP.
I think they could both be out right now. Gets bolted to 24 and Pizza Bug. He's not eating. They're definitely both out of food here. I think Antonio did just actually drink a brew because his HP went up a little bit. But I think they are both out of food right now.
Seems
Antonio
like that
obviously
was Antonio's last brew, so both of them sitting on around 25 HP right now. Maybe Pizza Bug having a slight advantage. Brewing once there, getting his HP up a little bit, but getting that straight away taken away from him with that 12 barrage. Seems like any big hit here could set them back.
Pizza Bug procs the heart prey, gets clawed,
and he does get a 21.
Wow. Antonio with the 2. Pizza Bug dropping the sad. He is not too happy. Antonio with the 2-0 victory. What a close fight that was. Both of these guys, insanely similar levels of skill. Did think it was going to be an incredibly close fight, and both rounds came down to the wire there. For a 2-0 for Antonio. He's moving on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, unfortunately for Pizza Bug right there, I do think he got... Did he get the redemption on in time? He did get the redemption on, but unfortunately for him, Destroyed, clawing that and starting off with 2 zeros wouldn't have procced the redemption no matter what, so very unfortunate for him. But that is a 2-0.
Really nice move there at the end by Antonio Montana. Proccing the redemption, then going straight in for the claw. But Pizza Bag did manage to get it back up in time, but unfortunately not proccing there. And Antonio Montana going to be moving on to the semi-finals to take on the winner of Coin and OA.
Yeah, which will be our next fight, if I'm not mistaken.
Destroyed actually deserving to win that fight as well, with both better prayers correct, more hits, and extra deserved damage right there.
Very nice performance from him there. Taking that one down in a clean sweep, a 2-0. I don't think any of us saw that coming.
Yeah,
no, I mean, it was a really even fight between the two.
Incredibly close fights. They're going to be going against either OA or Coin. Not sure what team or who Antonio Montana is and who he's representing, but that fight, maybe versus OA, if OA can win this versus Coin, is going to be a great one to watch.
Very nice set there. I just wanted to quickly touch on the Mystic top barrages again, the Verex Place Go. We spoke about it yesterday. I just wanted to get your guys' opinions on it. Do you think there's people in the lab running the numbers and deciding that you're much better having that Verex plate skirt on? Or do you think it's just a case of people trying some things early in the tournament and maybe not working out? Because it really hasn't seemed to have worked out.
I don't know that it is the best thing to do, but I do think if they're going to do it, there has to be some math behind it, right? There must be something that is telling them, this makes sense. Doesn't make sense to me, but fair play to them if that's what they want to do. We are now getting into OA versus
Panic. Panic has tested it, just like you said yesterday, and I do kind of put a decent bit of trust in Panic. It seems like he's really doing a lot of testing to find out what is the best meta and stuff like that, so it wouldn't surprise me if it's better on the tracker, but so far we have not seen it paid off. Coin being up a little bit of HP here on OA though.
Yeah, Coin doing a really good job. The prey melee does come on, but only for a tick there. Doing a really good job today in comparison to yesterday at getting his prayers right and being a lot more smarter with these fights. OA down a little bit of food here at the start of this fight. Both frozen away from each other. Probably preferable to OA as we've seen from his earlier fights. He hasn't really been getting too close at all.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's still keeping his distance, and it seems to be working out for him right now. Coin getting that Opal Bolt spec for a 19, though, through the prayer. Coin flicking his smite on. Actually, could have gone clawed off prey there if OA actually went for it, but OA still going for it through prey, getting a 40 damage right there into the 50.
Dude, that was really good.
That triple eating really good.
Though. Yeah, the triple eat from Coin really good, but the anti-claw from OA predicting him to run right next to him was really good there. Before those 2 claws from OA, I do want to note, I saw him bolt 4 times in a row, so his playstyle is changing every single fight. And that anti-claw on Coin was very, very nice. Definitely giving him a very, very nice lead in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, by the looks of things, it looks like OA is winning this so far. But Coin clawing his opponent off prayer there. Fortunately, not for a lot, getting about the same damage that OA got through the prayer. Coin still having 1 extra claw spec, I believe. So maybe he can do something with that.
Yeah, Coin tried getting the DD and a tent whip there while he was unfrozen, but OA catching that instant refreeze back. Another bolt coming from OA, seeing him use a crossbow a little bit more in this fight. Back-to-back bolts doesn't end up working for him, though. He might need to eat up here. He just got Opal Bolt spec'd on around 40 HP. Was praying range. The claw comes out, but he gets the DD in time, so he doesn't get clawed and can eat up now.
OA running off screen right here. We actually can't see him right now. It seems like OA has gotten frozen. No, OA going strong with those barrages.
Comes back out of sight with 60 damage. I want to say OA is up a good amount of food right now.
Yeah, I can't tell if OA is just doing better than his opponent right now, or if he's just getting lucky with the RNG. I mean, those barrages that he's been pulling have really been popping off. He seems to be flicking his tank and his anti-mage really well. Getting bolted a 26 there on robes, though, to the 21 Opal Bolt spec through the prayer, through the tank as well.
Yeah, OA switches this fight have been incredible. Nothing like we've ever seen before. Gets the freeze back there. Let's see what Coin decides to do here. I think he's going to be unfrozen in a second. OA goes in for that whip. Walks under him for an 18. Coin hits him back with a claw for a 0. Unfortunate for him there. OA using another bolt. We've seen a lot more crossbows out of him. And I think Coin's out of food.
Chancing him right there.
Yeah.
Coin, no, still healing a little bit, but seems to be on the edge of out of food. Just as we said that he was out of food, it seems like he used 1 brew dose there, healing himself back up to 60 HP.
OA's still bolting. A lot more bolts from OA this fight. A lot more bolts from OA this fight. Not really what we've been used to. Less melee, I will say. Coin going for a tent whip there. He's sitting on about 50 HP in his ropes. I do think he might be out of food here. OA just trying to secure the win, but like we said, when you're out of food, you end up getting the best RNG in the world. Let's see if it's enough for Coin to come back the whole way.
Yeah, I mean, Coin sitting on very low HP right now. It kind of seems like I'd be very surprised to see that he's not out of food. OA definitely seems to have the upper hand. But just like that, we are seeing the out of food RNG pull through again. I mean, OA hitting nothing, and Coin's actually dealing a decent bit of damage to OA right now. Maybe set in for a comeback right here. But I do think Coin needs to deal a lot of extra damage here to bring it back.
I mean, it's possible. We've seen it before. I'm wondering to see if he's going to get any heart praise off. Gets hit at 29 barrage into the 18. He's still alive, though. Let's see if he gets a heart pray off here. Nah, OA is just going to go for those freezes, I think, in order to not proc that heart pray. Gets clawed another Zio. OA hasn't
not
taken
even flicking any prayer, but gets the heart pray on the 1 bolt right there. I mean, it seems like Coin was like 2 HP, yeah, and he got bolted at 1. That is very lucky for Coin. Still, though, I don't think he's going to be able to win it, and he does go down to that 22 whip right there. I mean, that is so with the first round unlucky victory for OA as well, bolting a 1 on 2 HP, but still, he had that win secured, and he got it.
Coin's luck potentially running out here in his first round versus OA, but, I mean, let's see if he can bring it back. He did win versus Dual Stake after losing a round to him, so let's see what he can do.
Yeah, super dominating performance there from OA. Coin with a great performance in the last round. Really seemed like he was struggling there up against OA.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I mean,
look at that
definitely.
tracker.
Oh my.
God damn.
Yeah, that is definitely a deserved win for OA by the looks of things. I mean, Jesus Christ, look at that Coin's prayer percentage. That is very unlucky. And he has 9 hits on Coin right there.
Yeah, it was interesting to see during that fight. I noticed that Coin was praying Mage a lot against OA, maybe taken away from the fact that OA had been using Mage a lot in the previous fights, and then we saw a whole lot more bolts come out from him. So definitely adapting to his opponents and catching them off guard.
Yeah, it was great to
I
see.
mean, definitely.
Let's see how the second round goes. I mean, like our previous fight before this, I think we were watching Waleed versus Antonio Montana. The difference in deserved damage being very, very minimal. This one by about 200. So I think if OA can just keep it up, as long as he doesn't get bad RNG, should be winning this one.
Yeah, I mean, OA definitely having pummeled through the fights right now. I don't think... Did he lose one versus... Oh, okay, yeah, he did lose one versus Mr. Boom 50, but it does kind of look like this is going to be another 2-0 for OA. If he can keep up what the same that he did last fight, I mean, he absolutely shredded Coin. Definitely having better praise.
Oh my god, he almost just bulk KO'd Coin 10 seconds into the fight. Yeah, getting bolted at 25 and around 35, 40 HP.
Yeah, Coin definitely taking a massive risk there for that claw. Getting bolted on ropes for a 40. Oh my,
Seems
I mean,
like,
yeah.
Seems like OA's using more bolts than we've ever seen before, and I think it's because he's noticed his opponent is falling for it. Maybe his opponent thinks he's only going to be mage and meleeing, and OA has just completely switched it up to every other fight that we've seen so far.
I mean, it could be that people are watching the stream, right, and they see that OA is using a certain playstyle. They try to adapt to that playstyle, and then OA does realize that they might, just realizes that they might be watching, and just changes it every single time he goes against a new opponent. Both of those claws for OA, though, not dealing a lot of damage right there. Dumping both of the claws, only getting about 30 damage. Doesn't really matter for him, though. He still seems to be going strong.
Yeah, up a lot of damage right off the beginning there. I mean, if you're going to get a chance on your opponent 10, 20 seconds into the fight, you're probably going to control the rest of it. Another ball on there on Coin's robes as he steps out. Seems like Coin doesn't exactly know the timing of when he can attack again after he eats, because he did walk out there after eating and got hit. Gets hit at 36, goes for a claw. Again?
No, Coin does either. Kind of worried about Coin going for those claws on low HP, man. After that first bolt chance we saw, I kind of feel like he might get KO'd here.
Yeah, very potential for that. OA doing a very clean performance this fight so far. Those barrages being very, very nice. 20 barrage there through the prayer, to be fair. Let's see, probably going to follow that up with a whip for a 41. Very, very nice momentum there. Gets whipped back at 23 on prayer. Not in any danger there, but I would recommend that he eats up before he does get himself in some danger. 15 ball, both going for the refreeze right now, frozen right next to each other again. I think OA is probably going to start freezing this guy again because it's maybe not be expected. As I say that, 30 opal
bolt though, followed by the blitz right there. Unfortunately for him, only hitting a 0, but getting a 21 whip straight after. I mean, OA definitely has some good RNG, although his play's been extremely good. He seems to be hitting a lot more with his freezes and bolts.
Yeah, definitely got a couple extra hits throughout the course of this fight. Coin just running around in his Mystics, not getting his tank on. Actually got incredibly lucky there too. Only took a 21, hitting a 30 back. OA again with the freezes. Fakies it into a bolt there. Seeing a couple more bolts out of him this time. Still not using the whip as much. Might go for a whip there on the robes. Hits a 0. Oh my god, OA clawed off prayer on 70 HP. OA did eat as those claws came in, but he didn't get that prey melee on. Fair play to him.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the claws have been really underwhelming this fight. It seems like this is going to be another 2-0 for OA, though. I think he's got a quite significant lead on Coin right now. Is Coin out of food even?
Very well could be. Yep, he's around 10,
and it looks like Coin is completely
HP.
out of food, and OA just going for that last whip right there before focusing barrages, most likely. No, going for a bolt. Going for another whip right there, but seems to be going straight back into the barrage. Coin getting a lucky freeze with his tank on, and goes down to that 35 barrage right at the end. And that is another 2-A for OA.
2-0 for OA. He moves on to fight Antonio in the semifinals versus Destroyed 64 as his RSN goes. Not sure who the favorite's going to be there. Definitely going to be a very nice close matchup between them.
Yeah, I mean, OA has just shown to be a really skillful player. I mean, he has been pummeling all of his fights right now. I don't think there's been anyone that has come that close to beating him. He's lost one here and there, but still, those last fights, it seems that he has gotten extremely lucky with his RNG, maybe even, and just managed to snowball every opportunity that he gets.
Yeah, both those sets there in the fourth round, the semifinals being 2-0. That's going to be OA and Antonio Montana moving on to the semifinals to take each other on. But super dominating performance there from OA.
Yep, incredible to see. Really changing his playstyles in every single fight, so never really being predictable fight.
Look at that tracker as well. 40% prayers to OA 70 with OA having 5 extra hits. OA is just really outplaying his opponents. I mean, let's be honest, he is doing better.
Yeah, he's putting on an absolute clinic at the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking a quick break before we move on into the losers round 3. It's going to be around a 6-minute break, and we'll be right back.
I'm holding on, if almost gone. Someday I know I'll finally make it through the gates. Just have to wait. You whisper to me there's no maybe. There's only time for dreams even greater. I hear the call, and I close my eyes to see even clearer. I see it all. I know that we can go higher if we keep our faith, if we keep our faith. Sometimes I'm like a whisper in a riot, but I grow stronger, keep believing in me. Say you're believing in me. You're believing in me. Say you're believing in me. You're believing in me. Still holding tight through every fight, 'cause sometimes I can see through the echo of every day, always the same, until you take a step and let go. You told me that the shakes turn brighter, I don't know how. You showed me every heart is a fighter, time is now. I know that we can go higher if we keep our faith, if we keep our faith. Sometimes I'm like a whisper in a riot, but I grow stronger, keep believing in me. Say you're believing in me. You're believing in me. Say you're believing in me. You're believing in me. I know why I let you go. There's something strange between us. Oh, let me show you what you need to know. If you see me how I see you, it will show. I am waiting for a moment to tell you everything, but I didn't have the courage. I didn't do a thing. the ground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. We're not slowing down. Something is calling from on the ground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. I know why I let you go. There's something strange between us. Oh, let me show you what you need to know. If you see me how I see you, it will show. I am waiting for the moment to tell you everything, but I didn't have the courage. I didn't do a thing. There was nobody around, nobody, just me and you. I know we have got the courage to do the things we do. Hey there, what's that sound? Something is calling from on the ground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. We're not slowing down. Something is calling from on the ground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey there, what's that sound? Something is calling from on the ground.
A row. We can't do any damage back on 40.
Oh, Saladin! Does Ethan have a close call? Oh my god!
No way! What? Oh, I'm so surprised. So it looks like they're both out of food, just like the last fight, really coming down to the wire right now. The whip, oh my, what a combo! Steps underneath, goes from AJ, expects 73, no!
The party number! There it is! Good!
Welcome back to the Method Mayhem US East PvP circuit. Mahir, we've just seen two absolute stompings in that last round there.
Yeah.
The fourth round, Antonio Montana getting up 2-0 against Pizza Bug, and Coin going down 2-0 against OA. We're going to be moving into the losers bracket now. Once again, anybody in this tournament that loses their main bracket match will get a second chance to come back into that main bracket. And we're going to be watching Ton versus Kevin first.
So I don't actually know either of these people firsthand, but I can look at their wins and sort of see who's going to be the favorite going into this. Ton on his way here beat, even before this bracket, for the qualifiers, he beat Pint from Kanini, who's a really good Brid, and Pint beat Mazhar from Tata. So those are two good people that Ton has taken out on the way here. Then in the losers bracket, he's beaten Stanos, who we saw fight earlier. He's pretty good too. Beat Clipper from Frontline 2-1. So Ton beating a lot of people here to be here. So a lot of good wins for him. Kevin, on the other hand, don't know anything about him either, but he beat Liquids in the qualifier, who actually beat Psych. And Psych is a previous winner of DMM. He's won like one of the hardest competitions there is. So for Kevin to have all those wins and then beating DDF3 and Dragonfish, who are both two impressive people we saw in the main bracket, I do think Kevin is probably going to be the favorite going into this. Don't know either of them individually, but just off their wins, I would say that Kevin is probably the favorite going into this.
Yeah, definitely. Also interesting to note that both Ton and Kevin did go out in their first round matches and then managed to win both their losers bracket matches to get into that losers round 3. So should definitely be an interesting matchup. What are your thoughts on the first match, West Ham?
Sorry, I was taking a shit. Where are we?
So we're going to the losers bracket, and their first fight is Ton versus Kevin. And for Kevin, he beat Liquids in the qualifier, who beat Psych, Jerpure, who was a winner of DMM. And Ton beat Pint in qualifying, who beat Maz in qualifying. He also beat Stanos and Clipper to be here, while Kevin beat Dragonfish and DDF3.
That's a lot of people to go through, honestly, for both of them.
Yeah, 100%.
Surprised to hear how many people they've beaten, actually. I mean, okay, we're jumping straight into it between the two. I'm not entirely sure what to think about this fight, but I should be fairly even. Both of them are beating actually really skilled opponents, so it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top here. Both of them right now not really opting for the freeze. Kev getting that freeze, but got set back fairly well by that 40 whip.
Yeah, I will say that I just saw Kevin goes in for a claw, hits a 0 there. I will say that Kevin may be a slight favorite in that just because of the people he's fought in the main bracket. He beat Dragonfish and DDF3. DDF3 was one of the great fights we saw earlier in the main bracket too. Right now it seems really even. I will notice that Kevin is using his Mage's Book quite a bit, not always camping that Dragon Square Shield. Doesn't seem to be paying off for him so far because he seems to have been frozen in that one spot for the first 40 seconds of the fight.
Yeah, right now it seems like Taunt is making a few mistakes there, getting bolted on his robes. I mean, he's keeping his tank shield on, but still flicking that tank is still very crucial to not taking any bolt damage. Trying to go for that claw spec right there, but
really good movement from Kevin to move out of that in time. Predicts the claw spec coming in later as well. Praise melee on that. Definitely see Kevin's probably using render self here to know what his opponent is doing while he's DDing under him. Let's see what Kevin decides to do. Probably going to step out diagonally, goes for that bolt, doesn't get a free hit, but gets it on robes for a 30 and trades back to 10 hits. 40 bolt for him as well.
Getting bolted a 40 right there. I mean, that is massive damage. He's taken 240 so far this fight. He does have the DD advantage right now, though. Seems like Kev is trying to get the freeze off, not giving him that. Getting a 23 Opal bolt. Not the biggest that we've seen. He does take a claw off prey right there, trading about 40 damage. Getting another 15 on robes. They're both getting hit a lot on robes this fight.
Their offensive seems all good and dandy, but their defense needs a little bit of work because you cannot be taking those hits on robes. Kevin, I'd say a little bit of an advantage here in the first fight. I'm not sure if deserved or not. Let's see. He walks out diagonally, probably saw that tent whip was there from the DD, and gets bolted at 26 on full tank per range. Nothing he can really do about that. Bolts him again, or bolts Ton again, maybe on for the fifth time on robes, back-to-back bolts on robes.
So many robe hits being traded between the two right now as well. Ton getting the freeze advantage right here, though. No, still stepping out. Not really sure why he ran all the way. I mean, I guess he's trying to catch his opponent off guard with that whip, but still, I'd say
another bolt
to go
on
for the
robes
free
for
hit
Kevin
is better.
on Ton. I will notice that when Ton has the DD advantage, he's getting a bolted on robes a lot when he steps out. If he stepped out in his tank, took the hit, and then switched to his mage, would definitely be better for him. But every time, he just seems to be standing out in his robes and taking a free, getting hit on his robes for free.
Yeah, I mean, another whip on robes there. I mean, there's so many robe hits being traded. I think between these two, if they fight someone a little bit above their skill level, I think they're 100% in for a loss with how many times they're being hit on robes. I'm not sure if it's the similar style of play that's catching them like off guard. Another whip on robes.
Jesus Christ. So the winner of this fight actually goes on to fight Megal, who has got some very impressive wins. Got one round win versus Antonio. He beat Grim and Zima in the first round. And Megal definitely knows how to keep his tank on. These guys, not so much. So I think if either of these guys come up against Megal, probably going to lose.
I'm not sure if you saw that claw spec as well, but that 2-tick switch he did saved him from getting clawed all on robes, probably also saving him from taking any damage, considering that claw was a 0. I think if it was on the full robes, it definitely would have been a hit.
Yeah, very close.
Robes again.
These guys are... fair enough to them. They're just out here having fun. These guys do seem like pretty decent in their offensive, especially when like they got the DDs. They definitely know what they're doing, but I think they just haven't had that sort of experience enough fighting someone of that skill level where they need
another ball on robes for a 42.
Oh my god.
I mean, yeah, like you said, they seem to be good offensively, but when playing defensively and trying to get that tank on, they are both doing a very poor job right now.
I'm very interested to see what this track is kind of going to look like. Once again, Ton getting whipped in robes again on his Mage's Book. Kevin taking advantage of that, hits a staff bash, gets hit back a 31 freeze. Now Ton has the DD advantage. Gets a free hit there, doesn't make too much of it though. Let's see what he decides to do. Gets frozen for a 35, and they're just going to be standing right next to each other right here. Let's see if there's any robes hits to be had. Ton sitting his robes, gets his tank on it just in time.
Yeah, right now between the two, I'm not entirely sure who's up. I've kind of been so focused on the robe hits, I'm not really sure who's taking the damage, if I'm completely honest. But
I don't know. Now, I think Kevin is a little bit ahead, maybe.
Yeah, Tana did just have the DD. Oh, going for a claw right there on, well, with the tank, but without the tank
I'd rather
shield.
whip on ropes on about 45 HP. Kevin may be out of food here. Maybe I've calculated this all wrong. He's on 30 HP.
He is not eating.
Yeah, I think he's out of food here. Doesn't look like Tun's eating either, but he's just trying to keep the momentum up, maybe. Some nice one-tick barrages coming from him.
Surely
be the reason he gets hit in rope.
Surely Kev's going to get the D claw spec right here as well. He should regenerate any second now.
Let's see if he can get that heart pray off. He did get the heart pray off. He didn't pray for the hit, so that could have actually killed him, but he gets the heart pray off once again. Just sitting in his robes, goes for that freeze and a crossbow. Not what you want to be doing when it comes down to the wire here. Gets a 39
bolts his opponent a 39 into the claw and prods the redemption.
Okay.
I mean, it is neck and neck between the two. He takes another hit on robes. Both of them trading robe hits right now, sitting about 5 HP, just whipping each other.
Incredibly close, hitting Tun's heart prayer there. I don't know who's going to come out on top of this. They're both trying to get that heart prayer on.
Oh, Kev getting the redemption right there.
Okay,
so I mean, right now it is neck and neck between the two. They are back. Okay, I'm sorry. Go.
Oh my god. No, I don't know, man. These guys are just been hitting each other in these robes so much. And finally, Kevin goes in for an 18 ball. Jesus Christ, bro. What an end to that fight. Kevin drops a wall. I think that's what we're all feeling. 1-0 victory for Kevin. Jesus Christ.
Insane between the two. Constantly sitting about like 5 to 10 HP difference between the two right there. Just non-stop hitting each other. Proccing those redemptions. That is an insane end to that fight. I'm honestly very surprised. I mean, both of them were hitting each other so much on robes. I'm kind of interested to see the PvP track in between the two.
Looking like an EV-scape fight right there.
Looking at the tracker though between the two, we have Kev with 92 hits to Saki's 84, and Kev with 60% prayers right to Saki's 64%. So Saki having a little bit of edge on the prayers, but losing out on the 3 hits there. Deserved damage being extremely close though. 673 to 652, so a really even fight. I'd say Freeze RNG, definitely very equal as well. Between the two, though, they took so many hits on robes. I think that's really what's rocking up the deserved damage there.
If either of them goes into that next fight and just thinks, hey, I'm going to slow this down, wait for you to hit me in my tank, and then go into the fight, they're going to have a clean victory, because neither of them are doing that right now.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see, considering how many times both of them got hit on their robes there, that went the distance. That was a pretty long fight, 92 hits in the end. Crazy to see it go that far, even though neither of them were really getting their tank on for those hits.
Very close ending there. Heartbreak coming in clutch for both of them. Kevin up 1-0 in this victory. Winner goes on to fight Mego.
And starts off strong with a ball on the ropes.
Right off the bat, Kevin takes that ball and ropes.
And another ball on the ropes.
He gets hit at 38. Neither of them frozen yet. Kev, still fully in robes, hits a staff bash. It's interesting to see who cashes this first freeze, because they're probably going to keep their tank on, because it seems that when they're going for that freeze, they're not switching into their tank in between. Kevin gets the first freeze, has the DD advantage here, not really getting any free hits out of it so far yet. Gets a claw on half robes, but only hits a 0. Into
gets a 45 bolt,
45. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that bolt definitely kind of brings up the claw spec, that's for sure. I mean, I'd take that any day.
Yeah, 100%. Kevin tries to hit the anti-claw right there, misses a couple of hits, and Tun is just running off screen trying to get a couple free hits in there. Kevin doing a good job, bolting him back off prayer, hits a 20. Tun maybe trying to claw that? No, decides not to.
Yeah, right now between the two, Saki trying to go for that claw spec. Honestly, if we're looking at the movements between the two, I can't really big it up. It seems to be fairly poor between them. Actually saying that though, Saki definitely gets a nice little claw spec right there.
Gets clawed right back though, off prayer. Yep. Now Kev with the DD advantage. I'm not sure if Tun's eating up there, but he probably doesn't want to be sitting 50 HP. I hope he's at least drank some brews. Kevin probably just ate to full. Tun gets hit at 23. He's going to have to go back into defensive mode right now, and Kevin's going to get a couple free hits here. Just got 2 or so.
Yeah, another like claw? Saki's trying to go for another claw, but instead gets bolted without his tank on right there. Very unlucky for him. Kev taking another ball on robes as per expected. I mean, we're seeing this non-stop right now between the two. I'm honestly confused on how they've made it this far.
Yeah, they do have some big names on their way here, so I don't know. I don't know what to say.
It's very confusing.
The game is what it is. Another 41
and he takes
bolt there
another bolt on robes there. I'm not sure what to think.
Another 40 bolt for Kevin. I think the RNG is coming through in his favor right now. Kevin up a little bit of food here. He might be able to bring it back for a 1-1. But to be fair, at the start of the fight, a couple of his claw specs and momentum was in Tom's favor. So probably a little bit even as we're into this right now. 29 whip on Kevin's robes again.
Another hit on the robes.
I will notice that even when Kevin's in his tank, he still doesn't have his Dragon Square Shield on. He's still camping the Mage's book.
He's still camping the Mage's book.
So he's just getting hit a whole lot more. I will say Ton maybe a little bit better with his movement, and he's definitely wearing robes a little bit, wearing his tank a little bit more now. Seems that Ton should be now the favorite in this fight. I think he's just going a little bit momentum in this fight so far.
Yeah, I mean, right now it seems like both of them are kind of just trading robe hits with each other. I'd say Saki's probably doing a little bit better, not getting caught on robes as much. But honestly, I think the pace of this fight very much depends on the fact that they are getting constantly whipped on their robes. Like we've just seen Saki take another whip hit off prey on the robe.
Gets clawed off prayer only for a 0 though. And now Ton has the freeze advantage again. Goes in for a whip on maybe half robes. I didn't see exactly what that was. Gets 2 free hits. I think that was on robes too. And now they're back hitting each other again. He gets another free hit there actually.
Yeah, I mean, I must say, I'm not sure if they are performing at their best right now, but either way, they are definitely giving us the entertainment, and it has been an extremely eventful fight between the two. Them trading non-stop hits with each other. They both seem to be hitting a decent bit. Obviously, when you're getting hit on robes this much, you are expected to take some damage.
I think Ton maybe build up a little bit of a lead here, and he might be able to claw this back for a 1-1 victory. Not sure really how much food either of them will have left, but Kev probably a little bit less than the other. A lot of staff bashes come out of Kev. Maybe 2 or 3 this whole fight.
Yeah, right now between the two... Oh, Saki taking another bolt on robes there, off prey. Unfortunately for him, getting hit a 0. Taking another bolt on robes, what it seemed like anyway. It might have had his K-top on there, but... My God, these two, man, they are truly fighting, I mean, different versions of each other.
Yeah, Ton's switches seem to be actually really good, so I'm a little bit confused as to how he keeps getting caught in his robes. Maybe his timing on the attacks is just a little bit off, but he seems to have recovered the rest of this fight pretty well. Now he's just focusing up a little bit more. Maybe he has a little bit better movement. As I say, that gets bolted to 31. He's now sitting in his robes, gets hit again in his full robes for a 0. Gets opal bolted again by Kevin. The RNG is just completely turned around. 24 whip through prayer as well. Into the 22 on his robes again. He trades it for a 13 staff bash. Kevin just got on a bunch of RNG here, and Ton getting hit in his robes twice during that. He could be.
Once again, whipped on his robes for a 12.
Oh no!
Saki's sitting at about 5 HP right now, with Ton having about 80 HP, and he does take him out with the bolt on the robes to finish it off with that 38, and that is a 2-0 for Kev.
Very fast-paced fight, very interesting fight to say the least. Kevin wins 2-0 and will now be fighting Meagle in the next fight of the losers bracket.
Yeah, I mean, very quick fight there compared to the first one. Like you guys said, not really getting into the correct gear in the right times and taking a lot of bolts and whips on robes. But we do have the tracker here for that fight, West Ham.
I do think Megal is going to be able to sweep whoever he's fighting next. But looking at that tracker, we have Kev with 83 hits to Saki's 74. And we have Kev with 53% prayers to Saki's 47%. Deserved damage not being that big of a difference, though, with only 80 plus difference for Kev.
Yeah, definitely an interesting set there. Like you said, both these guys not really being able to get into the right gear. That being said, the viewers in the chat can get themselves into the right gear by typing !merch in the chat to get their hands on the newest and hottest Method merch. Get your hands on some sweatshirts, some hoodies, and more. You can also type in !community in the chat to check out the Method community team. And by signing up and becoming a member of the team, it offers all kinds of perks such as access to exclusive content, opportunities, and giveaways. They also provide to help aspiring and up-and-coming streamers grow their channels through a number of different initiatives. Boys, we are going to be moving on to the second fight in the losers round 3. It's going to be Jewel Steak versus Immaculate.
Yeah, so going into this, both in the losers bracket, Immaculate won against Astro Boy. And I'm not sure. I think he lost to Addison. Or no, he actually beat Addison before that. The guy who was shit talking him a little bit ended up losing to Saeed, dropping into the losers bracket. I do think he may be the underdog going into this dual stake. His opponent, Script Kid, beat Miraja, a heavy favorite in the losers bracket, 2-0. In the original bracket, he actually lost a coin. A little bit of RNG in play there. Ended up beating Fanatics 2-0 in the first round, and Fanatics actually beat Houdini in the qualifiers. So for dual stake to have all those wins under his belt, I do think he's the heavy favorite going into this fight versus Immaculate. Immaculate, arguably not the greatest. Maybe should have lost to Addison earlier in the first round, but ended up 2-1 versus him.
Yeah, should definitely be an interesting fight. Just wanted to quickly ask you guys before we jump in. We've seen only Dragon Claws so far in this entire bracket. Not a single person bringing the AGS. Did you want to just quickly touch on why most people are bringing the Dragon Claws over the AGS, and whether you think we might see someone bring the AGS in at any point?
So me and Deda were kind of going back and forth with that earlier. We were talking about why people are stopped bringing the AGS, and I do believe Deda is right in saying that I think it's mostly due to the Avernic coming into the game, making that whip a little bit more accurate. AGS wax used to be a big favorite because when you're trading 1-for-1s and you have the DD advantage, right? You can trade a 6-tick AGS swing to like their whip or bolt, and most of the time that is going to add you more deserved damage. You are most likely going to be winning those if you can keep trading them. AGS also having more KO potential, but like we said, it's hard to keep the momentum rolling. If you get a big AGS spec, your opponent can very easily heal up from that because it's such a slow weapon as well. So Claws is definitely the better option if you want to keep snowballing your your momentum, sorry.
What about yourself, Didabita? Is it something that you like to bring to fights, the AGS, like the AGS?
I think I've started adapting to the Claws meta recently, but I love the AGS. I really like the fact that your opponent can't just sit low HP, because even still, you can still whack them like a 55, 56 and get the KO. But we are getting into this fight now. Script Kid LOL still didn't decide to do Legends Quest in between days here.
Still rocking the Rune Kite G.
Yeah, he's up already, maybe 60, 70 damage. I did say he was the favorite going into this fight. Whips Tevin on robes already. Seems really great movement and play from Script Kid LOL so far. Does get clawed on robes off prayer there.
Oh, is Tevin down already? Oh, he gets 1 HP by that claw. That is so unlucky for Script Kid. Jesus Christ. Tevin nearly getting taken out like 20 seconds into the fight. He is very lucky to still be alive. I think at this point he should just give up, give him the win. That is so unlucky for Script Kid.
I mean, if you're going to get that lucky, you might as well win, right? So maybe he can bring it back. But he's still just getting pummeled so far. Everything going Script Kid LOL's way so far. Goes in for a Blood Blitz there for a 26. Into the claws. Bit of fashion coming into play. The claws didn't really hit anything. Yeah, not
entirely sure if those claws hit anything. Right now we have Immaculate running away from the arena by the looks of things. Just trying to get away from the fight. I mean, right now Script Kid still doing a lot of damage on him. Whipping him on ropes there. For the 29 into the 15. Seems to be up a decent amount of food. Opting to blitz here. Might be brewed down.
We'll say that Script Kid sort of has a very similar fight style to OA. He's using that mage quite a bit, faking that crossbow and goes right back into another 1-tick barrage. Another barrage out of him. He's done maybe 100 damage in those barrages. Very similar to OA in that style.
And Tevin getting bolt chanced.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of damage on Tevin right now. Tevin, oh my god, I don't think he's really hit back this entire fight at all. And I think this is going to be a fairly clean win for Script Kid as long as he keeps this up.
I do wonder if the Rune Kite has a bit less negative mage in the D square. It might, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a mathematician, but maybe so, maybe so. He hasn't really been using a mage's book from what I could see, and he's mostly been just keeping it to that 3-way, which is maybe what he's used to.
Yeah,
Tevin, I'm not sure what's going on there. People
might think that the Rune Kite is a massive difference. I remember one of my opponents for the EU bracket was using a Rune Kite, so I actually decided to check up the stats. Apparently, D square to a Rune Kite is only about a 5+ defense difference.
Is Tevin really out here?
A lot.
I think he is.
It looks like he's actually out of food. Oh no, he has eaten up to about 40 HP right there.
He's trying to go for a desperation claw. He's still not eating anymore. I do think this is maybe being one of the most decisive victories of this entire tournament. Script Kid LOL coming in with a staff bash, maybe playing with his food a little bit. He's full HP, hasn't really changed the entire fight. Puts on his K-top M book there for his mage defense. That's pretty smart.
I mean, if there's any fight someone's going to take off their armor, this would be the one. Script Kid having such a massive advantage right there, taking him out with that 31 bolt. I mean, he deserved the win from the very start right there. Unfortunately for Immaculate, he's just been absolutely terrorized. I mean, that is truly a scene of bullying that we have seen in the duel arena right now.
Yeah, and very decisive round 1 win for Script Kid. I don't think he's going to have much issues going into the second round and should be able to win that. If he does, I think he will be. He will be coming against Dragonfire Ward in the next round.
Yeah, that was a chance in the first, 2 seconds of the fight there with those Dragon Claws. Absolutely insane to see. I've just had a look at the statistics on the Dragon Square Shield versus the Rune Kite. It's -8 magic attack for the Rune Kite, -6 for the Dragon Square Shield, and 46 range defense for the Rune Kite, and 50 range defense for the Dragon Square Shield. So really not that much difference.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really that surprised. I remember looking at the stats between the Rune Kite and the D-Square. It really ain't that big of a difference between the two. But this PvP tracker is interesting to say the least. I mean, Script Kid having 412 deserved damage, dealing 596, definitely outplaying his opponent, but still getting very lucky with the RNG, getting double the freeze RNG, a lot more deserved damage as well.
That is the biggest difference we've seen this entire, I want to say for this region, because I'm not sure about the other region, in actual damage and deserved damage. 428 more actual damage than his opponent, while only being up 145 deserved. Either way, getting into this next fight, yeah, he got lucky, but I do think we're going to see more of the same from Script Kid, LOL. Might be a slower paced fight if he doesn't have the same offensive RNG, but I don't see RNG playing a factor in whether he's able to get this 2-0 or not.
Yeah, so right now, jumping into the second fight between the two, Script Kid still starting off strong with a 25 bolt right there. I mean barrage, sorry. Seems like he's got the DD advantage, not really using it though. Should be able to catch a freeze hit. Immaculate yet again, running off screen, going in for a whip. Hits a 34 on the ropes. Probably one of the nicest plays we've seen by him so far.
Yeah. Immaculate a little bit camera shy coming back into play there. I guess the DD 34 whip. He now has the DD advantage. Script Kid sitting on his robes. First time full robes, but gets that tank right back in time for Tevin to come out with that hit. Tevin once again running off screen. Comes back in for the claw, but Script Kid sees the claw. Claws him back. Only hits a 2 though. That was a really nice anti.
Yeah, right now they're both just trading mage and mage hits. And it seems like Tevin is actually on the upside right now, getting a little bit more damage than Script Kid. Maybe Script Kid has used up all of his RNG in that last fight.
Yeah, potentially. That claw that he had earlier was nice. I'm interested to see. He doesn't predict that claw coming in from Tevin. That was only a 34 from him. Script Kid runs back in. They both claw each other on prayer then. Both out of claw specs. Script Kid just getting whip chance, I think.
Yeah, I do believe he got whip chance right there. Still not eating up though, deciding to play a little bit risky.
Oh my
Does
God.
Go for the triple E right there though.
Yeah, gets whipped to 26 on robes again. I think this is actually going Immaculate's way so far. He's definitely up a little bit of food right now. Maybe even a whole lot of food. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, right now between the two, Immaculate whipping with his D-square on. Very odd choice right there. Still, Script Kid getting a whip on ropes there, getting a bolt on his Mage's Book, not his full tank, not hitting anything on there, unfortunately for him. Both of them just kind of trading hits. Tevin actually doing a decent job at getting those hits back, making sure that he's not getting any free hits.
Another 45 whip for Script Kid. That's the max whip you can hit in this gear, followed by a 20 bolt. He doesn't seem to have brought a Samfew either, because he just got ticked 4 poison. If that keeps going up, it's going to be around 20 damage throughout this whole fight. Script Kid coming back really decently here. If he can catch his freeze and get another DD advantage, probably going to keep up the momentum. Does he go for it? He's going for the freeze, and unfortunately he's splashing right now.
Yeah, both of them are splashing a lot here. Script Kid getting the first freeze, deciding to offer the barrage yet again. Getting a free hit right there. Still not that much damage being dealt between the two. Seems like Script Kid is getting a lot of zeros, but then followed up by a big hit at the end.
Yeah, he's getting that little bit of HP disadvantage that he probably had at the start of this fight back. I think he is now taking the lead with that 23 right there. Tevin trying to catch that freeze. Script Kid gets the first freeze. Gets frozen back. Unfortunately, not going to be any DDing there. Gets a bolt off. Tevin hits him back with the Blood Blitz. We're seeing a couple Blood Blitzes coming to fruition here. Gets hit at 8. Let's see what's next. I think one of them will be regenning spec in around like a minute or so, and if Script Kid can pull out another claw that he had earlier that only hit a 0 on the anti, potentially could be really nice for him. Good movement there to avoid that whip. is he going to catch that refreeze? He does. He hits a 34.
34 barrage as well. Very big barrage from Script Kid right there. He still seems to be barraging a lot in that Rune Kai. I mean, it's doing him well so far.
Seems to be a fan of the three-ways. That does actually hit the one tick there. Gets his Mage's Book on too. Did just get bolted in robes for a 19, but trades it for a 33 freeze. He's not going to complain there. Goes in for that claw spec that I was talking about earlier, but on prayer, only hitting an 11. Tevin not eating here on about 30, 40 HP. Maybe the advantage Script Kid had as enough here to win it. Oh, he is eating. He is up around 40 HP again. Script Kid probably still has a lot of food left. Tevin, I'm not too sure how much food he has left at this point. Gets barraged another 27 into a 34.
Gets barrage of 34. He might actually be on only bruise right now. You're sitting there. Oh, and he's eating up to full HP, sitting very low and going straight back into full. Very interesting between the two right now, but seems like Script Kid still having the advantage, getting those freezes off. Seems like he's gone bolted on robes there. Not taking any damage though. Immaculate still just running off screen, man.
A little bit of camera shy
chill a little
from the
bit
man.
on those, chill a little bit on those edges, bro. Like,
Script Kid LOL sitting. I think they're probably both out of range, which is why you only see Script Kid LOL maging. I'd say they're both just maging each other right now because he's not putting on his full tech, and he's getting cooked through prayer.
Yeah, I mean, he's taking about 80 damage there just through prayer on those barrages. I'm not sure if he was dealing a lot of damage back. It doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way of telling, but just in a straight mage fight, he was losing it all, getting maxed through prayer. Script Kid LOL 26. Tevin definitely out of food here, I think.
As well from Script. Script has actually been staff bashing quite a lot in this tournament.
Yep. Oh shit, Tevin has pulled food out of nowhere. He's back at around 60 HP, and Script Kid just gets whipped on around 60 for a 20. I'm not sure how much food Script Kid LOL has at this point. Just gets bolted to 31. He could very well be out.
Yeah, chancing his opponent right there. Script Kid actually being out right now, bolting his opponent on robes off prey, hitting his 0. Takes a bolt on robes off prey as well. It is neck and neck between the two right now. Script Kid having a slight disadvantage.
He gets that freeze though. Let's see if he can get this hard prey off or just get the ball to win it.
And gets the opal for a 48. And that finishes. Script Kid does move on, and he has taken Immaculate out of the tournament.
Yep, Script Kid moving on. 2-0 victory. Very close. A lot closer than the first fight there. And Deal Stake, or Script Kid LOL, is moving on to fight Dragonfire Ward in the next round.
Absolutely insane there, guys. Looked like it could go either way at the end, but like you said, that is going to be Script Kid moving on to take on Dragfire Ward. I'm definitely interested to see that next round matchup there with Dual Stake, aka Script Kid, having the Rune Kai, and Dragfire Ward having that Dragon Defender. Both players not opting to get the maximum setup for their respective setups.
Fair play to the two of them.
Looking at the tracker on that fight, though, we have Script Kid with 64% prayers right to Tevin's 59%, and Script Kid having 53 hits to Tevin's 37. That's a massive difference right there. Yet again, though, Script Kid with 412 deserved damage and getting...
Fam, you're reading the same tracker. I'm 73% sure you're reading the same tracker right there. Yeah, that's what my math says at least.
I've just looked at Tevin and seen his damage, and that definitely does not
I was gonna say, if Script Kid was out, that probably doesn't add up. Fair enough.
I was just looking at Tevin. I saw the 168 right there.
Oh, brilliant. That being said, guys, like we said, Dual Stake going to be moving on to take on Dragfire Ward in the next round. We did have a match there off stream that was White Flag versus Op Smoker, and White Flag taking that one out 2-0. So he's going to be taking on Saeed in the next round.
That's going to be a hype fight. That is definitely going to be a hype fight. Yeah.
But the next fight we're going to be looking at is going to be Tubby versus Grim, and the winner of that one's going to be taking on Mr. Boom 50.
So I would say going into this, Grim definitely the favorite. He's a lot more known within the community, whereas Tubby is maybe known as the troll guy who just messes around in gear. But I will say Tubby's performance so far, even in the bracket before he got knocked out against Astro Boy, and even against Antonio Montana, who has been very dominant so far. Antonio Montana has made it all the way to the semifinals. Tubby actually had a really good fight versus him. So, I mean, Tubby could put up a good fight here versus Grim and potentially cause an upset. I'm excited to see how it goes. Grim obviously losing to Megal already in the first original bracket. That itself was an upset. So I'm excited to see where this fight goes.
Yeah, Tubby actually messaged me yesterday as well, appreciating the tips that we were giving him throughout the tournament, and it seems like he is actually listening to what we said on stream and might be taken away a little bit from the tips we were given, and it might improve for today, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, if he's taking away from the tips that you guys gave him on stream yesterday, he might also have been taken away from the way that Grim performed yesterday and maybe taken in a few things from his matches. So, should be interesting to see.
So, Water Boss is saying that Tubby beat him with 20 extra hits. So, for him to do that is pretty impressive. I'm excited to see how he does against Grim. Maybe a harder opponent.
Seems like the predictions as well are just about 50-50 between the two right now. 1.2k on each side. Going into the first fight between the two, though, Grim...
I'm going all in on Grim.
He's starting off strong with a 9 barrage, followed by the 43 whip. 2 away from the max hit right there. Tubby bringing out the AGS with the 55.
Let's go. We'd love to see an AGS, a nice little anti there, making the fight a lot even. Grim was up a little bit at the start there, but Tubby hits him with the anti-AGS for 55, bolts him a 31, cashes that freeze on Grim.
And Tubby is winning now.
Oh my god. Tubby the Demon comes in with another AGS whack into the AGS whack. He's trading the hits 1 for 1 like we were talking about earlier. Definitely a good idea with that AGS. Now he's been frozen diagonally. Let's see where it goes.
Yeah, I mean, Tubby dealing the more damage right now. He seems to be up at least like 80, right? And that first anti he got was really nice. I was surprised to see that off of Tubby. Grim going in with that claw spec though, getting about 45 damage off prey right there. Seems like Grim has taken back a little bit of that lead that Tubby had, clawing him on robes off prey, only for an 11. Very unlucky for Grim, but he is still going strong in this, faking out Tubby right there, doing some really nice plays. Tubby trading a 31 bolt through prayer for Grim's 37 off prey.
Yeah, not the luckiest there, but it is an opal ball. One thing I will note is I did try and see Tubby trying to AGS whack earlier, just like he's doing now. And the one thing is that when you do that, you don't have your shield on. You don't have any defense from your Dragon Square shield, and you don't have any mage defense from your mage's book. So you got to make sure if you are going to go for that AGS whack, it literally has to be that 1 tick, and then you're right straight back to your tank. Otherwise, it is going to end up punishing you. Tubby taking a lot of bolts here on his robes. Really Grim taking control of the fight.
Yeah, Grim playing it very nice as well when he went in for that, what's it called, bolt right there, taking out on as much anti-mage as he possibly could to make sure he's not getting frozen, flicking that mage's book in the D-square a decent bit. Seems to be barraging in his D-square a lot though, trying to make sure that Tubby isn't catching him on full robes at least.
Yep, another whip on Tubby's full robes there. Tubby just trying to get back into this fight a little bit. Another AGS whack there. Off prayer, only hits a 0. Really unfortunate for him. That was a smart play right there. Let's see if he can get another freeze. Nope. Grim has freeze priority over him again. Grim goes in for the whip on his half robes right now and has DD advantage over him again.
Yeah, I mean, right now it seems like Grim is truly flying around the map, kind of having the DD advantage non-stop on Tubby. Tubby not really being able to fight back for himself. AGS whacking him off prey though, only for a 10. Seems like those AGS whacks are not really paying off for Tubby so far.
Yeah, unfortunate to see. Big respect for him bringing it regardless. Catches the freeze. He finally has freeze priority on Grim here. I'm excited to see what he does. Doesn't go for an AGS whack and ends up getting bolted in his robes again. Maybe not the best play to get once you get a DD. Let's see what he decides to do here. Another bolt. I'm not sure how much food Tubby really has left. He has an AGS 28 through the prayer. Unfortunate for him. Follows it up with a whack on robes for a 12. Fair play to him.
Yeah, right now it still seems like Grim is in the lead, and not by a lot, but Grim definitely having the control of the fight. Opting to barrage a decent amount. Tubby catching him back though with that 22 barrage. Unfortunately for Tubby, staff bashing. Crucial mistake. Bolts him on ropes for a 41 though.
Nice. Gets instantly bolted back through his robes though for a 25 though. It seems every mistake that Grim makes, he finds another one in Tubby just to get him back for it. Seems that Grim is up even more damage. Another 24 bolt on his robes. Into those claws off prayer only for a 0. Whips him on robes for a 5. Grim did just get bolted in his robes though for a 21 by Tubby, and then another bolt chancing Grim there. If I think he got opal bolted maxed, he could have potentially died right there.
Yeah, the good thing about the opal bolts as well is if you do play with sound on, you can predict the opal bolt. You can actually hear the opal bolt go off before the hit is registered and maybe get that extra tick right there to eat. Right now, Tubby definitely playing it risky with that HP sitting fairly low. Grim trying to get the freeze here, giving up on it, staff bashing right there. Kind of crucial mistake. Seems like Grim is still dealing a little bit more damage back, opting to go for that barrage. Catches it, should have the DD advantage in about 2 hits though.
Yeah, Tubby tried going for a blood blitz there, maybe not the smartest idea. Grim with the DD advantage again. Tubby getting hit at 36. He really hasn't gotten much going his way this fight. Grim winning most of those decisions. Gets another bolt there. Into the whip. Doesn't seem really like Tubby's eating anymore on this 40 HP. He is camping Prey Melee right now. Still on that HP. I think he could very well be out of food here. Gets bolted on his Mystic Top again for a 0.
Yeah, it seems like between the two, Grim definitely having a nicer movement. Tubby not eating at all here. Might be out of food and is indeed out of food. Gets taken out by that 22 bolt. I mean, Grim definitely having a better movement there. It seems like he deserved to win that fight. I'm interested to see the tracker though. Tubby bringing the AGS, but still not really utilizing.
He started off pretty strong. He did start off pretty strong, but as the fight went on, it just seemed he wasn't using it the best way possible. And that Grim's movement was really kind of unmatched there. Pretty dominant performance from Grim round 1, and he's won the first series of that.
Yeah, really nice to see the AGS coming into play for the first time in the tournament there. Grim taking that one out, but the AGS, do you think that might have been a factor in the loss there?
I don't think it's why he lost. I also don't think, I don't think you can blame or decide whether a victory is based off the claws or AGS. I'm not sure between the accuracy between the two, but I know that AGS does have a slight better max hit in this gear. I will say that just mostly Grim's movement and catching Tubby in robes a lot probably is why he won that fight.
Yeah, looking at the tracker between the two, we have Grim with 65% prayers correct to Tubby's 54, with Grim having an additional 15 free hits on Tubby and an extra 114 deserved damage. Grim actually got really close to his deserved damage and actual damage dealt. I'd say Grim's freeze RNG being a little bit on the better side, having 20 extra percent, but casting 11 more barrages as well. Tubby having 403 damage dealt to his 479 deserved. I'd say that was definitely in Grim's favor, and he deserved to win that.
Yeah, those 15 extra hits there for Grim really adding up.
I will say though, when an opponent at the time, Tubby didn't AGS whack that much, but depending on how you use the AGS whack, in most cases you are going to see a person using an AGS get less hits. I'm not entirely sure that was the reason that Tubby lost out on 15 of them, but maybe it's the reason to why he lost maybe 3 or 4.
Yep, Grim already with a nice movement at the start of this fight here, all the way at this place. Tubby, AGS is right there. 1 ticks the AGS. Unfortunately, Grim seems to have saw that coming. Gets hit at 24 on prayer. Grim gets whipped again. Let's see if Tubby can catch a freeze here and maybe start getting a DD advantage on him. Neither of them going for the freeze though. Both bolting
Grim
back.
Getting an opal ball off prey. Unfortunately, only for an 11 though. Not a very big hit. Grim going in for the whip right there. Seems like Grim is taking a bit more damage than Tubby right now though.
Yep, Grim getting another opal bolt there on his robes, only for a 10. Hasn't been the best RNG for them. Was on prayer though. Grim doing a better job of getting into his tank right now. He switches to his mage's book for a lot of those bolts for the extra range offense, so I can appreciate that. Catches that freeze on top. Oh no, Tubby seems to have freeze immunity there. Grim tried to go in for the anti-claw. Tubby with an AGS fakie into an actual AGS only. Grim seems to have just camped the prey melee and it didn't seem to pay off for either of them.
Yeah,
with Grim wasting a claw spec.
A little bit too late there. Grim getting the claw off prayer on Tubby though, unfortunately only for a 27. I mean, the upside of bringing the AGS is that it's a 1-hit weapon, right? The claw being 2-tick, you can easily eat out of it if you see the claw spec coming. Even if you take it on 70 HP, you still have that 1 extra tick to eat up, whilst the AGS instant damage. Tubby dealing some strong damage right now to Grim though.
Yep, and another AGS whack there coming to fruition. No hit for him, unfortunately. Hasn't really gotten the luckiest with those AGS whacks, but it has been nice to see him doing it. Has clawed back the damage a little bit in this fight with that little sequence he had right there. Another trading an AGS whack right there too, but another 0, unfortunately. Another AGS whack on full robes in Mage's book. Definitely should have got some kind of hit there. Unfortunately, didn't get one.
Yeah, those AGS packs really not paying off for Tubby right now. It's disappointing to see because it's a little bit of a breath of fresh air. We haven't really seen that being used at all this tournament. It would be nice to see it at least do something for Tubby rather than he's hitting all 0s.
Yeah, Grim seems to be getting that lead back. Maybe a little bit closer than the last fight so far. Tubby doing a good job there. Those AGSs were really impressive. Unfortunate to see he's not hitting more. Grim gets another opal bolt, this time hitting a 30. That's his 3rd opal bolt this fight. Nice to see. Unfrozen here, probably going to go for that whip there. Tubby just eating up, losing some hits. And now Tubby actually has the freeze advantage over Grim.
Let's see if Tubby can actually utilize those AGS whacks here.
That's
and
instant
he indeed
refrozen.
can't. He gets max barrage there for a 35. Very unlucky for Tubby. Still not able to use those AGS whacks.
Yeah, unfortunate to see. Tubby actually doing a lot of damage right now. I mean, I don't want to say too much, but I think he might have a little bit of a lead over Grim right now at this current stage. But Grim running off screen right now, probably going to eat up a little bit and try and get back into this fight.
Yeah, I see someone in the chat as well asking why they're not using diamond bolts. And although the damage difference between diamond bolts and opal bolts is very similar, actually, I believe it's like a 1% damage difference. The opal bolts are actually better because of how frequently they proc, but diamond bolts definitely being a good contender. Tubby, yet again, getting
another whack.
AGS
Grim a little bit over 50 HP there. I don't want to say there's a chance, but Tubby very well could have red barred him if that AGS had maxed. Unfortunately, none of those AGS whacks have really done much for him. Gets whipped in his robes here on 11. I will notice Grim not really eating on that low HP he is. Maybe he just feels comfortable on it, or could potentially be very low on food. I'm not sure. Just got bolted on his robes again. Got bolted by 14. Grim still not eating here. He's finally started eating. I honestly thought Tubby might have been able to win that.
Yeah, that was a very nice anti from Grim as well, getting that claw spec off with some very nice movement on Tubby's robes off prey, but not hitting a lot, whipping him off prey on robes as well, and still not getting any damage. Seems like Grim is definitely having a bit of a unlucky streak right here, not hitting a lot, even though he deserves to. Right now, bolting him on robes, finally getting some hits in right there with that 33 into the 16 barrage. He's kind of following up the momentum here, maybe getting another big barrage, 23 right there. Still bolting 0. It seems like Grim is on a bit of a comeback right now.
Yeah, on a bit of a comeback. I still think he is down a little bit. I'm not too sure how much damage he's done in recent times, but Tubby got a lot of sequences of high damage there throughout that. And if he gets another AGS whack here that actually hits, nope, he's going to try and go for the refreeze maybe. Hits an 18 bolt. Grim trying to go for that whip. Tubby running away. Ends up getting whipped in his robes. Not the greatest idea.
Bolted on his robes as well for
26. He's Tubby throwing this fight hard. Grim definitely calling back, staying calm and composed right now. Grim gets that ball off prayer, doesn't hit anything. Grim, you see Grim waits for Tubby to hit him. He sits in his tank and waits for Tubby to hit him in his tank. Whereas Tubby's kind of clicking all over the place, trying to hit as much as possible.
Yeah, it seems like Grim is kind of sacrificing a tick here and there to make sure that he catches him on robes. And Tubby right now being completely out of food, getting that first redemption proc that he so desperately needs. Not getting his prayer back up though. Does he not have any restores left?
Maybe not. Maybe he's just hasn't clicked in his brain yet that the heart prayer has gone off. But maybe he's actually not had the best pot management and could be out of restores here. Gets barrage at 28. I'm going to go ahead and say, yeah, he didn't have augury on for that maybe because he had no restores and instantly gets KO'd. Grim wins 2-0 and we'll be moving on to fight Aguero. So it's going to be a Kanini versus Kanini fight. Grim versus Mr. Boom 50.
Yeah, and we saw Mr. Boom 50 really put up a good fight versus OA as well, right? So I think that's going to be a really exciting fight. Mr. Boom 50 definitely being a bit of an underdog coming into this tournament. He's absolutely shredded everyone in this path up until OA. Both of them being really close to each other right there in that fight. But it'll be an interesting fight to watch for sure. Grim definitely outplaying Tubby there. I'm kind of confused on what Tubby could have done to be so low on restores to only manage to get 1 heart prayer.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of mismanagement of the pots there. Maybe emptying a potion here or there could have played a part. I'm not too sure.
Maybe a couple of misclicks, but yeah, nice little performance there from Grim. Unfortunately, Tubby has to go out there. He is out of the tournament, like you said. Maybe not someone that we see in this sort of tournament too often, someone that likes to troll around a little bit, but it's nice to see that he can put on a good performance here and stand his own in some of these fights against some good PKs. So before we move on to the next fight in the bracket, guys, exclamation mark merch in the chat if you want to check out some of the Method merch. Method putting on some amazing tournaments for the old school RuneScape community. If you want to support, check out the Method merch. You can get yourself some sweatshirts, some hoodies, and more. You can also type exclamation mark community in the chat and sign up to the Method community team. It offers all kinds of perks such as access to exclusive content, opportunities, and giveaways, and they also help provide aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels through a number of different initiatives. But boys, we are going to be moving on to the next fight, which is going to be Meagle versus Kevin.
Ooh, so Meagle causing a little bit of upsets in the original bracket, beating Grim, who we just saw fought, losing 1-2 versus Antonio Montana. Antonio Montana being very dominant so far. Kevin, probably from our most interesting fight so far, the Robes fiasco versus Ton. That was a very nice fight to see. I do think if he performs like that again versus Meagle, Meagle is absolutely going to destroy him. But we saw Kevin's offensive was good. So as long as he can just work on his defensive a little bit and focus on getting to that tank for every hit, we could have an evenly matched fight on our hands. But Meagle just seems a little bit more of a favorite going into this.
Yeah, I'd say Kevin taking all those robe hits definitely played a massive part in why he was might perform very badly versus Megal in the upcoming fight. I think if he does that again, that is definitely going to be the deciding factor to why he loses. But we are yet to see. I mean, it could just be that both of them had a similar playstyle and they were catching each other on robes because of that. So maybe him fighting Megal might be a completely different style of fight.
Yeah, you mentioned that Kevin here in the last match, not really getting his tank gear on for the hits that he was taking. Would you say you would more prioritize the defensive there, getting your tank on, or you said he was quite good on his offensive? Would you like to see him prioritize that over the defensive?
I think you need to kind of have a mix of both. You can be good on the offensive, but still actually do decent on the defensive as well. You just kind of need to make sure that you get your tank on between the hits. You can't really just like if both of you are unfrozen, you need to make sure that you're waiting for your opponent to hit you before you equip the robes to make sure that you are not getting hit on it. And maybe drag your opponent as far away as possible so you can't get whipped, for example.
Yeah, to be a good all-around tribird, you kind of need to make your defensive and offensive into one and know when you need to have that tank on and know when you have a little bit of momentum. You can sort of be a little bit more riskier, do a lot of fakies and try and keep the momentum up. But you also need to be aware that any of those hits on your robes could really change the fight. So you need to make sure every single time you can be, you need to be in that tank.
Fair enough, fair enough. And just one last thing before we jump into this next fight, guys. We mentioned bottom switching and top switching. Top switching seems to be the meta for a lot of players for a long time, but you say a lot of players are moving into bottom switching now so they can hit that barrage a lot quicker. Why do you think it took so long for so many players to move into bottom switching?
I used to be a top switcher until maybe last year, and the reason I actually started changing, and I think a lot of people changed because of this, is they actually stopped allowing you to reorder your prayers. And I used to have my augury where my mystic might was, and my rigor where my eagle eye was, but now it's where they're supposed to be. So having your switches at the bottom, having your offensive prayers and defensive prayers at the bottom, and your special attack bar as well as your barrage all at the bottom, it's just better. It is like better just to have your switches at the bottom. Your mouse has to move less, and it's just more calculated and more clean. I think West Ham's still a top switcher though. Yeah,
I do actually agree with that. I would say that bottom switching definitely by far is the more efficient way to play the game. Myself, I'm a top switcher. I haven't really opted to go to bottom switching just yet. I still think top switching is just more aesthetically pleasing. That's why I keep doing it. I think if it wasn't for me caring so much for aesthetics, I would definitely be bottom switching by now.
Yeah, fair play. Kevin actually winning the start of this fight versus Meagle. Not too much damage being outputted yet so far. One claw spec coming out of either of them.
Oh,
Kevin gets
getting massively taunts there.
Oh my god, he could have definitely died right there. Did not get those eats off until all of those specs were gone through. So Meagle definitely already down a bit of food versus Kevin, which is not being what we were expecting so far. Another free hit by Kevin there so far. And another free hit, a whip on robes.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, it might just be that Kevin was just facing his own style of play and like his own play style. And right now, it seems like he is on the upside versus Megal.
Seems to still getting bolted in his robes, however, just takes a bolt right there on his robes. Doesn't seem to be going Meagle's way when he gets those hits, though. It is a 0. Kevin catching the instant freeze, and so far, everything is going according to his plan. Seems to be getting a lot of damage outdone. Gets a whip on Meagle's robes there again for a 0. A 36 whip to follow it up. Everything is going Kevin's way so far.
Yeah, I mean, getting another 35 barrage right there, but getting that 27 opal ball on prey. Not entirely sure if that was that through prey or off prey? I'm not sure.
I'm not entirely sure. But Meagle is down so much in this fight. If Kevin can catch a refreeze and get that DD advantage shortly. Not sure how they're looking. Oh no, Kevin already used the specs. I remember he almost killed him. Kevin gets refrozen, gets whipped in robes again, takes a 0. Meagle has the DD advantage right now.
Yeah, right now between the two, it seems like they are both trading hits. Kevin doing a very nice job catching his opponent right there, though. Still opting for those freezes. Still feel like he might get hit on robes, and he does get hit 35. On robes right there. A 35 on robes. Not entirely sure what happened. He could have gotten that barrage off and still put his tank on in time before the bolt hit, but he decided
misclicks,
to...
maybe.
Yeah, it seemed like he must have misclicked there and just stayed in his robe for a tick longer than he should have.
Meggle also getting bolted in his robes, to be fair. Maybe not as much as Kevin, who just gets bolted in his robes again. Takes a 0.
And
another
again,
ball on his robes.
another
42.
42.
That's the punishment you're talking about when you're constant. You have like 0 defense in that sort of gear. Kevin has the freeze DD advantage right now, but Meagle bolts him back at 12.
Yeah, right now between the two, Kevin has the freeze advantage right now, but still, he's sitting in his robes a bit too much. I mean, even before Meggle caught the attempted to catch the freeze on him, could have gone for another bolt on his robes. And right now, Kevin's going to go for another freeze by the looks of things. Let's see if he's going to get caught on his robes again. Taking a bit of damage there. Oh, actually chancing Meggle again with that claw.
Chance. And both times, Meagle wasn't even, it was like a hard chance. He's been on 50, 60 HP, could have died to both of those claws. I don't know what's going on with Meggle. He's had some very impressive displays versus Grim and other people. But Kevin seems to be giving him a run for his money right now.
Yeah, it seems like he's kind of having trouble staying high HP and making sure that his food management is decent here. He's taking a lot of risks. I'm not sure. That must have been Kevin's 3rd claw spec, I believe.
Yeah.
So it could have been that he just regenerated it and caught him by surprise there. But still, Meggle really needs to work on sitting higher HP, while Kevin needs to work on not sitting in his robes as much.
Not sure how much HP, not sure how much food either of these guys have left, but I will say Kevin still has a sizable lead in this round 1, and it's definitely been going his way. Could have ended the fight twice with either of those claw specs. Kevin eating up to full HP here, probably just wants to get this safe victory over him. Meggle trying to pull out those claws for that anti. Kevin's somewhat seeing it coming.
Oh, gets an bolt chanced. Meggle getting bolt on a 45 HP there.
I think Meggle, he is out of food. He is out of food.
Meggle being out of food. Trying to get that redemption proc right now on about 10 HP. Kev's best decision here is just to mage, which he seems to be opting for. Unsure if Meggle is going to get a redemption proc. No, he doesn't. Gets barraged a 24 there and goes down. And that is 1-0 to Kev.
Nice. Very dominant performance by Kevin. A little bit surprising, to be honest. A little bit surprising. I did think Meagle was going to win that pretty comfortably, especially considering how much Kevin was in his ropes there. But fair play to Kevin. Not sure how much food he had left in there, but he wins that 1-0.
Yeah, really nice performance from Kevin there. I forgot to mention that in this losers round 4, the winner of these matches is going to make it into the World Championship. So Kevin 1-0 up right now. He went out in the first round of the winner's bracket. He could potentially still make it to the World Champs here.
Yeah, looking at the PvP tracker for that fight, we have Kev with 53% praise correct to Meggle's 55%, but with Kev getting 6 extra hits on him, which seems to have put him in the lead for deserved damage. And I'm surprised to see that Kev got that much more damage though, because I thought it was kind of neck and neck between the two, but Kev being up 200 damage dealt.
Yeah, just based on the tracker there and the damage, it looked like Kev had a bit of a chokehold on that match there, and he's literally 1 win away from making it into the World Championships and potentially moving on to have a crack at winning this bracket for $1,000 as well.
Nice win by him. Okay, going into the second round now. Hopefully Meagle is hoping to claw this back. I really hope someone that has definitely been camping his tank a lot better in these fights would be able to do so. But not sure how Kevin's going to do this fight. He has been a little bit better. He did get bolted in his ropes quite a bit last fight, but if he can step it up and just keep that same momentum he had going last fight, should be somewhat of an easy win for him. He's already got 2 free hits into an opal bolt for a 25.
Yeah, right now, both of them is trying to get the freeze here. Looks like Meggle was trying to go for that claw spec, but got him frozen, so he's unable to get that off. Kev, not really utilizing that DD advantage. Seems like he's misclicked and stepped right next to him instead. Both of them is kind of trading hits with each other, not really getting that many free hits. Kev gets his first free hit right there. Maybe second. No, Meggle freezes him back, and Meggle is about to get the freeze advantage right here.
Yep, Kevin getting bolted in his robes again, still taking a 0. He does keep his Dragon Square Shield on for some of it, but still maybe not the smartest idea. Camp and Prey melee right next to each other. Meggle gets bolted at 26, followed up by the whip. Kevin going for that DD right away.
Yeah, very unfortunate there. A 2 claws spec, not exactly the highest, but I do believe that was on Prey, so can't expect much there. Meggle getting whipped on his ropes for a 26. Kevin, yeah, again, kind of misclicking a lot. Not really able to get the DD before Mego hits him back. But Kevin getting a decent amount of hits right now. Got that extra free bolt. Steps away, gets the freeze on Mego's Varrock's plate skirt right there without the Carol's top on. Still splashing though, very unfortunate for him. Seems like Kevin is going to get the freeze advantage right here again. Mego not really getting a lot of these DDs.
Yeah, sorry. Looks like I'm not sure who's up in food right now, but Kevin is 37 whip. Everything 40 bolt traded for that on his robes. Let's see who decides to walk out. I think Mego has the DD advantage right now. He's probably going to stand out. Goes for that whip. Gets bolted back at 25. In his robes again. Gets whipped for a 12. Actually wins that exchange. Even Meagle hasn't been great on his tank switches this fight. He's been getting caught in his robes quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, right now between the two, I'm not completely sure who is up food right now. Kevin definitely having the DD advantage a lot more than what Meagle has been this fight. Getting some few extra hits here and there. Not really paying off for him all that much though. Both of them is kind of hitting zeros right now, trading with each other. Seems like Kevin has gotten the first hit between the two there with the 15, opting to go for the freeze. And he has gotten the freeze yet again, getting another session of DD momentum. I mean, Mego is just not getting any DDs on Kevin right now, and he's getting really lucky with that refreeze RNG.
Oh my god, he's just done about oh my god, followed up by a 44 whip. He's just done about 150 damage in that little sequence right there. Runs off for another bolt, hits a zero. He's definitely up a lot. And Eagle probably not expecting this after watching the fights on stream. Kevin has kind of been dominating in both of these rounds. Even another claw going in, another claw that could have killed him. I think Eagle's out of food here. Yeah, he's trying to hit the heart prey. Hits the heart prayer. I think this might be. Yeah, I don't think he's too happy with his performance. He's asking him, what are you doing?
I mean, seems like Mogul is not too happy with this loss that he's about to get handed to him right now.
Yep. Kevin handed it to him good. Still on full HP. Meagle might be able to get another heart prey off depending on what he gets hit with. He's on about 30 HP right now, so depends how he really plays this. Seems to have got the out of food RNG that we are always talking about. Doesn't seem to be dying here. 15, another heart prey gets hit. Gets caught in his robes.
Kev splashing, even though Mego not even having his augury on right there. None of the protection prays either.
K-top.
Seems like Kevin might be waiting for a claw spec here, or... Oh, and he does take him out with the 19 to the 34 right there. And Kevin has advanced, going on to the grand finals in not this bracket, but the actual grand final for the Method Mayhem. And it seems that Megul is out. That is really surprising. I really thought Megul was going to win this, but it seems like Megul has met his match and underperformed compared to his other fights.
Yeah, just like that, Megul is out of this tournament. Absolute heartbreak, I'd imagine, for him, getting so close to moving on into that World Championships, but falling at the last hurdle. But an amazing performance from Kev, going out in the first round and then winning all 4 of his losers round brackets to advance to the World Championships.
Yeah, and it seems like that freeze RNG that Kevin got really played a part in this. I mean, looking at the PvP tracker right here, we have Kevin with 65% praise, right, to Megul 70%, but Kevin with 21 extra hits on Megul, and I mean, it has to come down to the freeze RNG right there. He got so many more DD advantages on Megul, and that really paid off for him, having 516 extra deserved damage, sorry, to Megul's 362. Massive difference right there. Kevin even getting more damage than what he deserved.
Yeah, 21 hits different there. Absolutely insane performance from Kev. The next set we're going to be looking at is going to be Dragfire Ward versus Script Kid LOL, a set that I'm definitely looking forward to, but we are going to be looking at that one after a short break. Going to be a 6-minute break, guys, and then we'll be back to see Stars 29 versus Jewel Steak.
You need to know. If you see me how I see you, it will show. I am waiting for a moment to tell you everything.
row. We can't do any damage back on 40.
Oh, Saladin! Does Ethan have a claw? Oh my god! No way!
What? Oh, I'm so surprised. Thing. So it looks like they're both out of food, just like the last fight, really coming down to the wire right now. The whip, oh my, what a combo! Steps underneath, goes from AJ, expects
The party number, there it is. Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Method Mayhem US East PvP circuit. We have just seen Kev take on Megal in the losers round 4 to move on to the World Championships. And now we're going to be seeing Stars 29 take on Jewel Stake in this losers round 4 matchup.
Interesting fight for sure. Script Kid or Dual Stake had some incredible performances versus Immaculate and also beat Miraja earlier 2-0, who was another favorite. Had some very good fights versus Coin earlier in the winners bracket, but did end up falling to Coin. Coin did just lose to OA now, so unfortunately he's out back in that. So I do think going into this, Script Kid OL definitely going to be the favorite. Drag Fireward, however, has done a really good job so far. He has fought some really tough opponents, and that's why he's down here in the losers bracket. I would say Script Kid LOL, even with the Rune Kite Shield, probably still the favorite.
The Rune Kite Shield definitely going to be coming into play here. Drag Fireward, the man with the Dragon Defender as well. The one we all thought was an Iron Man yesterday. Unfortunately, didn't turn out that he was. But as you said, Script Kid being in the losers bracket since round 2. He's had to win 2 of his matchups to get here, but both of those matchups being 2-0. So absolutely dominating in the losers bracket here. Coming up against Drag Fireward, who lost his last match, I believe, to Pizza Bug.
Yeah, he did lose to Pizza Bug, who was Waleed 2004. Very dominant performance. Pizza Bug ended up ended up losing to Antonio Montana or Destroyed 64A with 2 very, very close fights. Stars or Drag Fireward did beat Stanos and Koof earlier in the original bracket, and the Stanos fights were very interesting to see. He won that 2-1. Drag Forward is good. I do think he's just a little bit outclassed going into this fight. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Script Kid do some insane plays, and I truly do think that our Rune Kite Shield G Warrior will win this. Starting off very strong with a very nice whip at the start there. Both of them getting frozen, but it looks fake. No, Script Kid, it does still have the freeze advantage right here. Might be able to get a few free hits to start off the fight.
Yep, he's got the DD advantage. Let's see what he decides to do with it. Hasn't taken any hits from that. Honestly, missed a couple there, but he's getting back into it now. Maybe a couple misclicks. Drag Firewood with that Dragon Defender, tempting him back. No damage really coming out from either of them right now.
Yeah, both of them kind of just trading zeros right now. I'm looking at the predictions. Someone did mention there is a 1 to 800 return rate right now on Dragon Fireward if you were to bet on the 2, and that sounds like very good odds to me. So if that was me, I'd definitely be betting some on Dragon Fireward.
Heavy underdog in this fight so far. Really hasn't been much damage coming out from either of them. The Rune Kite doing a good job attacking. I will notice that Script Kid is pretty much maging Dragon Fireward with every single one of its attacks so far. Very similar to OA's playstyle. Drag Fireward going in for that claw, gets refrozen instantly, and Script Kid runs away right away. Another ball coming out from him, trades for a 0 claw.
Yeah, that is a very unlucky claw. I believe that claw to be a off-prey claw on robes. Both of the claws being extremely weak so far.
Yeah, a bunch of claw specs coming out from either of them. Script Kid still got a 43 whip following up. Definitely a little bit of a lead so far going into this fight. Runs out. When he runs out to barrage, he always makes sure that he gets hit in his tank first before switching to his mage, which is actually really smart.
That is the best strat to do to prevent yourself from taking as much damage as possible. Obviously, if you do just go for the barrage straight away, you can get a free hit, but it's really not worth the risk.
Yeah, 100%. Script Kid using that movement really good, runs off. He did just take a bolt in there without having his Rune Kite Shield on, but I think he's okay with taking a couple here or there. Trades that tent back really nicely. Probably wasn't expecting to get hit back there. Dragon Fireward instantly refrozen while trying to go for the DD. And Script Kid LOL just seems to get the momentum no matter what exchange they're doing.
Yeah, right now, both of them is trading hits. Seems like they're both opting a lot for barrages here. Script K taking a 25 barrage right there. He does have the DD advantage right now. Coming straight back with a 34 bolt. And Seems like he's going for a whip there, but gives up on it. Tries to go for that barrage. Splashes, though. Gets whipped on ropes for a 35. Very nice play there by Dragonfire Ward.
Gets
and
frozen for a 33.
Barrage.
The ball on ropes, only for a 0. Dragonfire Ward stopped in his tracks by that blitz there. Giving Script Kid a little bit of time to recover here. Goes in for those freezes. He's only really been barraging a lot this entire fight. Gets bolted in his ropes again for a 0. Trades back a 17.
Yeah, right now, both of them playing it extremely well. Dragonfire Ward getting bolted a 35 right there, though, through his tank, but off prey by the looks of things. Bolting his opponent on ropes there, I believe. Still hitting his 0, though. Script Kid has the DD advantage yet again. Seems to go for another barrage right there, taking his hit on tank, like we said before, and then going for the barrage rather than barraging straight away and taking a hit on ropes.
Seems to be winning most of these changes. Did just get bolted a 37 there, I think, but he instantly just brews up and keeps hitting. He's not really missing any hits right there. Did just get tent whipped in really low defense, but got hit a 19, so fair enough. His movement has been really good whenever they're both unfrozen. Catches that refreeze, I think. He gets frozen, and now they're both just going to be mage and raging each other for now.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you're placed in situations like this, it is definitely not the most exciting thing to watch, but you can get lucky and get a decent bit of RNG here and maybe outplay your opponent. Still, both of them opting a decent amount of barrages here.
Whoa, Script Kid running into that claw, actually taking on Prey Melee, maybe part of his plan. Comes back, trying to answer with a claw of his own, but Dragonfire Ward running out of range there. Script Kid canceling it, not committing to the claw. Fair play to him. He tries going in for it again. He really wants to use that claw, or he's just faking him, which is fair play. Gets an Opal Ball off Prayer 43
right there
into another one for a 0. He might try and send his claw now that he's got a couple bolts in, if he can get the right movement. Think he's another one?
And then goes for a bolt. Seems like he does.
I think this is going to be it.
Scratches him right there, though. Still,
hopefully he doesn't try and push it too much, because he will. Dragonfire Ward will Prey Melee now that he's seen it so many times.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I think it's...
Oh, no.
And he has gone for a Dragon Crossbow spec right there, blasting his opponent. Unfortunately, only for a 0, but getting a 31 barrage straight after.
Still doesn't really seem to affect his playstyle. Dragonfire Ward on about 40 HP, 50 HP, not really eating here. Not sure how much food he has left. Gets whipped to 10. Still not eating. Very possible he's out of food here. Gets that refreeze. I think he may have done the infamous Virac Skirt barrage there.
I think we're going to see a one-tick 4-way barrage here from Script Kitty very soon, I reckon.
Let's see him go for it. What's he going to decide to do? Goes for that bolt. Yeah, Dragonfire Ward out of food, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think if Dragonfire Ward had some food, he would have eaten it by now. I mean, just getting bolt chance like that is not worth it. Right now, him sitting on 20 HP though versus Script Kid's 80, and he does get taken out by that 33 barrage, and that is a 1-0 for Script Kid.
Script Kid, LOL, very nice performance. The barrages are very, very clean, so really nice one-ticks from him, and as the favorite, wins the first round versus Dragonfire Ward.
Yeah, nice little performance there from Script Kid, going up 1-0 against Dragfire Ward. Once again, the winner of this matchup will be moving on to the World Championships. And it's kind of crazy to see that someone that has been in the losers bracket for most of this tournament going in as favorite in this losers round of 4.
Yep, he had some impressive wins so far, and with a Rune Kite Shield, still doing that much of a dominant display. Obviously not the biggest difference, but still just funny to see. And fairly decisive round 1.
Yeah, no, definitely not a huge difference there with the Rune Kite Shield, but it is funny to see that someone that is making it this far in the tournament didn't do everything they could to get the maximum bonuses against their opponents, but apparently it doesn't really matter.
Fair play to it.
Looks as though, unfortunately, we won't be getting the PvP tracker for that match, but if you had to guess what it looked like, what do you think, boys?
I'd say it's definitely in favor of Dragonfire, Script Kid. A couple of extra hits there that he got, and a lot of bolts on ropes that probably played a part in it.
Yeah, I'd say he was definitely outplaying his opponent. Unfortunately for us, I mean, without a PvP tracker, we truly can't tell. We can only take it as at face value. So, Dragonfire Ward, I'm sorry if we are getting it wrong, but without PvP tracker, we can't really tell. Starting off though, Script Kitty taking a bolt on ropes there for that freeze straight away. Both of them hitting about equal damage. Script Kitty being down about 30 damage so far. Still, opting for those barrages. Not really hitting a lot, but getting a little bit of damage in at least.
Yeah, Dragonfire Ward surprisingly seems to have a little bit of momentum at the start of this fight. He actually bolted Script Kid. 40
very
claw?
nice.
Was that off prey?
Into the double as well.
2 claw specs, both, I think the first one was off prey, second one definitely was off prey, did a lot of damage there, and he's got that freeze right off the start. Going into this as the underdog, he's definitely up around 150 damage, maybe at the start of this fight already. Very nice to see. ScriptKid LOL tries to answer back with a claw on prey melee, gets bolted in his robes on an opal ball, only gets hit at 29 though.
Yeah, I mean, that 29 definitely could have been a lot bigger, taking that he was in his robes and it was off prey, but ScriptKid still having 1 claw spec, could maybe use that to pull it back right here. He might be opting to save it for a little bit though.
Couple free hits from ScriptKid LOL there with that DD, runs out and goes for that freeze. He's really good at never getting hit in his robes when he wants to DD and go for those freezes. Another claw out of him, both claws from him on prey melee, so not really doing a whole bunch of damage there. I think that hit around a 30 if I'm not mistaken. ScriptKid LOL 32 refreeze right again. He has the DD advantage right off the bat. Probably going to brew up and keep doing damage while he eats. Another 28 bolt coming out of him.
Oh, a 41 as well. I mean, he is definitely getting a lot of momentum right now. The hits are just non-stop for him. As I say that, though, he's taking a 31 barrage into the 19 whip there. So Dragon Firewood might be getting some RNG here and maybe getting the momentum back. He's getting a couple free hits. And
another ball on robes. Yeah, he's getting a little bit of momentum back. Definitely a lot closer than the first fight would have seemed. Drag forward, a couple nice 1-ticks from him. Unfortunately, getting caught in his robes there as he was switching. ScriptKid LOL, really great movement out of him. Best movement I think we've seen in some of these fights. Runs out diagonally, bolts him a 30, runs back in for the whip. All of his gear switches seem to be on par. If he needs to be in his mage defense, he is. As I say, that gets bolted on his mage's book, but did have the rest of his tank on. So not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, so far ScriptKid
just needs to eat
a
up.
really nice job, but he needs to eat up right now, and it looks like he's using the last of his combo food right there to bring himself back up to full HP.
Still getting hit quite a bit.
Yeah, Dragon Firewood still keeping that momentum while ScriptKid is eating. Both of them not dealing too much damage right now, but doing small increments here and there that chip away at
some really nice whips from ScriptKid there. Some really nice whips as Dragon Firewood was running away. 17 barrage there. He's got the DD advantage again. He has been using his mage a lot more compared to anyone I've really been seeing. And I think it's because he's got those clean full ways down compared to everyone else. He can pretty much always hit it accurately, and he's keeping his opponent pretty confused right now.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon Firewood going for that claw, but looked to be on prey, and unfortunately only hitting a 1 and taking a 38 straight back. ScriptKid regenerating at that 50% has shown off his claws right there, keeping Dragon Firewood on edge, but he still gets taken off prey. Dragon Firewood goes down to a 36 staff bash, and it looks like ScriptKid's AHK has proven to be better.
Yep, and he is moving on into the next fight versus Kevin. Good fights. As the favorite going into that, fair enough to him for winning it pretty decisively.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely outplayed his opponent, though, that is for sure.
Yeah, a nice little 2-0 there for ScriptKid. He's going to be moving on to the World Championships there. West Ham saying the AHK there. Obviously, at this level of play, the players are really, really good at what they can do. And a 3-way 1-tick barrage is definitely not out of the question. And you're going to see that a lot more commonly towards the end of this bracket. But ScriptKid moving on to the World Championships, just like that, claiming as the favorite.
Yeah,
congratulations to him.
Looking at the tracker between the two, ScriptKid definitely outplaying his opponent, getting 2 extra hits with 20% extra prayers as well. Kind of confusing though, because the deserved damage between the two actually remaining somewhat close despite all of that extra. 415 to 380 deserved damage between the two. Seems
actually
like
a pretty close fight, yeah.
Yeah, ScriptKid must have taken a lot of hits on robes for that to even out there.
Yeah, definitely interesting there on the tracker. Those 1 to 800 odds that the people in the chat were getting on their predictions, not really working out this time, unfortunately. But ScriptKid moving on. The next matchup we're going to be looking at is Aguero versus Grim. Mr. Boom 50 versus Grim. Boys, what are our thoughts on this one?
So both Kanini people. Grim is one of the leaders of Kanini, if I'm not mistaken. As for Aguero, another Kanini member, West Ham, being the founder of Kanini, doesn't even know who this is. So I'm very interested to see how he performs against Grim.
To find out who Mr. Boom 50 actually is, but we do know who Grim is, and if I'm being completely honest. Aguero really pulling through in this tournament, showing some really nice plays. I do think Grim might be the better player here, though, and it will be interesting to see them battle head-on. And I think no matter what, who loses, I think they'll be happy to take that loss regardless.
I think I'm going to go with Mr. Boom 50 here as the favorite. Not sure who he is, but just from his performances so far versus everyone else, I think he'll be the favorite in this fight.
I'm going to have to agree with you there. Based on what I've seen so far, I'm definitely going to be putting my points on Mr. Boom 50 here. That being said, in the losers bracket, Grim has been there since round 2, and both of his matchups have been 2-0. So absolutely dominating the losers bracket there. But if we take a look at Mr. Boom 50's run in the top bracket, if I can find it here.
He won one round versus OA, ended up losing that 1-2. He beat DDF3, a very hard opponent. He 2-0'd them, and also beat King Barnes, a very hard opponent. Very close fights, 2-0 in the first round. So yeah, I think it's my favorite for this fight.
Pretty dominating going through the top bracket there for Mr. Boom 50 as well. So either way, I think it's going to be a close fight, and certainly one that is going to be interesting to watch.
Yep, 2 Kanini members versus each other. We only seen another fight between 2 FL members, like 2 members of the same team earlier, with OA beating Clipper earlier in the winners bracket. This is another Kanini versus Kanini fight now.
Yeah, so if 2 members of Kanini together fighting each other, I don't think they're going to be too upset either way. I think we're going to see a lot of respect between the fighters here. I'd be very surprised if we see any flame going on in the chat. Should just be good fights all around.
Yeah, guess it depends on who Mr. Boom really is.
Yeah, I mean, it truly does.
Might not be from Kanini at all.
It might even be me.
Oh, Mr. West Ham on the sticks.
Definitely wouldn't have made it this far, let's be honest.
Oh,
yeah,
come on now.
He's pretty good.
Nah. That's just harsh, man.
My bad.
And here we are, guys. We're jumping into the first match between Mr. Boom 50 and Grim. Take it away, boys.
Yep. Seems like they're both frozen off the bat here. I'm interested to see how they're going to be doing, whether they are just having this for fun or they're going to be competing hard to see who's going to win. Grim, obviously being the leader of Kanini, probably wants to get the win for his team, maybe more, like leading from the top, but we'll have to see. He does seem to be up a little bit of damage at the start of this fight, just off a couple bolts. Hasn't eaten yet, and there's a little bit of red on Mr. Boom's HP bar.
Yeah, I mean, I think regardless of them two being friends, I think they're still going to give each other a fair fight, make sure that the content is there as well. It would be kind of interesting if they were to bring out AGS, as we saw. I do believe it was Shadi versus Bellis bringing out AGS versus each other. Grim getting
up a bunch, flicks on the smite there. Don't know if he meant to do that, but either way, it was cool to see. He's up a bunch, a 41 bolt too.
41 as well. Seems like he's trying to get his opponent on ropes there, but Mr. Boom getting the freeze at the very last second, getting a little bit of RNG back, bolting him a 35 right there. Grim trying to go for the freeze by the looks of things, but goes back in his tank to eat up a little bit.
A bunch of free hits there from Mr. Boom. Gets another whip on Grim's robes. Grim probably had a lot of momentum at the start of this fight, but Mr. Boom definitely coming back, making it evener right now. Mr. Boom's still unfrozen here, goes for that ball on Grim's robes, only hits a 17. Grim trades it for a claw off prayer right on robes, only hits, I think, maybe that was a 32 claw, if I'm not mistaken. Really not the biggest damage you can get.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very nice anti. Yet again, a very nice movement stall right there.
Grim's movement is really good right now. Yeah, that claw was really, really nice. I think that was like a 50 claw, if I'm not mistaken. He's up a decent bit of food right now, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Boom being a titan of the other fights right now, Grim is really just playing around with his food by the looks of things, and he's getting him
31 balls. Grim is doing really well. He even uses his K-top, predicts that claw, and gets his prey melee on, so definitely not a chance there. Eats up regardless, so that he can recover in this fight. Switches to his robes here. Don't know if this is the best decision. Tries to go for that Dragon Square Shield Mystic Robe freeze, doesn't get it, ends up switching to his tank. He's still doing a great job at making sure he can get every single hit possible while being DD'd on. Even when you're going for mage, that is a little bit risky, because if you misclick it, you might lose a hit here or there. Grim sort of recovering this fight a little bit, took a little bit of damage there while being DD'd.
Another ball for a 23.
He's really just extending his lead right now.
Yeah, I mean, Grim is playing it really well, really showing off the movement in this fight so far. Mr. Boom seems to be pulling it back a little bit though, but Grim still being in the lead. Let's see if he can actually get a little bit of a lead on Grim though with this freeze, and it doesn't look like Grim has caught him straight away back. bolting his opponent off prey right there for a 24. Mr. Boom still kind of struggling to stay in this fight as Grim is heavily outplaying him.
Seems like the fight is a little bit even, maybe the offensive RNG just a little bit more on Grim's side, but a lot of these decisions, especially with the claws we saw earlier, just seem a little bit smarter by him. Mage defense on for those barrages. Did just get clawed, I think, in maybe not in rows, but definitely off prayer. Gets hit around to 30. Mr. Boom 50 doing his best to claw this fight back.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very nice claw from Mr. Boom 50. It did look like Grim attempted prey melee, but took off his prayer entirely right before.
So a little bit of a double click.
Yeah, might have been a little bit of a double click right there, and it seems like Grim is still in the lead though, doing as I say
whip.
that he gets whipped, a 45 still though.
Then bolted
he's
on ropes.
attempting to freeze them back right there, trying to go for that whip,
no.
still not getting any hits. Mr. Boom getting 2 free hits right there, but unfortunately stepping out in his robe, getting bolted a 19.
He's definitely getting quite a few free hits on Grim here. Grim needs to bring this back. I think he might be a little bit under pressure right now. Neither of them really eating on their 40, 50 HP. Not sure whether either of them have food or whether they're just trying to keep the momentum up. Grim is eating now. I think he's decided he lost that exchange and just needs to get his HP back up and try to recover.
Yeah, right now it seems like Grim is on the defensive a little bit. It's he's really not getting that RNG that he was seeing at the start of the fight.
A lot of free hits for Mr. Boom right now. Grim definitely throwing away his lead right now. As we say that
though, nearly getting a whip KO right there into the bolt 41 straight after taking Mr. Boom out.
Fair play. I think Grim might have been out there too. I think he might have been out there too, or very close to out. Very close fight. Did seem like he was throwing away the lead there a little bit, but ended up securing the victory. 1-0 for Grim.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Grim is definitely improving now. He has shown off a lot more of his skill this fight than what we've seen previously. His movement being a lot nicer, his claw predictions being a lot nicer. I mean, that all around, that was a really nice fight from Grim.
Yeah, really nice fight from both players there. Very, very close fight for the first one, as we expected. Both these players putting on some incredible performances on their way to this fight.
Oh, looking at the PvP tracker for that fight, though, it looks like Mr. Boom was actually in the lead. Those extra few hits that he got at the end. Dude. We have Boom with 11 free hits.
Grim is a lucky man.
Getting 60% praise right to Grim's 51, with Mr. Boom having 531 deserved damage to Grim's 428, but Grim dealing significantly more damage. Also,
he's got that leader RNG, managed to beat his own member, even despite being down so much deserved damage.
That's quite crazy there. It's maybe a little less close than we thought. 162 damage different there. Maybe Mr. Boom wasn't as close to out of supplies as we originally thought.
No, definitely not. I mean, it looks like that was a little bit of a landslide for Grim, but more so on the RNG side. He definitely didn't seem to be outplaying his opponent as much as we thought.
Grim with 10 less hits, if I'm not mistaken, that was, and still being up so much damage. Interesting to see. Let's see if I do think until that end of the fight, it was a lot more close than it seemed, but Grim was just throwing a lot towards the end of the fight. Maybe those 10 extra hits came right then and there, so have to see how he does in this next one.
Based on the tracker there, it looks as though Mr. Boom was kind of in the driver's seat, and the RNG maybe not coming through as he would have liked it. So hopefully in this next fight, he can bring it back a little bit, and we might see a nice little 1-1 before going into that deciding fight.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we can see a bit more of an even fight between the two. Grim definitely getting the more RNG there. Maybe Mr. Boom can pull through, do the same, but this time get the actual deserved RNG that he didn't get that fight, sorry. And Grim may be getting a little bit on the unlucky side this time.
So the winner of this... sorry, Jake, you go.
Yeah, I was about to say the winner of this one is going to face the winner of Saeed and White Flag. Do you boys see either of these players taking on Saeed or White Flag in the next round?
So I'm not sure who White Flag is. I'm not sure who he is, but he's really good. I think that's going to be a really close fight. If Saeed does manage to pull through, no matter what happens, it's going to be another Kanini versus Kanini fight because Saeed is from Kanini. And obviously these two fights right now, or this fight right now is between two Kanini members. As for White Flag, no idea on who he actually is, but he's had impressive fights all throughout the 20, so I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting one. I think based on what we've seen from Saeed and White Flag, it's definitely going to be a tough matchup for either Grim or Mr. Boom 50, whoever it is that's going to be advancing into the next round after this one.
Apparently Grim is having a little bit of technical issues on his internet right now, so we're gonna have to wait until we can get into that fight. Could be a little bit of excuses just by getting slapped up by his teammate. We're not too sure. We'll have to see.
West Ham, you being from Kanini and seeing these two people fight, do you have any insights on what goes on inside the clan and who potentially Mr. Boom 50 might be, or how he's performing today?
I mean, looking by his style of play, I almost would say that it's like Grim fighting Grim right now. I genuinely can't tell who it is because he is really top notch and they are both having very similar playstyles. I would say that it can't be someone with high ping, that's for sure, because he is playing it really well, getting those prayers even more correct than Grim. So I'm not entirely sure.
What do you do when Grim's on both of the accounts? Grim actually getting bolted in robes right there.
Little do we know that Grim is mirroring both of the accounts.
Yeah. Both of them trading bolts there on robes. Neither of them actually getting hit though. I'm excited to see who gets the first freeze opportunity here. Mr. Boom 50 goes for it and cashes it, gets that free hit. Let's see if he can make it into something. Grim getting bolted at 42. He tried going for that freeze, kept his Dragon Square Shield on, but still got bolted at 42. I never think it's worth it getting bolted in your robes, even if you had the Dragon Square Shield on. And
no, definitely not. But, I mean, we have seen both Reese and Bellis do that a lot. They would very often sacrifice being bolted or whipped in robes to get that freeze whenever they're being DD'd upon. And it did work out for them, so it might be a decent strat, honestly.
Yeah, fair play to them. I see Mr. Boom 50's
Grim getting a very nice claw, but unfortunately for Mr. Boom, also clawing Grim off prey didn't hit as much. Yeah. Grim definitely getting the bigger claw and gets another massive claw right there.
Big Grim, a 70 claw. He's up a big amount of damage right now. That claw definitely is going in. I was just about to comment on how Mr. Boom's 50's movement was really good at avoiding those claws, but he ran face into two of them, so never mind.
Yeah, I mean, Grim bottling another 40 right there. Grim being up 140 damage from those 270 claws and following the RNG that we're seeing right now. It really seems like Mr. Boom is getting shredded right now. Both of them eating up to full though. Kind of trying to catch their breath right here to make sure that they're both full HP, kind of repotting. Right now, both of them kind of just trading hits though. Trading range hits and whip hits. Seems like Mr. Boom is opting to run away. Seems like he's run away from Grim's screen right there. Grim getting the first freeze. Freezing Mr. Boom back, though.
Yeah, so even with Grim being extremely dominant in the last fight, it actually showed that he was down on the tracker and deserved damage by quite a significant amount. This fight, Grim is definitely up a lot of damage again so far. Maybe more deserved. Both of those, maybe, I'm not sure about the first claw, but that second claw was definitely off prayer on full robes for a 70. So getting hits like that is definitely going to help you out a lot. I think Grim is definitely performing a lot better in this round compared to how he ended off the last round, at least.
I'm not entirely sure how much damage the claw specs add on deserved damage whenever you claw someone like off prey, but maybe on tank and on robes, if there's a massive difference between those two. I've never really done the statistics on that, but it does seem like Grim is doing a bit better here. As I say that though, goes in for 23 staff bash. Still, a nice damage for Grim. Gets bolted on robes for a 0. Not entirely sure who's actually winning prayer-wise.
Yeah, like a fight of this skill level, prayers are extremely hard to do. Almost every single hit they're doing to each other is a one-tick. Grim did just get whipped to 44 there, and he's in his robes again for that Dragon Square Shield freeze. Doesn't manage to catch it. Instantly switches back to that tank, though. Pretty smart from him.
Yeah, trying to get that freeze on Mr. Boom right now, as Mr. Boom has the advantage, kind of just running around the map. Trying to get Grim as far away from him as possible. I do believe they both dumped the third claw spec. Oh no, as I say that, Mr. Boom does a very nice anti right there. Unfortunately for Mr. Boom, his claws are just not on par with Grim's. He has clawed his opponent twice off prayer now and still not hit even close to what Grim did.
Yeah, Grim ran straight into that claw. Grim giving his claw back, only hitting a 1. Not sure if he had the prayer on for that, but Mr. Boom's probably happy with that considering how bad his claw specs have been. A 17 whip coming in from Mr. Boom. He's going to try and catch that refreeze. They're both refrozen there. Grim sitting on fairly low HP. Eating. He's going to have to start eating up here, or Mr. Boom is going to maybe get a chance to KO him. Grim at full HP again. Ate up really quickly. He's going to try and get back into this fight now.
Yeah, so right now between the two, it looks like Grim still has a little bit of an advantage. I'm not entirely sure because Mr. Boom did get that 45 whip and a little small increment of damage, but Mr. Boom not eating right now, taking a 28 whip. Seems like he's out of food, 10 HP. Anything that Grim hits right now could be crucial to getting him that win. He just needs to make sure he's not proccing that redemption that Mr. Boom is flicking. Mr. Boom having the DD advantage, Bolt and Grim a 10 right there, taking
Grim
a
on
0.
low HP too. Getting bolted on robes and about 70 HP. He's not really eating. Gets hit at 15. Is he going to eat here? Maybe Grim is out of food too.
It seems like Grim is out of food with 50
Mr. Boom hits his heart prayer.
Mr. Boom getting a proc and maybe go... Oh, yeah, he does go down to that 24. And that is another 2-0 for Grim by the looks of things. I don't think Grim has lost a single fight so far in the losers bracket.
No, it doesn't seem like he has. And Grim, being the leader of Kanini, beats his own member and moves on to fight either Saeed or White Flag, whoever comes out on top of that. Very, very nice fight. I'm interested to see the tracker on that compared to the first one, whether Grim deserved to win that one too, or deserved to win that one at all.
Yeah, you are absolutely correct there, Caspar. Grim, every single match in the losers bracket has been a 2-0, a clean sweep for him there. And with that victory, he is going to be moving on to the World Championships of the Method Mayhem. And like you said, takes out his own Kanini member there.
Yeah, and looking at the tracker for that fight, Grim has taken away from the first fight and outperformed Mr. Boom, but not by a lot. Looking at the hits here, we have Mr. Boom with 5 free hits on Grim, and Mr. Boom doing slightly worse on the prayers with 49 versus 61%, but still deserved damage being extremely close between the two. Only a 10 deserved damage difference, meaning that is about as close of a fight as we're going to see. I do believe the closest fight we've seen was only a 2 damage difference in deserved damage.
Yeah, incredibly close between the two Canadian members there. The next fight we're getting into is Saeed versus White Flag. Once again, don't know who White Flag is, but he's been amazing throughout the whole tournament. Saeed is another Canadian member, so if he wins this, he will be facing his leader Grim in the next round.
Yeah, so I mean, if Saeed does win this, it looks like we are in for a lot of Kanini versus Kanini fights here in the losers bracket. I will say White Flag has done extremely well throughout this tournament, so I think Saeed is definitely up for a good fight.
Yeah, definitely Saeed's going to have a run for his money here. As we can see from the last 3 matches in this round 4, all 3 players that have progressed are from the losers bracket. They weren't the ones that lost in the main bracket in the last round, so they've had to win a couple of games in their double elimination to make their way into those world championships, and they have done so. But we are going to be looking at Saeed versus White Flag. Should be a very interesting fight, boys.
Yep, excited to see it. I'm not sure how Saeed's going to do. I feel like his opponents haven't maybe been the best like competitive spirit for him, or the like harder opponents that he can have. White Flag definitely had some really hard opponents, and that's why he's down here in the losers bracket. Ended up losing to Pizza Bug. I think there's going to be a really close fight, and the PvP tracker might be incredibly close between the two of them.
What, Sam?
Yeah, sorry, my headset's been kind of squeezing on my ear there. I think between White Flag and Saeed, it's definitely going to be a good fight between the two. I do think Saeed has had a bit of easier opponents than the other contestants that we've seen so far, though. So I definitely think White Flag will give, like you said, Jake, Saeed a run for his money.
Yeah,
Saeed did end up losing to Coin 1-2. We all saw Coin. This is back when he still wasn't changing for the Prey Melee, so excited to see where this goes.
Yep, should definitely be a good fight. Saeed obviously being the runner-up in the last 1v1 tournament, so he's going to have to take this one out to move on to the World Championships and sort of defend his runner-up place. Just quickly, guys, in the fights that we saw earlier with OA, we saw that he was tending to use his barrage more than his bolts, and you guys are mentioning that it's not something that you sort of see at this level, players opting to go for the barrage over the bolt. Can you just sort of explain for the viewers at home why we see more bolts than barrages in these types of fights?
I'd say it just comes down to the bolts being more accurate and having a higher max hit than the barrages. I mean, the barrage in this game maxing a 35 versus the bolts maxing a 53. That's a massive difference right there, and I kind of feel like bolts just are a better option depending on how you play it with it, and if you can catch your opponent off prey or on robes, for example. Putting yourself in mage gear, it's very risky. You do kind of put yourself at risk for being bolted on robes with basically 0 defense unless you're camping the shield. But going into the fight between White Flag and Saeed right here, White Flag starting off strong with a 28 whip, trying to go for that freeze. Saeed still sticking with the bolts, trying to catch White Flag on his robes. Doesn't seem like either of them are catching the freezes right here. Both of them still being unfrozen.
I'm really not a fan of Saeed's Dragon Square Shield freezes, but he actually did just catch one there over White Flag trying to use his M-Book and instantly goes into a 42 whip. Dragon Square Shield freezes, yeah, if you guys are going to attack same tick, you might as well have it on, but you could always just delay one tick, take the hit in your tank, and then use your Mage's Book. But Saeed doesn't really seem to be opting to do that too much.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Right now, though, it seems like they're both staying on their feet. Saeed should be able to get that prey melee, and he does. Takes a bolt on Robes, though, not entirely sure if that was off or on prey. White Flag doing a nice job, whipping him back as Saeed goes for a bolt on the prayer. Saeed not having any prayer on right there, takes a 22 bolt. Seems like Saeed's movement is not the greatest right now. Kind of just flying all over the place. White Flag seeming to stay more composed. They're doing a bit better right now, but Saeed still being up a little bit, I think. Should be able to pull this back. He's got the DD advantage yet again, getting about 28 damage there. Still kind of flying all over the map. Bolting a lot more than a million right now by the looks of things.
Yep, Saeed moving around a bunch, actually hits the staff bash there. I think the nerves might be getting into him a little bit. Comes back in for a nice claw, hits a 27 off prayer. White Flag, not sure what he's doing there. Sitting in K-top Mystic Bottoms, got bolted on it, unfortunately. Another claw from Saeed, or is it a fakie? It is. He gets a bolt on Robes for a 31. Maybe not what Saeed meant to do there. Maybe was trying to go for a claw, but seems to have paid off.
It seemed like Saeed kind of misclicked right there and took a sidestep instead of clicking on his opponent, but still getting that 31 bolt on Robes was still a decent play. I mean, even if it was a misclick, it seemed to have worked out for him. Oh, Saeed taking a massive claw right there, though, for that 60 damage. Seems like that might have set him back all the damage that he was up so far. Saeed seems to be kind of choking right now, getting another 42 claw off prey. Still, Saeed not having dumped any of his claw specs, though, might be able to do something with that.
Yeah, it seems Saeed was up a lot of damage at the start of this fight. Gets another bolt on White Flag's Robes, actually, there for a 21. White Flag barraging him back at 20. Interested to see what they're going to do here with that first. Saeed's still not using his Mage's Book for any of this freezes. Is really not a fan of that. Goes in for another claw, hits the prey melee. White Flag going for the Virak skirt freeze. Probably didn't mean to do that, but ended up catching it regardless. Saeed still getting DD'd right now. White Flag walking out. Gets that whip off prayer. White Flag's movement is really good right now and is really controlling the DD. Gets another bolt off prayer. Gets a free hit there because Saeed tried to go for the tent whip. No barrage hits from White Flag right now. Goes in for another whip. Just a bunch of zeros. Saeed going for a Dragon Square Shield freeze. Once again catches it. Hey man, if it works, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Saeed kind of underperform in this fight compared to the other ones. It seems like all of this time spent waiting between the fights has kind of gotten to him. But right now, he's still pulling back a little bit strong. He seems to be getting warmed up throughout the fight. Getting a few free hits on White Flag there. White Flag trying to go for that whip.
Really
still
nice
catching
play.
Saeed.
That was a really nice play right there. Definitely thought he was going to go for that freeze, but at the last second, he walked back in to go for that whip. Something you probably wouldn't see from a lot of people. Got that DD now. Let's see. I would say White Flag is definitely doing a better job this fight. Controlling it more and just being a little bit more calm and collected in his decisions. Saeed still in his robes there, gets bolted.
Doesn't seem like White Flag has a massive advantage on Saeed despite outplaying him a little bit. Yeah. Saeed trying to go for that D-square freeze right there. Getting a whip on the robes, not hitting anything though, unfortunately for Saeed. Saeed camping 50 HP. Still...
Once again catches a Dragon Square Shield freeze.
Yeah, it does have the DD advantage. It goes for a Staff Bash though. I presume a misclick. Kind of eating himself back up to full HP and repotting, seeing what he's going to do next.
Nerves may be getting to Saeed a bit, but White Flag, while it may seem like he's performing really well, doesn't seem to be getting the best offensive RNG in this fight. Probably this fight is a lot closer than it should be, but not exactly sure until we get our hands on the tracker. White Flag got the freeze DD advantage here again. Let's see what he does.
White Flag getting an extra hit right there. Saeed trying to catch his opponent back in the robes, but it doesn't pay off because he doesn't get the freeze off. White Flag getting a bolt on robes, not hitting a lot though, but getting that 22 barrage straight after. Saeed looks like he's going for the claw spec, but failing, gets a 7 opal bolt proc, not the highest of hits, was still on tank, but off prey.
Gets clawed again on his robes for White Flag, but that was on prayer though, so it's all good for him. Not going to be taking too much damage there. White Flag waits to take that hit in his tank before switching to his robes for the freeze, and still doesn't get the freeze priority. Saeed seems to have had the freeze priority in this fight a little bit, despite not using the Mage's Book as much as White Flag has been using it.
Yeah, White Flag trying to go for that claw anti right there, but not paying off as Saeed ran far away, but still Both of them trading bolts, hitting each other off prey a decent amount. White Flag going for that claw through the prayer, hitting about 30 damage right there, maybe just a little bit over. Trying to get that whip onto Saeed's robes there, but failing as Saeed catches the blitz. Saeed yet again having the DD advantage, gets one free whip hit right there. Tries to go for a bolt by the looks of things.
Neither of their offensive RNG has been great in this fight. It's going on a while. Not sure how much supplies either of them have left. I do think White Flag has definitely been performing a little bit better. Not sure if he's up though. Gets another bolt there. Saeed almost going for a Varrock Skirt Freeze, deciding not to do it, thank God. Still has the Dragon Square Shield on though. Decides to go for a bolt instead. Another free hit there by White Flag as Saeed tries to go for the tent. We'll say White Flag is most likely definitely using Render Self here, so he knows if Saeed is going to try and melee him while he's on him.
Yeah, I mean, Render Self definitely been standard for these fights. It looks like Saeed might be out of food after that 42 whip. Staying very low HP, maybe eating the last piece of his food right there. Not entirely sure on what the situation here is in the inventory.
He's
but
back at full.
Yeah, he is back at full HP, so maybe it isn't his last food. Still gets forward at 38 though. It looks like White Flag is due for a win here. Getting a lot more damage than what Saeed is dealing right now.
Saeed's still trying his best to fight back. Gets bolted off prayer there, so he needs to make sure every hit he takes is the right. Claws him on prey melee again. He's just trying to use whatever he can. Goes in for a whip, no defender. I'm not sure about all the decisions Saeed's making this fight. Maybe leading to him losing it, but still has food. Still is somewhat high HP.
Yeah, White getting Flag, a little bit of RNG right now, though. Bolting that 36, but taking it straight back with a 17 whip. Seems like Saeed...
White Flag could be out, too. Goes in for the claw on Saeed's robes.
Oh, and procs his redemption. Oh, and goes down straight away after with that 28 whip. Very unfortunate for Saeed, but it did seem like White Flag was doing better that fight. It'll be interesting to see the PvP tracker between the two.
Saeed almost making a comeback there. Probably one of the longest fights we've seen. I wonder if that was over 100 hits or not, but with that final claw into the whip, White Flag managing to beat Saeed 1-0 so far.
Yeah, I mean, nearly all of the hits been extremely mediocre, right? We didn't really see a lot of big hits between the two. I think we saw a couple big whips. It wouldn't surprise me if we're going to see another 1,000 deserved damage between the two on that PvP tracker, but it will be interesting if we can get it.
Wow.
And I
called it.
Yeah, I would be correct. We look at White Flag with 1,008 deserved damage to Saeed's 865. Both of them getting well below their deserved damage right there. As we predicted as well, over 100 hits, 104 to Saeed, 107 to White Flag. White Flag getting 3 hits, but doing immensely better on the prayer right there with 45% to 64. So White Flag definitely deserving that win.
Yeah, super close matchup there though. White Flag throughout this tournament has kind of dominated most of his opponents, and that was probably the closest matchup we've seen for him. Do you think he potentially might have met his match here with Saeed, even though Saeed went down there? Do you think he might be able to pull it back in the next one?
I personally think 140 deserved damage is a lot more than it may seem. Even though 3 extra hits isn't a lot, I do just think a lot of the things I was seeing White Flag just seemed to have Saeed was sort of reading him like a book, not like a book, but he was reading him somewhat. And I think if Saeed doesn't step it up, he was maybe nerves would get into him. Saw a couple staff bashes out of him, a couple claws I wouldn't go for. If he could step it up in his next fight, maybe he can claw it back, because it was close towards the end there. But White Flag seemed in control of the whole fight.
Yeah, I think from what we've seen from Saeed in the past, he's definitely underperforming compared to his previous fights, but it could just be that he is having a little bit more nerves on this fight compared to the other ones, but still starting off strong right now with a decent lead on White Flag. Barraging in his tank there though, Saeed making yet another crucial mistake. Both of them kind of just trading barrages with each other right now. White Flag going for that ball on the robes as well, only hitting a 0 though. Saeed still very much opting for the bolts as opposed to Mage and Melee. Oh, and White Flag getting a very strong claw straight off the bat with about 60 damage there. A second one off prayer for 30 damage. Saeed still having both of his claws. Might be able to work something out with that. But right now, Saeed is down significantly more than what White Flag is. Still taking another bolt on robes as well. And another, that looked like a bolt chance even. Saeed taking a moment here of his freeze to eat up, repot, and make sure that he can stay full HP.
Yep, he's down a lot of food at the start of this fight, and probably rightfully so. Gets a bolt back there. Is trying to recover a little bit. Still going for this Dragon Square Shield freezes. Let's see if he's put on his Mage's Book for the Mage defense. Actually puts on his Mage's Book for the freeze there. Still doesn't catch it. Unfortunate for him. Gets frozen for the 29. Tries to go for the Anti-Claw. Doesn't really work out his favor. Gets hit a 13 whip there.
Yeah, I mean, I think Saeed definitely needs a good dose of RNG right now to be able to even out the damage, because White Flag is just pummeling him right now with these bolts. And unfortunately for Saeed, he's not able to do that much damage back. Trying to go for that D-Square Shield freeze again. Seems like both of them hit. Just having to fight each other on distance right now. Saeed taking another 30 bolt right before taking a 23 as well. Yeah, it definitely seems like this is over for Saeed right now.
Yeah, down a lot of damage here. Not really sure if he's got the claw specs that he needs to come. Was he trying to run in for a claw there? No, he wasn't. He was just running in for a melee. And once again, White Flag seeing that coming, seeing he's unfrozen, runs away, so there's no chance he gets melee there. Saeed trying to go for another anti-claw, and it hasn't worked out so far at all. White Flag just getting free hits because of it. Goes in for another freeze there, and White Flag has the DD advantage again. Another free whip there. Potentially another free hit there. Nah, Saeed managed to bolt him back there. Still running off screen, Saeed, still just bolting back. Gets hit a 39 Opal bolt. Saeed gonna have to try and recover here. Does get the freeze, so he can go underneath and DD and eat right now.
Honestly, it seems like Saeed is down about 300 damage right now, and that is a lot of damage to recover from. Almost seems like an impossible amount, but maybe if he pulls it through and gets some insane RNG along with some very nice plays, he can win it. Not entirely sure on Saeed's claw situation right now. He does go for that claw right there, only hitting a 1. Seems like Saeed's RNG is just not there right now, along with White Flag kind of outplaying Saeed, honestly.
Yep, Saeed. Is he already out of food? He's not really eating here on 40 HP. White Flag, complete domination start to finish. Goes in for that claw, hits a 54. He actually waited for Saeed to change prayers there before going for that claw. Really smart by him. 34 whip is not going Saeed's way at all, unfortunately.
I think Saeed is out of the tournament here, and there is nothing he can do to change it. I mean, Saeed would literally need to deal about 400 damage right now without taking any back. And I mean, it can happen in RuneScape, but I heavily doubt it.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. He's on about 20 HP trying to go for this freeze. He's still trying to go for that claw spec. Just seems a little bit of panic from him at the end here.
Yeah, Saeed still sitting very low HP, finally getting some decent RNG and getting a few extra hits in, getting some good RNG on him and about 100 damage there, but it is not enough. Saeed sitting on about 5 HP right now, not getting that redemption on the 19 barrage, and he does go down to that 12. Saeed is now out of the tournament, and White Flag moving on to fight Grim in the losers bracket, which is going to be a very good fight between the two.
Yeah, unfortunately for Saeed, they're going down in a 2-0. The runner-up in the last 1v1 tournament, unfortunately not making it through to the World Championships. But that being said, White Flag going to be the 8th person and final person moving on to the World Championships. So a big congratulations to White Flag there.
Yep, congratulations to him. He'll be going against Grim. Grim being the Kanini member who has just beaten his teammate Aguero. Saeed unfortunately losing that to White Flag. White Flag versus Grim will be coming up shortly. But before that, we have Kevin versus Dual Stake. Script Kid LOL.
Yeah, we will be jumping into Kevin versus Dual Stake very, very soon. But before we do, ladies and gentlemen, if you are enjoying the content, ! community in the chat. Method is putting on some amazing tournaments for the old school RuneScape community at the moment. And if you want to show your support, you can join up for the Method community. And by becoming a member of the team, it offers all kinds of perks such as access to exclusive content, opportunities, and giveaways. They also provide help to aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channel through a number of different initiatives. You can also hit ! merch in the chat if you want to pick yourself up some Method merch. They have sweatshirts, hoodies, and more in that shop. But that being said, we are going to be moving on to Kevin versus Dual Stake. Boys, what are your thoughts on this matchup with Script Kid showing a massive amount of dominance in this losers bracket at the moment.
So we actually have I want to say we have actually just gotten confirmation that Script Kid LOL is actually KKZ, aka the leader of Frontline, coming against Kevin, who couldn't get his robes, couldn't get his tank on for a lot of those bolts. Probably not going to be winning this fight against KKZ, but I'm excited to see it regardless.
Yeah, I mean, it will be interesting to see. I think KKZ, although being a what I would like to call an OG at this point, I mean, having played since like 2014 and being extremely known in the hybrid community, I think he's going to be able to win this one. Kev, although saying that he did get caught in his robes a lot, seemed to have really pulled through on the last fight, so maybe he will do better against KKZ as well.
Yeah,
I will say if KKZ does win this, he comes back against Coin, who already beat him probably by RNG earlier in the original bracket. He'll come back against Coin, hopefully getting some redemption there.
That potentially will be an interesting one to see. I will say that Kev in this losers bracket has been here since losers round 1, winning 2-0 against Dragonfish, winning 2-1 against DDF3, 2-0 against Ton, and 2-0 against Megal as well. So absolute domination from Kev in this losers bracket here.
Yeah, I mean, it will be an interesting fight for sure. I think it's going to be an even one at that. I do think KKZ has the upper hand here, but it'll be interesting to see.
Certainly will be an interesting match. While we're waiting for the players to jump in here, just a quick question for you boys. I know you're unfortunately already out of the tournament, Caspar, but if you had to come up against any of these players in this bracket here in your matches, what is the one you'd least like to see?
I see Diddy giving me that smug little grin as well. I do think if there's anyone I would like to go against again for a rematch, it would be Bill Jetty. I think we had a extremely even first fight, and then Bill Jetty absolutely battering my head in on the second fight. So I think a rematch between me and him would be extremely fun to do. I've fought a lot of his members before. I went against Hamza in a previous tourney. Right before that, me and Hamza having extremely even fights. Hamza coming out on top though. So I think it'd be a fun rematch for sure.
We'll definitely get your opinion on this one after this fight, Didder, but we're jumping into the first match here between Kev and Jewelsteak.
Yep, seems like Kev has got actually the freeze advantage right off the bat here and seems to be doing a little bit of work. I'm not sure who's up at the start of this fight. Kev did just get an 11 bolt on Script Kid's robes into the 40 claw. I think that was on prayer. Not sure if he has another claw spec left, but he is up a little bit of damage right now. Script Kid answering back with a claw, yeah. Now that was Script Kid answering back with a claw. Only hits a 16, I think.
Still, Script Kid getting a decent bit of damage, going in for that second claw as well, dealing about 30 damage. Does get the bolt on somewhat robes. He had his V-Scarred on. Probably, luckily by mistake. Bit of a happy accident for him right there. Kev taking the time here to eat up, pot up, and get straight back into the fight.
They just get a free hit and another ball on Script Kid's robes. Hits a 34. Script Kid's got to start eating up here while Kevin's full HP. To be fair, Script Kid did just get the DD, so he can eat up now and start doing some damage again. Runs away, goes in for that bolt, gets it off prayer for a 21. Really nice movement there. Goes in for a 29 bolt to follow it up, getting a free hit on Kevin. Kevin's eating up again. Another free hit for an 8. Now he runs off screen, so Kevin might have to zoom out here. He's in full Mystics in his Dragon Square Shield, gets bolted again. And now he's got the freeze DD advantage over Script Kid.
Yeah, right now, Kevin doing a very nice play there, doing a sidestep and still going for the whip, making his opponent think that he's going to go for a bolt. Still, not really fooling Script Kid either, and it seems like Script Kid is taking a fair bit of damage here, but he's managing to compose himself still. Predicting that whip, seems to have gotten that freeze. No, he did indeed splash. Kev getting the freeze there. Script Kid landing a blitz, so Kev is going to be unfrozen before him, but maybe that will work out to Script Kid's advantage. Right now, both of them is trading mage and range hits, unable to melee each other. I do believe
both of them really maging quite a bit. Yeah, both of them really opting for mage way more than range in these fights. Not sure why. Kevin with a couple bolts right there. Script Kid going for that freeze. If he catches it, doesn't catch it, Kev gets the freeze on him and goes under. Probably going to eat and start trying to get some DPS on. Gets a 32 really barrage in. See what he decides to do. Probably eating up right now. Not sure if Script Kid's going to eat. If he doesn't, he's going to be at a disadvantage when they next exchange. He's still in about 70 HP. If Kevin can get some momentum here, could go his way. Bolts him a 0 on robes.
Staff bashing at 10 and trading it for the 12 barrage Script Kid as he's done. Script Kid taking this time to eat, just like Kevin did right before. Getting a free hit with the whip there. Not too big of a hit though on his robes. Still another whip hit on the robes. Not too big either. Yet another 0. Bolting a 0 straight after. Kev getting a claw spec, retaliating with that, but Script Kid getting those free extra hits on him.
Yep, Kevin got the freeze DD advantage right now, gets a free hit on Script Kid. Oh, fair play. First one we might have seen. Script Kid going for the Rune Kite shield freeze. Everyone loving the Rune Kite or the shield freezes. Not the biggest fan personally. Kevin gets 2 free hits right there. Script gets the refreeze back on him. And now they're just going to be mage and raging each other. Script Kid will be unfrozen first though. Gets that DD right away. Eats up. Let's see what he decides to do here.
Yeah, Script Kid getting a 25 bucks straight off the bat on that refreeze, and he gets another 26 right now. Kev trying to catch the freeze on him. Kev being unfrozen right now, maybe getting that DD advantage again, but no, he has splashed. Oh, Script Kid making a massive mistake there. Would have clawed him on 50 HP, but misclicked his special attack and went for a claw scratch instead. It would have been a quite decent chance if he actually managed to get it off, and still, he got it off there, but on prayer and on tank.
Yeah, Script Kid just sitting in his full tank prayer melee at 121 HP, doesn't really take any damage. I think he just got balls in his robes again, not really taking any damage. Defensive RNG does seem to be on his side right now. Kevin
right
on
now,
30,
Kev
40
taking
HP, he needs to eat up. Not sure how much food he has left, but momentum really in Script Kid's way.
Yeah, Kev taking a decent bit of damage here, still trying his very hardest to bring it back. Not entirely sure why he keeps flicking that redemption. I presume misclicks, but he gets a 39 whip. Very strong there. Both of them running away from their opponent. Script Kid opting for a bolt on the robes, hitting a 0 on Kev. Very unlucky. Going for another bolt, but Script Kid seems to have given up on it. Kevin getting the freeze there, getting 2 free hits on Script Kid as Script Kid is eating up to full HP, trying to regain his composure here.
Catches that freeze. Kevin potentially out of food here. He's on around 20 HP. Not really eating. He hasn't gone for a heart prayer yet, though. Maybe he just wants to wait until he gets down a little bit more, but could die to any of these hits right now.
Some very nice fakies for Script Kid right now, and he does take him down with that 25 whip there at the end, so that is a 1-0 for KKZ.
Yeah, 1-0 versus Kevin. Pretty dominant performance. Was the favorite going into it, and if he wins the next one, he'll be coming up against Coin, who previously beat him in the original bracket.
Kind of surprised that someone at KKZ's level as well can't afford to get an account with a Legends quest. Kind of interesting to see him just be playing around with that Rune Kite, but I guess being frontline leader, people are kind of greedy with their accounts and maybe don't want to lend him one with the Legends quest on.
No, potentially just trying to flex on everyone there with the Rune Kite, and I tell you what, I can respect it. Very good performance there from KKZ up against Kev, coming in as the favorite and really showing his dominance.
And we do have the wrong PvP tracker up right now because we are seeing Saeed versus White Flag.
Let's go.
Not contended. Let's see if we can get the actual PvP tracker up for that fight.
That's the right
There
one.
we go.
Okay, looking at the PvP tracker, we have Kev with 75 hits to KKZ's 72, with Kev doing 43% of the praise correct to KKZ's 51%. So that extra prayer percentage really opting for KKZ's favor here with his 34 extra deserved damage.
No.
Oh, God.
Okay, no. I fixed it. Don't worry.
Then it got sent to heaven for a second.
Don't worry. It's all good in the hood, trust.
Here we go, guys. We're jumping into match 2 between Script Kid LOL and Kev. Take it away, boys.
Okay, we're getting into this first fight, or the second fight actually. Script Kid gets a 28 right off the bat. Kevin hits a 31 Opal Bolt through the prayer and gets a free hit because of it. Script Kid, not sure what he's deciding to do here. Gets that freeze, gets bolted in robes as well.
Script answering back with a claw. Not entirely sure if that was off prey, but both of them dumping their claws right there. Both of them having 1 claw spec off the prayer. Seems like Kevin got a little bit more damage out of his claws though, but KKZ answering back with a barrage. Both of them being frozen side by side. Let's see if they're both going to opt for barraging as opposed to ranging and maging again.
Yep. Kevin also being a fan of the Dragon Square shield freeze. And to be fair, Script Kid a fan of the Rune Kite shield freezes. He does get his Mage's Book on quite a bit, to be fair. Maybe I misspoke. Gets a bolt off on robes there. Only hits a 19. Gets the freeze advantage. He's probably going to start DDing here. Let's see what he decides to do. Brings out that 10 whip. Gets hit a 17 back. Gets a free hit there
right
too.
Now it seems like Script Kid is somewhat outplaying his opponent, but RNG is just not on his side right now. He has been taking a decent bit of damage. He's got that Opal Bolt spec through the prayer though for a 20. Maybe getting the freeze here. No, Kevin still having a DD advantage. Let's see if Script Kid is going to still opt for trying to freeze him back and taking those hits on robes. Oh, a very nice play by KKZ there. Flicking his tank and then waiting until the hit is registered to barrage. Very lucky for him that Kevin misclicked and stepped one step next to him rather than under him.
Yep, Script is getting a lot of free hits here on Kevin. He really needs to be at least spam bolting back while he eats up and sort of gathers himself. So at least any damage he could get from that, he gets. As I say that, he whips a 35 coming back from it into a 7. Script probably going to have to eat up here, but he runs away. And honestly, Kevin probably misses a couple hits there just with the movement, misclicks a little bit.
Yeah,
Script Kid's got the DD now to eat back up.
DD advantage. He's run out, not really done anything. Maybe taking a bit of time here to evaluate the situation. He has gotten that 27 bolt off prey, running out, catching his opponent off guard with that mage as well. Seems to be taking a decent amount of hits on his mage's book though. He's really sticking for the anti-mage right now. Kevin answering back with a bolt, but KKZ being fast enough to flick his tank on. KKZ answering with a bolt on his robes.
Kevin taking a lot of damage right now. Another bolt going in. Does that hit anything? Hits a 0. Script Kid running back and forth in between. Kevin probably a couple misclicks from him. Gets a free hit there as he goes for the DD. Whips him on his robes. Unfortunately, doesn't hit anything there. 24 barrage following it up. It's been constant hits from him right now.
Yeah, right now it definitely seems like KKZ has the upper hand, and he still goes for that claw. He pulled it out, waited for his opponent to switch prayer there, and then went for it. Very nice play
his opponent to switch prayer there at all. Maybe he did think it was a fakie because he held it out for so long, in which case more power to him for going through with it. Kevin gets a free hit there. Bolts KKZ a 38 in his robes as well.
Oh, into a 70 claw
as he DDs under. Almost a max claw right there. He's going to have to eat up.
Kevin really taking that damage back, dealing about 100 damage there in just 2 hits. Still, seems like KKZ still has the lead though. Kevin definitely evening it out with those 2 hits right there, but KKZ outplaying him a little bit. Oh, Kevin getting a whip on the ropes there for a 41.
Into a 50. Kevin's on the comeback of the century right now. Some of his hits are going in. He's got a 41, maybe a 35 there. If he keeps on going like this, he might be able to pull the win here and make it a 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Right now, it seems like RNG is on his side, and he's falling a 46.
Go, Kev, go. Another barrage coming out of him. Hits a 0. Script Kid's still eating up. Kevin is going crazy right now. Goes in for another whip. I think he had his mage's book on for that, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure. Let's see if he can catch this refreeze. He does. He's going to have the DD advantage over him again. Everything seems to have just changed towards the end of this fight.
Yeah, and it seems like KKZ is kind of on edge right now. He seems to have 60 HP left, not really eating up. Yeah, he might be out of food here.
16. Is he out of food? Let's see if he is able to get a heart prayer off. He still does have the 1-0 lead so far, so they will be going into a round 3 if he does lose this. I do think he's at an HP where he might be able to get a heart prayer off, depending on if he can pray Kevin's hit correctly. Kevin seems to be shaking a little bit here towards the end. I'd say they're both out of food, maybe. Kevin's not really eating up. Script Kid could get a heart prayer off here if he gets his prayers correctly.
Yeah, Kevin could get a heart prayer lucky right now as well, taking a lot of hits on the robes, and he's finally getting punished.
Script Kid, if he can catch this freeze, will definitely get a DD advantage over Kevin. Kevin definitely out of food here. Both out of food. Is Script Kid going to get the heart prayer on? He doesn't, but he doesn't get hit either. If Script Kid gets the ball here, and he wins.
Oh, that's a double death.
I don't know.
On the same tick.
I don't know what happens on that, but that was an incredible end to the fight. Jesus.
Both of them going down at the exact same time. I'm not entirely sure if that's a rematch.
I think Script Kid's hit might have got... I guess we'll see in this replay now first. I think Kevin might have fallen first. I'm trying to see. Yeah, I mean, that ball hits him first. I would say Kevin... I mean, I don't know. I don't make the rules, so...
Wow. Not sure what's going to go on there. Both players dying at the same time. We're just going to have to wait to hear what is going to go on with that fight there. But what a crazy end to that session. Boys, what a fight.
Yeah, that was crazy. Came down to the wire there. Comeback of the century by Kevin. Unfortunately, wasn't enough there at the end because they both ended up hitting the double death. So Dual Stake actually had the win screen from that, so he did win that fight. I did think he won that fight just because he shot his bolt first, like one tick before. But I think Kevin had PID, which is why it was a double death.
Yeah, it seemed like what happened there, just like Dida said, is a off-pid bolt for a pid bolt. Script Kid, though, seems like both of the trackers shows the opposite, but I'm guessing we are going by whoever had a windscreen on the duel, and that would be Script Kid, I think.
Yeah, that's just sometimes the way it happens in old school RuneScape. You do have a double death on occasion, but we have to go on the man that had the windscreen at the end of the day. It will say one of those players won and one of those players lost, and it was Dual Stake, aka Script Kid, that had the winner's screen there, so he's going to take that one down 2-0.
Okay, so that means KKZ will be moving on and fighting Coin, who previously knocked him out of the original bracket with some insane prey melee skill. So I'm excited to see how that goes on and whether KKZ can get his revenge versus Coin.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be an interesting fight there. Obviously, Coin having KKZ's number in the main bracket, potentially due to a bit of RNG there, but Coin showing that, you know, he's not a man to be messed with, and making it through the next 2 rounds after that before coming down to the losers bracket. Guys, we will be moving on to the next one, which is going to be Grim versus White Flag. But before that, we are going to be going on a quick 15-minute break. You guys are watching the Method Mayhem US East PvP circuit. I'll see you guys very soon.
I'm holding on, if almost gone. Someday I know I'll finally make it through the gates. Just have to wait. You whisper to me, there's no maybe. There's only time for dreams even greater. I hear the call, and I close my eyes to see even clearer. I see it all. I know that we can go higher if we keep our faith, if we keep our faith. Sometimes I'm like a whisper in a riot, but I grow stronger, keep believing in me. Say you're believing in me. You're believing in me. Say you're believing in me. You're believing in me. Still holding tight through every fight, 'cause sometimes I can see through the echo of every day, always the same, until you take a step and let go. You told me that the shades turning brighter, I don't know how. You showed me every heart is a fighter, time is now. I know that we can go higher if we keep our faith, if we keep our faith. Sometimes I'm like a whisper in a riot, but I grow stronger, keep believing in me. Say you're believing in me. You're believing in me. Say you're believing in me. You're believing in me.
you see me how I see you, it will show. I am waiting for the moment to tell you everything, but I didn't have the courage, I didn't do a thing. There was nobody around, nobody, just me and you. I know we have got the courage to do the things we do. Hey there, what's that sound? Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. We're not slowing down. Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice.
Bro, we can't do any damage back on 40.
Oh, Saladin! Does Ethan have a close call? Oh my god!
No way! What? Oh, I'm so surprised. Thing. So it looks like they're both out of food, just like the last fight, really coming down to the wire right now. The whip, oh my, what a combo! Steps underneath, goes for an AGS spec. 73, no!
The Boaty number! There it is! Good.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Method Mayhem US East PvP circuit. Just before the break, we saw Jules Stake take on Kevin and win in a 2-0 to move on to the losers round 6. I believe that is the top 4 of the tournament they're moving on to just there. But now we're going to be moving on to see Grim take on White Flag. Grim, a Canadian member, and White Flag, someone we don't really know anything about, but has put on quite a performance so far this tournament, boys.
Yeah, not sure too much about White Flag, but he's left a lot of serious contenders in his wake. Just beating Syed 2-0. Very, very nice. But he now comes against Syed's leader, Grim. Grim probably the favorite for this just because of his performance versus Mr. Boom. And everyone else he's fought, I'd say he's the favorite going into this, but White Flag is definitely a serious contender for him. Definitely going to be a close fight. Probably going to be close like the OA Mr. Boom fight, I'd guess. It's going to be similar to that, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would have to agree. It seems like White Flag has buried a lot of his opponents in the grave, leaving a lot of serious, really good people behind, and going against Grim being one of the top dogs of this tournament so far. It's going to be a really interesting fight between the two. I think it will be fairly even. Although saying that, anything could happen and we could see a massive win for either one of them.
And the winner of this does come up against Waleed or Pizza Bug. And if I'm not mistaken, let me just make sure I'm not. Yeah, White Flag actually did already lose to Pizza Bug 1-2 earlier in the original bracket. So if White Flag does beat Grim, he's going to have a chance at redemption versus Pizza Bug.
Yeah, how do you see that matchup playing out? Either Grim versus Pizza Bug or White Flag versus Pizza Bug to move on?
Well, Pizza Bug already having the win on White Flag, I think that gives him a lot of confidence going into it if he then again faces White Flag again. Grim, however, I think Grim would be chilling if he gets there. Obviously hasn't fought him before. I think it'd be a fairly even fight regardless. The White Flag Pizza Bug fight was pretty close too.
Yeah, I mean, we did see in the EU bracket, we saw Richie going against Bill Jetty twice, actually. Richie beating him first time in the winners bracket and then losing to him as the final went on. So maybe we could see that happening here as well.
Yeah, 100%. As for the first semifinal, we've got Antonio Montana versus OA. Winner of that will be fighting in the final versus whoever wins this loser bracket right now.
Yeah, correct. We've got quite a few rounds left in this losers bracket. A few matches still left to play. Before the last matchup, I asked West Ham who would least like to come up against in this bracket here. Did a bit of who would you least like to, out of the remaining people in this bracket, come up against if you were to face them in the World Champs?
From this whole bracket, probably Antonio Montana, the winner. He's in the first semifinal versus OA. Don't know anything about him, but he has just destroyed everyone he's fought so far. So probably don't want to come up against him.
Yeah, definitely put on a great performance, but we are jumping in here, guys. Grim versus White Flag, match 1.
Yeah, Grim already up here.
Yeah, Grim has already dealt about 50 damage to White Flag. Not really seen him take that much, though. So it seems like Grim is in a small, but still very good lead. White Flag dumping his claw spec there on the prayer, only dealing about 25 damage. Grim taking it straight back with that 34 whip. Very beautiful anti right there before White Flag goes in for the DD.
Yep, White Flag running off screen, gets another bolt on Grim's robes, hits him with 35. Grim going for that Dragon Square Shield, freeze back, puts on the Mage's Book this time, still not catching it. White Flag goes for the Dragon Square Shield freeze and actually does catch it. Has the DD advantage. White Flag already up a bunch of HP, hits a 42 whip as well. He's really up in this fight already.
Yeah, looks like Grim has been dealt a fairly decent dose of RNG there, and it looks like he's maybe able to get it back here, getting that 29 blitz, taking a 20 barrage straight after though, but then again dealing that 22 bolt, taking it straight back from White Flag though. Grim going in for his first claw spec, only hitting an 18, one tick too late there, otherwise it would have been off prey and maybe dealing up to a 30.
Yep, he goes for the DD again. Grim's still really on the defensive here. White Flag catches the freeze again and has DD priority, freeze priority over him once again. A couple staff bashes out of there, maybe choking a little bit.
Yeah, right now it seems like Grim is taking a fair bit of damage right now. But right now, I mean, it seems like it is still fairly even between the two. I'd say that both of them are playing it fairly well. Grim switching into his Mage's Book between the bolts, and so is White Flag by the looks of things. White Flag doing a nice play there, waiting a tick actually to catch Grim off prey and on the Mage's Book rather than the full tank.
Both unfrozen here. Grim trying to go for that claw, too far away for White Flag. He gets that prey melee on, predicts it. Grim probably still going to try and go for that claw when he can. Catches the freeze on White Flag, actually runs into White Flag's claw. A really nice anti by him. Not sure if that was a chance or not, but either way, hits a 48. Really nice claw from him.
Yeah, Grim needing a significant amount of damage right now to pull this back. He's opting for the freezes though, which seems to be doing him somewhat well. Not getting too much damage, but still a decent amount, chipping away at his food. Getting a Opal Bolt spec there for a 21. He's getting about 70 damage just from those two barrages and that bolt. Although, going for that last claw spec he had, hitting all the zeros, unfortunately, and what looked to be off prey.
Yep, catches another freeze on Grim for White Flag. Still had freeze priority the majority of this fight. Gets another bolt on Grim's robes. Absolutely destroying Grim right now, to put it frankly. Gets another free hit there if he decides to go for it. Actually delays and goes in for that whip, but Grim manages to prey it. Interesting to see that he didn't just go for a bolt there.
Yeah, right now it looks like White Flag has run out of distance. And it
Another
does
claw
catch
off prayer.
Grim off prayer there. So it still seems like the claws are not too great for either of them right now. Grim kind of choking a little bit, missing that bolt right there, but still getting the DD advantage here. Staff bashing him straight after. Maybe getting a few free hits in here if he's lucky. Yeah, right now between the two, it looks like White Flag is still doing a decent job at hitting him back. White Flag there, bolting him on robes, hitting a 0 to Grim's 25 barrage. Grim getting lucky there for sure. And White Flag trying to get that freeze, does get it. And he now has the DD advantage against Grim. So let's see if Grim can pull it back. Grim trying to anti him with that claw there, but doesn't get it. Still gets the bolt off. Both of them dealing about 10 damage right there, I'd say. Grim getting another Opal Bolt spec for a 40 right there as well.
Out of range to use his crossbow right now. Grim getting a couple free barrages on White Flag until he realizes that. Grim unfrozen now, goes in for the claw on his prey. A little slow with that claw. White Flag gets the prey melee on. Hits him a 22 whip to follow it up with. Grim has been coming back a little bit, done a little bit of damage, gets a whip on robes there only for a 0.
Yeah,
I do think White Flag's lead is still a little bit more at this point.
I'd almost say that Grim is actually coming back here and maybe might be in a lead, but I'm not entirely sure. You could be correct about that one. Right now, both of them not hitting a lot. Grim hitting a 26 whip there through the prayer. Very beautiful from him. White Flag getting unlucky with those whips off
Not
prayer,
eating
not
White Flag.
anything.
Interesting. Do you think he's out? He hits a 36. Grim not really eating either. Both
Grim
potentially could be out.
well.
Oh no, Grim eating up. Grim eating up. He's at 50 HP. White Flag, however, though, we can see him right now and he hasn't eaten it at all. So it looks like he is out here on 30 HP. Turns out you are right. Maybe Grim did come back after all.
Yeah, it seemed like Grim was just having a little bit better RNG. They were trading hits here and there, but Grim at the end getting a few 40 hits and 20s that really stacked up for him right now. White Flag being completely out of food, trying to get those redemptions off. Grim going in for the barrage here, procs his Heart Prey. Right now, Grim has the DD advantage though, may be able to do something with that. White Flag sitting on about 30 HP. While he's just trying to get those Heart Preys off, and he gets another one on that 32 barrage right there. And it seems like Grim might be close to out of food here as well. I mean, he is really playing it risky. Grim not getting any of those hits in that he so desperately needs. White Flag might be able to win this. And he claws a 0 on the prayer. Grim getting hit at 20 right there. Desperately needing to hit just anything right now. And Grim actually does go down to that 34 bolt. White Flag pulling it back on 10 HP. Dealing about 150 damage without taking any. That is very unlucky for Grim, honestly. That just to get no hits there right at the end. Very unfortunate. But White Flag has taken that 1-0.
Yeah, nice performance there from White Flag, getting very, very lucky at the end there with 2 redemption procs, and Grim just getting super unlucky. We sat there on full HP while White Flag was down at 10 hit points and just couldn't pull it out there. Just couldn't get the victory with those 2 redemption procs coming in.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'd have to say that is unlucky at the very end. It seemed like they were both doing really well playing against each other. Looking at the PvP tracker though, a really even fight actually. Grim with 6 extra hits to White Flag, but White Flag doing a little bit better on those prayers. So bringing it back for White Flag with 7 extra deserved damage, both of them having really similar actual damage. Grim dealing an extra 31, which probably would be that HP that White Flag healed from the redemption. Grim not getting a single chance at the redemption there.
Yeah, absolutely insane fight there, coming down to the absolute wire. Really one of the closest fights we've seen for this entire tournament. As you can see on the tracker there, both players deserving around 605 damage. So even super close on the tracker. These two seem to be very evenly matched. The winner of this fight is going to be going on to take on Pizza Bug in the next round. So it'll be definitely interesting to see what is going to go on in that next round, depending on who wins. And that will be the losers round 6. And the winner of that one will move on to the next round. And one more match after that, and they will be in the grand final of this bracket. $1,000 for first in this tournament. Do you think at this point in the tournament, boys, this is where the money starts to play a bit of a factor on people's nerves?
I'm hoping not. I'm hoping everyone performs at the highest level that they possibly can. But obviously, when there's 1K up for grabs, and obviously they're going to all be going into the final later on for 3K, I'm hoping it doesn't play a factor on the nerves. I can say that when I've been competing for money, it definitely does. And it definitely does make me shake a little bit, especially when you're going up against people who you know, and there's a lot of ego on the line as well as the money. If you beat someone for 1K, they're not going to forget that.
Yeah, absolutely. It might come back to bite you if you're deep wilderness and someone pulls that eye on, you know, dead for 1K kind of thing. And at 44s, it's not something that's going to be forgotten very quickly, especially with people, you know, from opposing clans maybe coming up against each other late in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, nerves do play a massive role here, and it is really, there's a lot of money on the line, and I would say that at this current stage, it does play a massive factor to how you're going to perform in a tournament. I'm really hoping to see some decent plays here. I do see Grim being able to take this back, though, right at the end there. It did seem like he was outperforming White Flag, but White Flag still pulling it through. Really having a nice comeback on Grim right there. But Grim right now needing to do a reverse sweep on White Flag, needing to win 2 in a row. White Flag only needing to win 1.
Yeah, certainly going to need a nice little bit of not only skill, but a bit of RNG to come back here and pull off that reverse sweep. White Flag has absolutely been dominating the losers bracket. His last 2 matches have been 2-0, so 1-0 up at the moment, potentially going to be taking out that 2-0 on Grim here. And if that's the case, that means the last 6 matches of the losers bracket, not even the last 6, in fact, the last 10 matches of the losers bracket have all been 2-0. So pretty interesting to see that not too many close matches. Hopefully Grim can bring this one back. And
I will say that White Flag been destroying everyone in his path so far actually has just gone for a quick stop at the G to get himself some potions. Maybe he didn't expect himself to be making it this far. Doesn't have the supplies to go forward with the fight, but Grim is probably going to be wanting to get back into it. Let's see how it goes.
Oh, he did a really quick run to the GE there. Already restocked and ready to go in for another fight. Grim taking a bolt on Robes there. Fortunately for him, praying range and only taking 6 damage. Both of them kind of just splashing away right now. White Flag getting the first DD advantage right now with that first freeze.
Yep. Got the DD advantage. Gets a bolt on Grim's on his Robes in his shield. Doesn't get a hit there. Catches another freeze. Really not any hits coming out of them. White Flag being a little bit more controlled here at the start with that DD advantage. White Flag now frozen by Grim, I'm pretty sure. Grim getting bolted at 31. Not the greatest start for him. Goes in for a whip, hits a 0. No hits going Grim's way right now. He's probably going to send a claw because I did just see him eat, and he probably wanted to do that to free up an inventory spot for his claw. As I say that, gets instant refrozen with a 30, followed up by a 17, followed up by the 50 claw. Grim hasn't done a single bit of damage at the start of this fight yet.
White Flag really controlling it though, but White Flag barraging in his tank there. Very crucial mistake as Grim was brewed down. That was almost a guaranteed hit for White Flag that he's missed out on. But Grim may be able to pull it back. He only needs to do about 100 damage right now to bring himself back into this fight. Trying to go for that claw anti. Not working out for him. Takes a 42 bolt. and another 22 as well. It looks like Grim is down massively this fight, and that claw spec dealing him 0 damage, getting a 27 whip after though, which kind of makes up for that terrible claw that he's just gotten.
Yeah, White Flag up a bunch of food right now. Honestly, even if the fight from this point onwards is completely fair and even, White Flag definitely still going to win this fight. I don't know. Offensive RNG definitely in his favor. Doesn't seem like Grim's getting any hits right now. Is getting whipped on his robes, though, definitely making a couple mistakes. But White Flag, everything going his way right now.
Yeah, Grim trying his very hardest right now to pull it back. Just constantly barraging there, trying to get some extra DPS. Going in for that second claw as well, only getting a 17. But that 32 barrage, Grim seems to be taking a little bit of his damage back. Hopefully being able to even out the fight. Make sure that he brings himself back into it, getting another freeze. Both of them having a standoff right now. Looks like Grim is still opting for the mage. And right now, it looks like White Flag and Grim are both just trading very similar hits. Grim getting a 16 blitz there, finally putting him a bit on the upside, followed by that 6 barrage. Going in for a staff bash, trying to get the DD. Gets whipped off prayer though for a 0. Luckily for him, seems like it got him bolted on robes. Both of them trading very similar hits there. Grim getting another 26 whip and a 16 barrage. It looks like Grim is slowly but surely getting that damage that he lost out on at the start. He is getting it back. I'd say he is still down a little bit right now, but not a lot, and he can definitely pull it back by the looks of things.
Yeah. White Flag goes for that DD underneath. Grim seems to have turned around the fight a little bit, but does miss out on that free hit there. White Flag panicking a little, hits him with the staff bash. I think that's the second staff bash we've seen out of him. 23 Opal Bolts back. Another free hit as Grim thinks he's running in and trying to tent whip him.
Does bolt him on robes for that 27 though, so Grim is slowly but surely pulling this back. It seems like he might be able to win this as long as he keeps this momentum going. He's trading hits with White Flag. Both of them dealing little bits of damage here and there, but Grim definitely coming out on top. And that damage that White Flag got at the start seems to be going away right now. White Flag going for that claw, but Grim doing more damage with his whip. Actually doing a great job right now. Seems like he might be able to get this freeze. White Flag still might be up a little bit though. And right now, Grim whipping him on his robes, but White Flag doing a nice job keeping him away from him as well. White Flag doing his very best right now. Seems to have gotten a 30 barrage right there. Might get a couple free hits in with this DD. Gets a free bolt right there. Grim trying to freeze him back, but unsuccessfully doing so. Getting a bolt off there at least. But Grim now taking more damage again as White Flag seems to be coming out on top.
Yep, Grim just hasn't really been able to get anything going for him in this fight. Not feeling the greatest with this. White Flag absolutely dominating the start to finish. Was a little bit of luck there for Grim, maybe to come back a little bit, but White Flag is just every single opponent he's fought, he's done a really good job against. Obviously, he fell against Pizza Bug earlier, but against Grim doesn't seem to be having that sort of issue. He's up a lot of food right now. Grim potentially out right now. He's on 30 HP.
Oh, Grim getting that redemption as well on that 30 whip. Almost dying there. Seems like maybe he can do what White Flag did to him in the first round, but White Flag definitely got the lead at the start, slowly chopping away at Grim's HP at the middle there, but Grim doing a little bit more extra damage to kind of even out the playing field. But at the end, White Flag has done more damage, completely outplaying him, and he does take the 2-0 sweep on Grim right there.
Very nice for White Flag. Unfortunate for Grim, however, losing that to White Flag. I think that is all the Kanini members out, if I'm not mistaken.
I do believe so, as both of them took each other out in the losers bracket.
Yeah.
It seems
now
like
White Flag is moving on to fight Pizza Bug again, and hopefully he can get himself some redemption.
White Flag taking out both of the remaining Kanini members, so White Flag going on to fight Pizza Bug, and we have Coin versus KKZ later on as well.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Grim. Is out of the tournament for now, but will be moving on to the World Championships in a few weeks, so does have a chance of redemption there, but unfortunately not his day today. White Flag moving on. We'll be taking on Pizza Bug in the next round. We do have the tracker from that last fight, West Ham. Yeah,
looking at that tracker, White Flag seems to have outplayed Grim a fair bit with 77 hits to Grim's 73. With White Flag having 58% praise correct and Grim's 47%, with Grim having 471 deserved damage to White Flag's 555. White Flag going a bit above his deserved damage, while Grim is looking like he's going below his deserved damage. So definitely a bit of an RNG factor playing in there, but White Flag outperforming him nonetheless.
Yeah. Fortunate for Grim. Fair play to them. Grim with the 73 hits. You love to see it. Good fights to both of them.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I don't know how Casper got through that one without absolutely creasing, because that is the Bodhi number after all. But we will be moving on to the next match. It is going to be Coin versus Dual Stake. Script Kid LOL, also known as KKZ. Boys, what are your thoughts about this matchup? I think we already know, but please.
I mean, we've already seen the matchup, to be fair, and KKZ actually lost the first fight to Coin 1-2. However, Coin had his Prey Bailey on for, I want to say, about 70% of the fight, and still managed to win. So I don't know. If Coin steps it up, he might be able to go for another win here, but I think the odds are more than not in KKZ's favor for this one. He was up on the tracker and should have been up in every fight that we saw yesterday. So as long as the RNG doesn't go too crazy, should be a comfortable win for KKZ here.
Casper?
Yeah, I mean, I think KKZ should win this, honestly. Coin does not seem like he is the better opponent here. I will have to give this one to KKZ. Unless Coin gets some lucky RNG yet again versus him, I think KKZ is going to get the win here.
Yeah, I believe in their last fight, it was something along the lines of 30% of prayers correct for Coin, compared to around 70% of prayers correct for KKZ. So should be an interesting matchup. Nonetheless, RNG can definitely play a factor, and it would certainly be amazing to see Coin make it this far. He has been the underdog in most of these fights, and I've definitely been rooting for him personally. It's nice to see an underdog get a few victories away. So I'm definitely rooting for him in this one, but like you guys said, I think it's most likely going to be a KKZ victory here, and to be honest, I think it's most likely going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, the winner of this fight will go up against whoever wins Waleed versus White Flag, or Pizza Bug versus White Flag. Pizza Bug did win that first series back in the first bracket. These are both replays of their original fights, Coin versus Script Kid and Pizza Bug facing White Flag again. Already seen both of those fights happen. But as we said, we do think KKZ will win this one against Coin to redeem himself. Let's see. He gets the first freeze and the DD on Coin.
He does have the DD advantage right now, like you said, and it looks like KKZ is just trading hits with him. Both of them, he gets his first free hit there with a bolt. Coin trying to get that freeze back. It looks like he's given up on it though, and just going to wait it out right now. No, he does switch into his mage, but he seems to be doing it fairly inefficient there, losing another hit. Although KKZ is frozen, and it looks like Coin is going to have the DD advantage now.
Yep, Coin seems to have been stepped up his play a little bit from yesterday, not camping Prey Melee as much. Even so, gets whipped off prayer there. Maybe he needed to get that Prey Melee back on. Gets barraged at 35. KKZ definitely in control of the start of this fight right now. Is he going to go in for a claw spec there? Goes in for a whip. Coin's still on the defensive. Gets the bolt back. Let's see if he tries to go for a freeze while he's being DD'd on. He's going to try and anti-claw him. Now, decides not to do it. KKZ answers back with a claw on his prayer. Doesn't really hit anything. Followed up by a 22 bolt on Coin's robes. Into a 24 bolt on Coin's robes. Into a claw. Oh, he just gets under before KKZ clawed him. If he did get that claw off, he could have potentially died.
Yeah, could have potentially been a chance we would have seen right there. KKZ still very desperate to get that claw off. I think him showing it off that much now is definitely going to keep Script is definitely going to keep Coin praying melee. But as I say that, Coin does get clawed off prey. KKZ taking a very nice risk there to get that extra damage in. And it looks like he's gotten the freeze again. KKZ being on the upside and getting the DD momentum. Never mind Coin getting that freeze right before.
Yep, up a bunch of damage right now. KKZ bolts him on his robes again for a 21. Let's see if he gets another bolt there. An opal bolt not on his robes, however, he gets an 18. Everything going his way so far. Gets unfrozen here, whips that for an 8. Coin running away.
Looks like Coin got whipped on robes there. Didn't really get punished that hard for it though. Right now, KKZ opting for those shield barrages, does catch the freeze, gets a 17. Doesn't DD right until the very end of the next hit. Seems like he's trying to get some free hits, and Coin still sitting on about 60 HP by the looks of things. No, he has brewed up. He has eaten up a little bit.
Both frozen right next to each other right now. Coin going in for that claw on KKZ's Prey Melee. I think he did just get that on in time. Hits a 0 anyway, regardless. Script Kid goes back for that ball on Coin's robes. Doesn't hit anything. Coin getting hit off prayer a bunch here, but still in his tank, so fair enough to him. Still praying mage while getting bolted. Coin running off screen. He has a little bit of the... Okay, as I say that, KKZ gets the freeze on him and instantly starts DDing him again. Coin really being on the back foot for a lot of this fight.
Yeah, it seems like KKZ is outplaying Coin a fair bit here. Definitely opting for Mage and Millie a decent amount. Really getting those nice barrages with the Rune Kite as well.
Runs far away for that bolt. Hits a 12. Coin unfrozen here. Let's see if KKZ gets the instant refreeze. He doesn't. He actually gets frozen. Coin now has the DD advantage. Is he going to make use of it? Goes for it. Pulls out his tent whip. Hits him on prayer for only a 7. Coin's still managing to take a lot of damage still while having the DD advantage. Nothing really going his way. Pulls out his mage there and gets instant refrozen. Gets hit at 24 by KKZ's blitz. Not sure how much
definitely
food
looks
Coin
like
has
KKZ
left.
is up a decent amount here, and it looks like Coin is really due for a comeback if he's gonna be able to win this. KKZ doing a very good job. He's keeping his opponent at distance, trying to fake him as much as he can, getting a very nice claw there. Another 62
Coin
damage
out,
for KKZ.
Coin out of food potentially already. A very, very, very decisive victory for KKZ. If so, definitely doing well to redeem himself after losing to him.
Coin not eating right now, and he does get taken out by that 45 bolt. That is another win for KKZ.
Yep. First round versus first round for KKZ beats Coin on the road to redemption right now versus the guy who beat him in the original bracket. Fair play to him.
Yeah, not only winning there, but winning very decisively was KKZ, aka Script Kid LOL. Didn't even look like a close fight, boys.
Probably because it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it really seemed like Coin was not playing well enough there. Someone did just ask in the chat, what advantage does the winner's bracket final person get? And when it comes down to the final, whoever comes up from the loser's bracket for the final is going to be down 1-0 from the beginning. So the person that's never lost is going to have a 1-round lead on the person coming up from the loser's bracket.
Yep, so it will be a best of 7 for that grand final, but with one match already being technically played and given to the winner of the winner's bracket, essentially. So whoever comes up from the loser's bracket will be on 0, and whoever's in the winner's bracket will be on 1.
About to get this tracker up on screen.
Right?
Yep, if we can get it up on screen here. Maybe not.
Well, either way, we're going to go over the tracker. So Coin versus Script Kid having 55 hits to Script Kid's 61 with 36% prayers right to Script Kid's 54% with 399 deserved damage to Script Kid's 518. So I would say Script Kid definitely outplaying his opponent a fair bit, but at the same time definitely getting some bad RNG right there. Script Kid dealing a lot more than what he deserved to, whilst Coin dealt a lot less than what he deserved to.
Yep, going into this next fight, right off the bat, Script Kid goes for that bolt. Doesn't go for the freeze right off the bat. Interesting to see. Does catch it now, has the DD on Coin, gets a free hit there as he goes in for the DD. No hits right off the bat. The start of the first fight, he was already up a bunch of damage, but
Script Kid
gets
getting
Opal
a
bolted
bolt
at 24.
Prey. Script Kid did actually get a bolt off prey there, but only hit is 0. So he's taken a fair bit of damage right now, but not really deserved. KKZ still being on the upside versus Coin here. Getting an 18 barrage for a 12. Seems like they're both just trading mage hits. Not entirely sure if they are within range distance. Perhaps with long range on, they can range each other.
Yeah, I think Script Kid did just do that. He put on his long range, got one bolt out of it. Actually, Coin getting a bolt on Script Kid's full robes there, but hitting a 0. Script Kid runs off screen now, probably going to try and catch that refreeze. Gets frozen in his tracks. Coin, is he going to decide to go for a claw? Runs into KKZ's claws and could have died.
For a
very much
chance
could have
right
died to
there.
that. Yep, he was on about 50, 60 HP. Didn't even eat when he saw the claw spec come in, so very much could have died. Followed up by an 18 staff bash from KKZ. Another claw trying to do it there, but unfortunately Coin didn't run into that one. Coin trying to use a claw of his own, and KKZ seeing it running all the way north and in advance so that the claw doesn't even come near to him.
Still really going for those shield barrages at times. It seems like he does love that Rune Kite shield. Coin going for his flash claw spec. KKZ predicting it. Only taking about 20
hit
damage
a 32
from the
right after. Another claw out of KKZ on Coin's prey melee this time. Not as good as his first claw. And he's actually taking a bunch of damage right now. Just gets barraged at 29 by Coin. Coin not opting to attack him right now. I think a couple misclicks right there. Hits another 20 freeze. And KKZ seems to be getting some momentum back with that 25 barrage. He's now full HP again. And is on offensive.
Yeah, it does seem like even though KKZ has played it fairly well and is catching his opponent off prey on robes, it's not really paying off for him this fight. It seems like Coin even though he's making those mistakes, is not really getting punished for it. Saying that, though, he does take a 37 back-to-back 37 bolts right there. Bolt chanced even. Potentially could have died to that bolt right there.
Yeah, probably. Script Kid, LOL. It's definitely up on the tracker, I'd say. I can't say for certain, but Coin probably getting a little bit luckier this time around in this fight. It's seeming a little bit more even. I'd say a little bit more even. Script Kid got the DD once again. Let's see what he decides to do with it. His movement is really good, running like all sorts of places, so that Coin may be misclicking there or not sure what he's going to do next. Another bolt for Script Kid, an 18. He's going to go in for that Rune Kite Shield Freeze. Doesn't end up catching it, but goes for that whip on robes that most people may have
whip
gone
chance
for, and another whip chance. Yeah.
Yeah, whip chance and Coin right there. That was actually probably one of the best whip chance we've seen so far, only being on about 30 HP. Not entirely sure what KKZ's doing. Staff bashing away. Hits a 41 whip though. Maybe opting for a bolt right here. No, goes for the barrage. Doesn't hit it though, unfortunately for him. Gets another whip chance right there. Actually, maybe it might have just been just out of reach for KKZ right there. Getting a 26 bolt. It seems like KKZ's really turning this fight around. Coin definitely did have some good RNG at the start against him, but it seems like he's winning right now. Coin probably being frozen off. No, Coin's running in from the distance here. Still sitting very low HP.
Gets
KKZ
bolted. 21 Opal
yeah,
ball. That could have been a lot higher.
Tried to go for that anti. I believe
this
KKZ
one's actually coming in a lot closer. Not gonna lie, Coin probably out of food here, but compared to the last fight, Coin has really put up a fight.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it looked like KKZ might have been able to KO there when, what's it called? Coin did get that bolt spec, but KKZ, seeing the bolt proc, had to opt for the E and not take the risk of dying instead of clawing him. But still, seems like he's going to have a decently secured win here.
Coin just flicked the heart prayer on. I'm not sure if he meant to, but it could be because he's out of food. Gets the 37 bolt. Coin definitely out of food
about 1
here.
HP. Oh, no, he has eaten up to 40 HP.
All right, I think that might be the last of it. He sends in a claw. Maybe KKZ's out of food too here. No, there's no way, right? Oh, he is. He's on about 30 HP.
Coin had a quite significant lead at the start.
Is Coin going to be able to come back and tie this series up at 1-1, just like how their first series went before Coin inevitably won 2-1? Coin with the freeze gets under KKZ again. Let's see what he decides to do here. Trades a bolt for a bolt, both hitting zeros. Trades a whip for a whip, both hitting zeros, but both of those exchanges, KKZ had the right prayer on and Coin had the wrong prayer on.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it seems like KKZ is still doing a better job on the praise here.
Gets a bolt and robes for a zero. Getting really unlucky right now. Follows it up with a 24 bolt, to be fair. Getting very down to the wire here. Maybe Coin getting a little bit luckier between the two. A whip on robes again. I think that was on robes at least. I'm not sure if he got his tank on in time.
I do believe Coin got his tank on last second there, but he has gotten his first redemption off. Sitting on about 30 HP right now. KKZ seems to have healed up a little bit. Sitting on about 70 right now. Only needing like a 15 hit to take Coin out. Coin barraging a 33 there.
Coin can get another heart prayer off. If he does, he might be in a very good position to win this. KKZ also opting for the heart prayer in case he does get hit. Let's see if he can tank that bolt because he didn't have the prayer on.
Ooh,
gets hit at 12.
KKZ getting dealt some damage right here. Still
KKZ gets caught.
not
Gets
able
hit a 1.
to hit anything.
Gets hit a 3. Barrage is Coin.
Coin does take him down with that 33 whip.
Bro,
that was definitely not deserved for Coin, if I have to say so myself.
The comeback of the century.
Just taking that at face value, it seemed like KKZ got extremely unlucky, but still, Coin like pulling together really strong and getting the RNG there right at the end.
What a what a performance by Coin. Yeah, I guess that's what I really have to say to that. Ends up winning that 1-1 versus Script Kid or KKZ.
Are we going to see a repeat of what happened in the first fight between the two when they were fighting in the winners bracket? Are we going to see KKZ getting 2-1 again?
Absolutely.
I mean, potentially. Amazing. Let's see if Coin's luck can pull through this third round.
Definitely interested to see the tracker on that one. It sounds like you two are pretty convinced that Coin was down on that one and Script Kid should have won there, but gotta say, from my perspective, I'm pretty happy that Coin managed to come out on top being the underdog there and managing to pull out the victory. But we do have the tracker at the moment here, and
it is definitely an interesting one. I'm surprised to see Coin having that close to deserved damage as KKZ, with Coin only having 33 less, with 84 hits to 84 hits, with KKZ having 64% praise right, with Coin's 50%. So maybe this time, actually, KKZ got hit more times on robes than what we originally thought.
Yep, tied up at 1-1, just like their first series. Let's see who gets. Will Coin get the 2-0 or will KKZ get his redemptions?
What a time for my camera to freeze. Anyway, going into the second fight, or the third fight, sorry, between the two. Both of them having one win each right now. This final fight truly decides it all.
Yeah, it seems like they're only in mage distance right now. Script Kid opted to just barrage him. I don't know if they can get the long range on from there. It does seem like Script Kid went for that ball as Coin was running in. Great timing from him. Coin trades a 27 claw scratch for Script Kid's whip. KKZ now with a freeze advantage over Coin. Goes in for a claw, hits a 34. That is on prayer, but he still does not. He has another claw spec left right now.
Yeah, KKZ doing some really interesting moves as well. He does kind of sit next to his opponent and waits for him to switch prey, hoping that he can get that claw off prey. Unfortunately, that time it did not work out for him.
Another claw through prayer.
Yeah, he does get some very decent claws through the prayer, totaling up to
that was a max. I think
damage.
that hit 40. Yeah, that hit a 40. I think that was a max claw through prayer. He just gets a 28 now. It's been all him for the first start of this fight, but the last fight was exactly the same, so we'll have to see how it goes. Gets another whip on Coin's robes there, though, to be fair. Into a 42 whip on tank. He hasn't really taken any damage, and Coin is down a lot right now.
Yeah, I mean, KKZ definitely outplaying him at the current moment. Coin taking another bolt on robes there for a 27, and KKZ is just keeping him at distance, making sure that he's not wasting any ticks. Right now, KKZ is really pummeling on Coin, and he is what looks to be having a significant lead, but like we saw earlier, Coin might be able to bring it back.
Yep, KZ got the DD advantage right now, and actually gets instant refrozen by Coin. Hits a 32 barrage, though, as Coin gets under him. Bolts him for a 1 on his Mystic top. KZ tries to 10 whip him there, try to predict it. Unfortunately, loses a hit. Coin goes in for that claw, hits a 0. Goes in for the double claw, hits a 40. That was actually, the second claw was off prayer. I'm not sure about the first one, but only hits 40 damage in total, whereas KKZ's two claw specs probably total up to around 75 through prayer.
Yeah, KKZ also having the advantage here because he is going to regen his special attack faster than what Coin is, so if this fight does drag on, he might be looking at getting 4 specs to Coin's 3.
Yep, and if he can get those claw specs like his earlier ones, they're going to be great for him. KKZ not really eating here, did just get whipped to 40, so he's going to have to eat up right now and get himself recomposed to go for this fight. Trying to catch that refreeze, Coin ends up getting a free hit. KKZ with the bolt back for a 12.
Coin
good movement by Coin. Gets a ball on KKZ's robes for a 0. KKZ catches the freeze back on him, and now he's going to start DDing him.
Coin trying to get that freeze back by the looks of things, but does give up on it, giving KKZ a free hit right there. KKZ yet again running away. Coin predicting it very nicely with that barrage and the mage prey, and he is going to be able to get the DD advantage on KKZ now. So maybe if KKZ fails, and he does catch him off prayer there with that whip, unfortunately for him, only hitting a 0, but getting a 37 bolt straight after, really keeping the momentum going here. KKZ eating to full HP, trying his best to keep his composure here. Coin still displaying some decent movement between the two. It looks like both of them are just opting for bolts right now, not really going for that freeze. Coin looks like he's gotten that freeze. No, KKZ gets the freeze, gets the DD momentum, gets a free barrage there on him for 16 damage. Right now, Coin on the back end of things, really needing the RNG to come back.
Still just going for those barrages, KKZ getting a bunch of free hits right now with this DD. He loves just walking out and going for a freeze and then instantly coming back in, kind of playing with Coin's mind a little bit. He's doing it right there and then, but does get refrozen by Coin. He does freeze Coin back, and now they're at a distance again, where KKZ is probably just going to use his mage here, as he seems to prefer it.
Yeah, I mean, KKZ is really optimized he has really opted for using mage more than range by the looks of things. Definitely being a fan of the shield barrages as well. Coin, though, seems to be doing a bit more damage, and KKZ actually catches him off prey with that claw, but still not dealing more damage. Coin getting some insane damage right there with a 34 into the 39. Right now, Coin is about to regenerate as well and get that 50%, so maybe if he can get a decent claw, he might be in the lead.
Yeah, maybe the claws should be regenerating soon. They can each decide to use it. Script Kid getting whipped there on about 45, 50 HP. Not sure if that was a chance or not, but he really does need to eat up here. An Opal Bolt coming in. He really does need to eat up here. I'm not sure why he's not deciding to. I think he's just decided to there. Put in his full tank on, pray melee for that claw. Only hits an 18. That was probably Coin's last hope here.
Very disappointing for Coin to go for that, honestly. I believe he could have saved that up a little bit more towards the end and maybe gained more out of it. But right now, looks like both of them are out of food. Coin sitting on about 35 to KKZ's like 50 to 60. Coin hitting another Opal Bolt spec for a 27, desperately needed
that. Crazy this fight. KKZ out of food here too. He might get knocked out by Coin. Coin gets a bolt. both just trading bolts right now. Let's see if either of them gets a heart prey activated. They're both out of food. Two
KKZ
whips
opting for the whip
KKZ.
right now.
Neither of
Ulting
them
Coin
hitting.
on the robes. Still not hitting anything though. Both of them just trading hits right now. Splashing, hitting zeros. Not really anything going on. But this is the final stretch between the two. Coin bolting his opponent on robes. Still not hitting anything. I do believe Coin has caught that free.
Scripted hits his heart prey. He hits his heart prey. Let's see if he can hit another one. It's really who can stay composed here at the end.
Oh,
KKZ gets a 35 barrage to win the fight. Another close fight between Coin and Script Kid LOL. This time getting the reverse sweep, getting the 2-1. KKZ has redeemed himself versus Coin, and he will be moving on. I really thought
at the end there that Coin was going to be able to do the same thing again that he did to him in the winner's bracket, but unluckily for Coin, it looks like KKZ has gotten his revenge on him and actually managed to win that. I do believe Coin was sitting on about 30 to 35 HP as well, so that max barrage really did a lot for KKZ there.
Yep, and he will be coming up against the lead or white flag. Good morning, Jake.
Wow, I am shook after that one, guys. What a series that was. I was really rooting for my man Coin there, but KKZ, aka Script Kid LOL, are able to pull out the victory. What a close match there in the end, boys. I think throughout this tournament, we have given Coin a little bit about his RNG and maybe saying he got a bit lucky to be where he was, but I think that is a bit unfair on that man. He really put in a good performance in this tournament and unfortunately getting taken out here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Coin definitely putting up a good fight. Looking at the tracker, though, yet again, KKZ winning on a tracker. We have Coin with 86 hits to KKZ's 90, with Coin doing 44% to 51% of the praise correct. And we have 620 deserved damage for Coin, 690 for KKZ. So KKZ deserving to win that fight and only doing 8 more actual damage. Very close between the two. I will say KKZ did have a little bit better freeze RNG, but I don't think that made a difference.
Yeah, very close fight. Another 2-1 just in the different direction. Good fights to both of them.
Yeah, just like that, Script Kid gets his revenge on Coin for that second round loss in the main bracket, but he will be moving on to face the winner of Waleed versus White Flag. That is going to be our next matchup. Pizza Bug versus White Flag, guys. What do we think about this next match?
So both of these guys actually already fought in the first bracket, just like KKZ and Coin did, and Pizza Bug came out on top of that, beating White Flag 2-1. But I will say, all 3 of those fights that they had earlier were very close. Both very close in terms of skill. Gonna have to see how they go.
Yeah, it will definitely be an interesting fight between the two. I have seen some insane plays from White Flag, and he has really dusted his opponent. He has taken on so many Titans in this bracket so far. So, honestly, I think I'm going to place my money on White Flag right now.
Yeah, White Flag been in the losers bracket since round 2, and like you said, has absolutely left them in his wake. White Flag beating Barnes 2-1, then beating Op Smoker 2-0, then beating Saeed 2-0, then beating P1 2-0. Yeah. So a lot of very good PKs that he has taken on and absolutely stomped. So it'll be interesting to see how Pizza Bug goes up against White Flag this time around, being the man to knock him into the losers bracket in the first place.
Yeah, going to be a very close fight.
Yep, we are going to jump into it right here. Pizza Bug versus White Flag, first match.
Going into both of them the first fight between the two, both of them catching a freezer. Sorry, did I let you take it away here?
Both of them try to go for that freeze off the bat. I will notice, I did say in their first fight that Pizza Bug's movement was just a little bit better than White Flag's. That maybe just snuck him the win. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure their trackers were fairly even all 3 fights. White Flag going for that first claw, trading it. Oh, Pizza Bug still went for that claw. Very surprising decision. He had a couple ticks there to cancel it, and I think he should have, considering it just hit a 0. Pizza Bug now with the freeze.
Movement there really shafted him as well, getting that I'm not exactly sure how that works, but when you're sidestepping and you're kind of just running to the side of your opponent, still not able to hit him. But still, going for that spec was definitely a mistake from Pizza Bug. I don't think he should have gone for that. Only hitting zeros as well, not even getting any damage out of that claw. Both of them sitting on 50% right now, though. White Flag opting for the freezer. Pizza Bug trying to claw. Looks like he's misclicked off him and not been able to get it off. Pizza Bug trying to get the DD advantage right here as well.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure who. Not exactly sure who's going to come out on top of this, because I think any of these fights could actually come down to the wire. We've seen when you're out of food, the RNG that some people can have. A couple heart prayers between two of these guys. It's going to come down straight to the wire. Was almost getting bolted on robes. White flag being smart there. I'm trying to get the refreeze. Can't exactly. Comes in and gets clawed by Pizza Bug. Gets a claw on his robes. Trades it. White flag claws him off prayer for a 0. White flag's claws haven't really been the greatest here. Pizza Bug with a 17 into a 26, and he now has the DD advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Pizza Bug definitely being up a fair bit right now, getting those free hits in while he can, while he has the momentum snowballing. It seems like White Flag has pulled himself together though, healed up to full, repotted, and he should be able to get this comeback fairly shortly as Pizza Bug is splashing his way. Maybe White Flag can get the DD momentum here. No, Pizza Bug still getting another DD with that 19 to 24 barrage, definitely getting a lot of DPS in right here. And it looks like Pizza Bug is just getting a lot of free hits right now. White Flag is barely able to hit back.
Definitely up a little bit of food in this fight. It was only the first fight so far, and their previous fights did end up going to a 2-1. But Pizza Bug does have a sizable advantage right now. White Flag with the whip in the Dragon Square Shield hits a 21. Goes out for the freeze. Gets a free hit there. Doesn't end up doing anything for him.
Yeah, I mean, we did see also a lot of people questioning why KKZ was running so far away from his opponents during the DDs and stuff like that. And what we saw from Pizza Bug actually was that he ran so far away from his opponent, White Flag stood still for a good 2 or 3 seconds right there because he probably had to zoom out to find his opponent again and finally cast that barrage. And it really can pay off to move far away from your opponent and maybe get him to zoom all the way out rather than being so zoomed in as most of them are during these fights.
Pizza Bug going to be unfrozen in a couple seconds here. He's already back at full HP. So is White Flag, to be fair. He comes in, he's unfrozen for that claw, hits a 0. The claw specs between these guys haven't been the greatest. Pizza Bug somehow already back down to 40 HP. Seems like the momentum is definitely in White Flag's favor right now. Both of them running either north or south, depending on who they are, trying to drag each other into them.
Yeah, looks like Pizza Bug still sitting fairly low, not really healing up during that little barrage trade that they have. He's taking a lot of damage right now, 23 into the 31 bolt. Definitely Pizza Bug being on the receiving end of the damage here. White Flag being up maybe a little bit from that advantage that Pizza Bug had him on earlier.
White Flag with the claw scratch. Seen a couple of those in this event. Probably means he does have claw spec if he's willing to even attack it, and it's definitely not fake. He comes in for another claw scratch. He's messed up on that spec twice now, but each time I think it's actually given him a bit of damage, so I guess he's not going to complain too much. Pizza Bug in his robes there gets punished for it, gets hit a 36 bolt. Pizza Bug kind of throwing away the lead that he may have had at one point in this fight. Gets clawed again without his tank shield on and off prayer for another 0. White Flag's claws have not been the greatest.
Yeah, I do believe White Flag has barely gotten 20 damage off of all of his claws right now. The only one hitting, I do believe, was the one that actually caught on prayer. Both of the claws he's gone off prayer, hitting nothing. Right now, though, White Flag trying to get those barrages in, but he does get hit on roads and does get hit a 0, luckily for him. Pizza Bug taking a fair bit of damage right here. White Flag seems to have lost the DD momentum. Pizza Bug now being on the DPS and seems to have dealt at least like 50 damage from those free hits right there. Getting a couple free hits. White Flag catching him straight back though, and Pizza Bug not having healed up. What? Oh, he is out of food.
White Flag doing a great job here. I think it's safe to say, well, we never know in these type of fights, but White Flag with a 15 opal ball, if he gets this victory, he will be 1-0 up against the guy who knocked him out of, and he is. White Flag wins the first round versus Pizza Bug. Let's see if he can get a 2-0 and redeem himself again, just like KKZ did versus Coin.
I mean, I did not expect him to be out of food that early. Pizza Bug having the lead at the start definitely seems to have lost it throughout the fight, but still, Pizza Bug, for him to be up that much HP on him, I didn't expect that.
Yep, none of those claw specs really going White Flag's way, but he still did manage to prevail despite it and get out on top. If he can go through and win the next round, he will be up against Script Kid KKZ in the semifinal of this losers bracket.
Yeah, absolutely dominant performance there from White Flag throughout this entire losers bracket. Like we said, he's just been absolutely stomping his opponents, and it's kind of crazy to see that he's in the losers bracket in the first place, considering how well he's beaten everyone throughout this bracket. But a very decisive victory against Pizza Bug there. Like you said, we had no idea he was even out of food. That's how quickly he took him down there.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that happening sometimes. We do have the tracker for that fight with Pizza Bug having 79 hits to White Flag 79.
Damn.
Really even fight. Almost the most close fight we have had so far, with only a 4 deserved damage difference.
Yeah, I would say that with Pizza Bug getting 200 less actual damage, but still being up deserved, if the RNG went his way, obviously we can't say for sure, but I think he might have had more deserved damage if he had a little bit of RNG and a little bit of momentum his way.
Yeah, I mean, that is commonly what we refer to whenever someone gets like insane RNG, right? If someone is RNGing their opponent and the tracker is still somewhat favoring, like let's say you have 600 actual damage dealt to your 400 deserved and your opponent barely dealing what they deserve, you have such good momentum throughout the fight that your opponent is barely able to fight back.
You get some better hits, and whereas when you're getting pummeled and you're down 200 damage, you're not going to be able to do the best thing to get you the best deserved damage.
Yeah,
exactly.
And if you can get that damage back, a little bit of momentum, you can even potentially get some extra free hits in on your opponent while they're eating as well. So RNG can definitely play a big factor in these fights, and it looks as though that fight, according to the tracker, was a lot closer than we thought it was. Potentially Pizza Bug might be able to bring it back in the next round.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think if Pizza Bug had similar actual damage dealt, that the fight probably would have been more in Pizza Bug's favor, because like we said earlier, when you have a lot of deserved damage but aren't really dealing that much, you don't really get any momentum to snowball off of, and White Flag keeping the momentum throughout the fight is obviously favoring him, and it's easier for him to get more damage on the tracker. Saying that though, going into the second fight between the two, White Flag needing to win 1, Waleed hoping for a reverse sweep here with a 2-1, sorry.
Yeah, White Flag's up a little bit of damage at the start of this fight, but I notice every time White Flag's unfrozen, Pizza Bug instantly runs. He knows he's about to be unfrozen. Unfortunately, doesn't make the best of use of that knowledge, because he did just go for a Claw on Prayer at the very start of the fight, only doing 10 damage. He did also just get bolted in robes by White Flag, just following that. Again, bolted in robes by White Flag. White Flag up already like 50 damage and already wasting one of Pizza Bug's Claw specs. Barely did any damage to him. I doubt he cares about that.
Yeah, I will say that throughout this, we have seen Pizza Bug do some decent plays in the regular style of fight, but whenever he's going for those specs, he seems to just dump him, not really caring if he's catching his opponent on prey or off prey. Does catch his opponent off prey though, but only getting a 0. White Flag definitely carrying the momentum so far, getting all the DPS, while Pizza Bug is just sitting on absolutely no damage dealt right now.
You'll notice that when Pizza Bug was running away, instead of White Flag following him, he actually ran away too, and then Pizza Bug ran back into him. A little bit of mind games there, catch them back, and now they're both in a mage-only fight. Don't even think long range can hit from here, so they're just going to be putting on their Carol's Top as their quote-unquote tank just to put on their mage defense.
Oh, no, and long range... Oh, wait, no,
I think
he
he was
did get
unfrozen.
Yeah,
Unfrozen.
He was unfrozen there. But... yeah, I mean, sometimes you definitely get caught in those mage-only battles, and if your opponent doesn't realize, then you can get maybe a couple free hits because they're attempting to range you, for example. Right now, though, still, White Flag definitely being up, kind of outplaying his opponent here. Does get bolted on Roach, though, but does trade it for a 9 for a 14, whipping him off prayer right there. Looks like White Flag still not really dealing that much damage, but he's not taking any either. So... it definitely seems like White Flag is keeping his lead right now, and Pizza Bug
bolted in robes there, only for a 4. Pizza Bug did just have the DD on him, but didn't get any damage done to White Flag. White Flag has really been controlling this whole fight. Pizza Bug not happy so far. Apparently he's only hit 60 damage so far. If only this was their first fight, he'd be a lot more happier.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that even though Pizza Bug hasn't done the best this fight, he is definitely more deserving than of 60 damage that he currently has. He's hit a lot of 0s, even when they are trading hits. It seems like White Flag is just getting better RNG for sure.
I mean, yeah, if you're this far into a fight and he's really, I don't know if that's a fact, but if he's only really done 60 damage, not going too well for him. He's trying his best to fight back, but definitely going to be getting a little bit frustrated at that RNG.
I mean, I would believe it, right? Looking at White Flag, we've barely seen his HP bar go from green.
Yeah, that's true. White Flag got another DD advantage over Pizza Bug here. Seems like all Pizza Bug can really do is eat and try and bolt back. As I say that, he misses 1 free hit, 2 free hits right there. Again, trying to use those claws. Every time he seems to bring out those claws, it doesn't seem to go his way.
Yeah, it definitely seems like those claws that he's attempting to use almost put him at a disadvantage. I don't want to say at this point just stop going for him almost, but White Flag still having the DD advantage right now. Not taking a lot of damage. Gets bolted on his robes though with his tank shield on and only takes a 7. Pizza Bug still
not
no
really
RNG.
hitting any hits. Unfortunate for him. There's his first Opal Bolt spec. He's done 20. Maybe he's done over 100 damage now at this point. Congratulations to him. Gets another freeze on White Flag and now has the DD advantage. Let's see if he can claw anything back here in these next 20 seconds or so with his freeze.
Yeah, I mean, so far RNG-wise, it's definitely been unfortunate for Pizza Bug, although he hasn't played as well as White Flag. Like we said before, if you're just hitting zeros all the time, there isn't really a lot of momentum that you can feed off of, and Pizza Bug right now dealing a little bit of damage, but unfortunately not enough, as White Flag takes it straight back with a massive claw off Prayer right there into the 24 ball on Prayer.
Bro. Poor guy, dude. Pizza Bug absolutely getting destroyed right now. Not really getting any hits back at all. Sitting in his robes there, gets his tank back on. I'm not sure if there's any chance of him winning this. It'd be one of the craziest comebacks of the century. Is he able to cat that freeze? No, he's not. A staff bash by White Flag, maybe choking that lead a little bit. Nope, and he's got the freeze on Pizza Bug again, so he's going to have this DD priority over him.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like this is going to be another 2-0 for White Flag. White Flag barraging in his tank there. Very crucial mistake, getting frozen for that 19. Pizza Bug finally seeing some RNG, getting that 34 ball into the 13. He's seeing some XP drops for once in his life, and maybe he can actually pull this back, but I really doubt it.
Yep, Pizza Bug running off screen there. Kind of feel for him. It's a really shitty position when you think you're doing all right, or at least you've just had a fight that's been very close, very all right, and you're just not getting those hits. Pizza Bug now on 40 HP. I think he might be out of food. If I had to guess, White Flag probably still has over 200 HP worth of food in his inventory. Pretty upsetting for Pizza Bug here, especially after winning his first series against.
Getting another claw there off Prayer as well. Unfortunately, not for a lot of damage. Yeah, like you said, it must be really unfortunate for Pizza Bug seeing that last fight where he actually most likely should have won. He had a little bit more deserved damage. Didn't really get the momentum to roll off of. But right now,
I will say he's on a little bit of a comeback right now. We've seen, okay, I don't want to say we've seen crazier things happen, but we could see a crazier thing happen. So let's see if it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, right now it looks like Pizza Bug is completely out of food, but they're trading hits, but Pizza Bug is still just doing a little bit more damage than White Flag right now. If I had to guess, I think we are going to see another tracker where they have 1,000 deserved damage.
Yeah, this fight has really gone on a while. Pizza Bug trying to get a couple heart prayers in. If he can get that heart prayer, oh no, that's not what you want to see. It seems like it hit just too little to activate the heart prayer. He's probably sitting on about 10 or 11 HP right now, and heart prayer only procs at 9 or under. Can he get that heart prayer off?
He does get caught off prey. Still not getting the heart prayer off though. It is just above, and he does go down to that 34 barrage. I truly do feel for Pizza Bug right now. That is really unfortunate for him. I mean, he was just seeing no RNG throughout like the first 2 minutes of that fight. White Flag definitely playing it well. I do believe that fight should have been a bit more even than it was, but yet again, interested to see the tracker.
Super unfortunate for Pizza Bug. They're getting knocked out by a guy he's actually already beaten earlier in the main bracket. But you know, it is what it is. That's the game we play. White Flag can't take anything away from him. He's fought numerous hard opponents, including that guy, and is still managing to come up here, and he will be against KKZ shortly.
Yeah, definitely can't take anything away from White Flag there. Literally going out of the winner's bracket in round 2, and since then has not lost a single match in the loser's bracket, and he's now 1 match away from guaranteeing himself some prize money. 3rd place in this tournament is going to take away $150. 2nd place taking away $350, and 1st place taking away $1,000. So 1 more match there for White Flag, and he's gone from losing in round 2 to potentially winning some money in this tournament. Absolutely crazy. Very interested to see the tracker on that one, if it will come through. But like you said, not the best RNG there for Pizza Bug. And as he said in the chat, guys, he was not very happy about that, having 60 damage at the start of the fight.
I will say that White Flag, I will say that since qualifying, every single fight that I can see of White Flag has been a very good PKer that he's had to face. Whether it was Dragon Fish, Pizza Bug, Barnes, everyone he's fought, even like Grim, everyone he's fought has been great. Or Saeed, I'm sorry, not Grim. Everyone he's fought has been great, and he's still managed to come out on top on almost every single fight and redeeming himself against Pizza Bug. Definitely going to be putting up a good fight versus KKC here shortly.
Yeah, I really do desperately want to see the tracker between that fight, but it doesn't look like we're going to get it. We might be jumping on to the next fight before we can get the tracker for that fight, but it would be very interesting to see it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like the track is coming through. But before we do jump into the next fight, guys, if you do want to support these tournaments, !community in the chat. You can join in on the Method community team. Signing up and becoming a member offers all kinds of perks, such as access to exclusive content, opportunities, and giveaways. And also, they help to aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels through a number of different initiatives. And if you type !merch in the chat, you can also get yourself some of the Method merch, get yourself some sweatshirts, some hoodies, and more on that Method shop there. But that being said, guys, we are going to be moving into the next match, which is going to be Script Kid LOL up against White Flag, I do believe.
Yeah, obviously we're still not sure who White Flag actually is, but Dual Stake or Script Kid being KKZ, definitely going to be a tough opponent for White Flag here. I will say both of them have been very dominating in all their fights, but the Runekite Shield could be the difference here between someone of these. I'm serious, between someone of these of this level at this fight.
5 defense bonus, really?
It could be. I mean, we've seen a fight be the difference of 4 deserved damage, have we not? So I'm just saying, Runekite Shield is going to add up in the course of the fight.
Yeah, I suppose every single bit of defense does add up there. Just a quick question for you boys. Speaking of bonuses, I've heard you talk quite a few times about players opting to freeze with their tank shield on versus their mage's book, and there's a 21 mage difference between those two when going for the freeze. What are the pros and cons of trying to freeze with your shield on and trying to freeze with the mage's book on?
I think
sorry to interrupt you really quickly. I just wanted to get some confirmation that White Flag is actually 1YNA. He didn't get into the West region, so he's actually going to be competing on the East ping here. Previous winner of DMM a while back, coming against his co-leader KKZ in this final, or this loser round bracket.
Honestly, if I had to guess, I think we are looking at 4 frontline members right now competing in the East bracket, but yeah, to answer your question, Jake, I'll be honest, it seems like a lot of people kind of opt for the shield barrage because they're so comfortable with their freeways as well that they kind of stick with that. Sometimes you do shield barrage because you want to have that extra defense bonus when you are maging someone if they are going to hit you on the same tick as you're going to mage. But unfortunately as well, we've seen a lot of people do that even though they aren't going to get hit on the same tick. So it could just be that people are more comfortable with the freeways, and I do believe that I would agree.
Yep, 100%. So 1YNA versus KKZ coming up. Leaders versus leaders. I wonder how their fight is actually going to go, both being leaders of frontline. I'm excited to see who comes out on top of this fight.
Yeah, very interesting there. Both being from frontline. That means no matter what, the winner of this fight here will go on and get at least 3rd place. So frontline definitely going to be taking home some prize money between their clan. Be interesting to see who is going to take out this fight, though. What are your thoughts, Casper, on who's going to take this one down?
I mean, if I had to guess, I would say Kevin. I definitely think KKZ is a very good opponent, but I do think Kevin has that slight edge on him where he's a little bit more skillful. He's got a better track record in tournaments as well. So I do think, Kevin is going to win this as opposed to KKZ.
Yeah, I would definitely say that too. I think Kevin has, put hours and hours into these kind of fights over the course of years, and obviously winning a DMM before. He's been in these kind of scenarios before. He's tribrid outlasting is something he's really good at. So I'm excited to see how this fight goes. But I do think the slight edge goes to Kevin here, or White Flag, 1YNA.
Yeah, I mean, so far we have seen KKZ taking a bolt on Robes, unfortunately only for Kevin hitting a 0. Right now, both of them trading hits, not really dealing a lot of damage, only small increments of damage here and there. Taking that 9 bolt for Kevin. Whipping his opponent on Robes, what it looks like. Kevin really freestyling on KKZ right now with the movement as KKZ just splashes away. Doesn't really seem like either of them are hitting that much.
Yep, Kevin seems to have had the freeze priority here at the start of the fight. Still not being frozen by KKZ at all. Catches another freeze here on KKZ. Goes in for a bolt, hits a 9. He's absolutely winning the start of this fight. Interested to see if either of them are going to go for any of those claw specs that we saw earlier. I did just see Kevin eat an angler and then instantly go for the claw. Seems like he was freeing up space there. Hits about a 40 claw if I'm not mistaken. KKZ trying to hit him with the anti-claw back, doesn't get it in time. Comes in for a claw that hits a 34 on Kevin's prey melee. Kevin seems to have seen the claw coming and catches the freeze on KKZ, trying to go for another claw. Oh my god, KKZ goes for another claw on Kevin's prey melee, while Kevin hits him back with a barrage. Kevin is definitely up 100 to 150, maybe 200 damage right now.
Yeah, Kevin definitely outplaying KKZ right now by the looks of things, and KKZ kind of struggling to stay in the fight, but he is trying to get that freeze right now. Kevin taking that whip off Prayer, but on tank, luckily for him. KKZ catching a freeze, maybe getting some DD momentum right here. Potentially getting some free hits. No, he does get bolted on robes. Fortunately for him, only for a 1. Right now, them trading hits. KKZ staying in his robes a lot more than what we've seen before.
Yeah, interesting to see. A couple free hits for KKZ here while he had the freeze priority, but it doesn't really matter because Kevin hits him with the claw right there for a 66. Absolute domination so far. Can he catch another freeze on him? He does, so he's going to have DD priority once again. Unfortunately, gets refrozen before he can go in with that whip, though.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the fight right now, Kevin is definitely up a whole lot on KKZ. KKZ staying in his robes a lot. Is he throwing the fight? He is just not equipping his tank at all right now. Just camping those barrages. It seems like KKZ is kind of trolling right here. Not even flicking his tank between any of the hits.
Man likes his mage. It is what it is. Still getting whipped in his robes right here. I guess he just really wants to catch that freeze. Unfortunately, doesn't end up getting it. Decides to go for his whip and defender right there. Just constantly whipping his opponent. I think he thinks the Mystic might have a little bit of tank bonus there. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, it kind of looks like KKZ is not taking this fight too serious. Both of them kind of trolling around with each other right now. KKZ not even hitting. KKZ saying today frontline took first, second, and third in the NA East qualifier. He would be right. And it looks like he is going to be throwing this fight and letting Kevin go on to fight whoever OA is.
Yep, OA versus Antonio Montana first have to do that fight to get into the finals. And then the winner of this will be fighting them, if I'm not mistaken, which is looking to be Kevin White Flag.
Yeah, I mean, right now, there's not really much to commentate. They are both kind of, it seems like, KKZ says he's AFK typing out a tweet right now. So it looks like he is just going to throw this fight. We might be seeing a bit more interesting of a fight in the final. Kevin taking him out with that claw spec right there.
Oh, that was incredibly interesting. Really excited to see how that one was going to go. Kind of close, not going to lie. That claw coming in for Kevin. Probably the deciding factor.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the tracker on that one. KKZ definitely taking a few hits on robes, but it seemed like he was still pulling back there at the end. Although, he seems to be a very good opponent for Kevin right now. Actually, although getting KO'd, it seems like the tracker might be completely even between the two. And KKZ multitasking there, tweeting and fighting at the same time.
Pretty close, pretty close. A little bit on Kevin's side in terms of RNG.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems like KKZ is great at multitasking, really getting those Twitter fingers going at the same time as he is participating in the fight. Jake, you would be muted right now.
That is classic. I've done it again. I was just saying, you got to put some respect on a man that can tweet and fight at the same time. But I was just thinking, interesting thought process there. Obviously, throwing the fight was KKZ there. But saying that the top 4 were frontline members. I wonder why he is opting to just throw this fight rather than just playing it out if they're all teammates.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure on that one. I do believe KKZ just wants to get the tweet out to make sure that they are glorifying their win as much as possible, but not entirely sure.
We've just... Never mind. I just wanted to say...
Okay, never mind. They are going in for a second fight here. KKZ still not entirely sure what's going on. Honestly, I don't even know how to commentate this. We both know that KKZ is throwing this fight. He's just going to die to that double claw.
Eat, man, eat.
I think they are doing a no food challenge right now where they are not allowed to eat. Oh, no, KKZ does eat at the end there.
Maybe cheating a little bit there. Maybe they agreed to do no food and then KKZ decided to eat first. I'm not too sure. But Kevin went straight to full HP after seeing KKZ eat, not gonna lie. Oh, KKZ is still not eating. He's trying to go for a kick there.
Maybe there as well. I mean, KKZ might be pulling it back, really showing off those one-tick four-ways right now. He is popping off in the barrages, but does go down to that 6. And it seems that Kevin has moved on to the final to take the grand prize pool right there.
Crazy KO.
What a crazy matchup there, but White Flag going to take that one down 2-0. I just do want to quickly touch on this, guys. Throughout the losers bracket, White Flag and Script Kid LOL there being in the losers bracket since round 2, both of them coming through this far from that far back. And I believe Script Kid has won almost every single one of his matches 2-0 up until Coin losing that one with RNG, and White Flag winning almost all of his matches 2-0 as well. So absolute domination from these two frontline members in the losers bracket today, and apparently so absolute domination of the entire bracket from frontline, with two frontline members being the final two in the winners bracket as well. But White Flag is moving on and has guaranteed himself at least $150, with first place taking out 1K and second place taking out 350.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they have guaranteed themselves the prize money, and they are taking the entire prize pool home today. Really tossing the shade on Solid Tag right now. Solid Tag winning the EU one though, but not taking home every single spot. Frontline really doing well here, but at the same time, Solid Tag taking home the EU one. Maybe they can actually take it home in the grand final as well. We'll be interested to see what happens in US West and Oceania. But right now, it looks like there's a lot of frontline people going on to the grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. At least 4 of them. Not too sure if there was any more in the top 8 that move on, but 4 out of 8, even if there isn't any extra, is not too bad moving on to those World Championships. The next matchup we have is Antonio Montana up against OA. Be interested to see if these guys actually play this one out, or it's just going to be another throw from one of these frontline members.
Still not sure exactly on who Antonio Montana is. I would say that just based off OA's performance so far, I'd probably say he's the favorite going into this fight, but don't know who Antonio Montana is, just that he's an FL member.
Yeah, so hopefully they'll actually fight each other this time, not really throw in the fire as we saw just then, but I think we're going to be in for a good fight if they actually do decide to pull it together.
Yeah, definitely should be in for a good fight with these two. Both of them winning their last matches 2-0 as well, and showing pretty much absolute dominance on either side of the bracket in that winners bracket. So it should be interesting to see who can come out on top with this one.
Yeah, I will say they seem to have secured top 3 positions from what I can tell in the EU bracket. Bulgetti came first, 99 Strength Cape came second, or was that Richie came second? I think 99 Strength Cape came second and Richie came third. So that was Solid Tag, Frontline, and then Kanini. This one seems to be an all Frontline, but there's still NA West to go, and there is still also Oceania to go. Oceania is going to be a very interesting one. That's going to be the one I'm competing in, so I'm excited to see who else from the grand finals I'm going to be playing against. What are you giggling at?
Sorry, did you say you're competing in this tournament, Mihir?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, after all the talk you've done today, you better do better than me, boy.
Well, I hope I'll at least get out of my region.
Really?
Oh, okay. A little bit of shade being thrown there. Guys, I just want to quickly...
I really prayed it against Drew or Panic in his first fight.
I've got my fingers crossed for that one as well, but we are jumping in here now. It is going to be OA versus Destroyed 64A in this semi-final matchup. Take it away, boys.
Yep. OA is taking a lot of damage going to the start fight. A 33 barrage into a 36
I didn't even see
whip
the beginning.
Yeah. He's already down 60, 70 damage to Destroyed 64A. Gets whipped in his robes again.
Yeah, it appears he got stacked a 34 into a 36 barrage to whip right there. That is absolutely massive straight off the bat. Still though, OA seems to be taking it back a little bit here, getting bolted at 37.
Yeah, OA down a little bit of food right now at the start of the fight, especially off that start, getting hit a 33 into a 36. Fakies that claw right there into a 32. Let's see if he decides to go in for a spec here. I think he did clear up some food to go in for claws. Doesn't decide to be doing it right now, just going for those bolts.
Yeah, right now OA taking a bolt on robes for that 14. It seems like they are both going to be trading mage hits by the looks of things here. No, they are still within range distance. Both of them seeming to just opt for bolts right now.
Yep, bolting Antonio on his robes right there. Antonio not really using his mage as much as OA likes. OA definitely prefers that mage a lot more. Seems like Antonio's going to have the freeze DD advantage here, but gets instantly refrozen? Yeah, he does. He gets refrozen by a 10. Haven't really seen much specs come into this yet.
Yeah, right now, OA seems to be taking a lot of damage from Destroyed. Not entirely sure, although that Claw being off prey, only hitting a 2. Not exactly the most exciting spec you can see in these tournaments, but still, those bolts are really popping off for him. He's doing really well with them. Getting a, what looked like a 14 Claw right there.
Yep, I think so. OA definitely down a little bit, or a decent amount of food right now to Antonio. Antonio really been getting a lot of those bolts on robes, just hits a 32 on his robes as well. OA with a staff bash while he has the DD advantage, while Antonio's trying to go for the freeze while being DD'd on. Antonio probably just being a little bit more calm right now.
Yeah, I mean, both of them displaying a fair bit of skill right here. I will say, OA's taking a lot more bolts on his robes this time around. Really making a lot more mistakes. It seems like Destroyed still being in the lead. Has the momentum here. Might be able to get the DD. Getting another 40 bolt right there. RNG is definitely on Destroyed side right now. Getting another 23 whip into a 5 bolt right there. Still whipping the 0. Getting a couple free hits on the way right now. OA definitely getting RNG'd by the looks of things, but still getting outplayed.
Still getting hit,
Destroyed.
Getting hit a lot in his robes, off prayers, another 23 coming in here. Antonio is smiting him. That's how confident he feels. OA comes back with a claw, hits a 0. Nothing going OA's way offensively right now, and nothing going his way defensively either. Gets KO'd by the 39. I don't think he was out. Maybe he was just upset at how that fight was going.
Yeah, I have no idea, but that genuinely, all of that damage that Destroyed got at the end there, that is absolutely massive for him. He was really like just snowballing that RNG, getting the momentum. OA barely able to do anything back, even with that claw off prey, just hitting 0s for him. Still, both of these members being frontline, it is what it is.
Yep, first round going to Antonio Montana. Still no confirmation on who that is, but he is 1-0 up right now versus OA. Look at that tracker. Yeah, only up 100 deserved damage, but he was up 300 actual damage. Damn.
I'll tell you what, boys, I got to stop pressing that mute button. It's getting me every single time here. But nice little victory for Destroyed there, taking down his teammate in OA. Just got to ask you, boys, being in the clanning scene a little bit yourselves, how big are the bragging rights between these two players? Who's going to take this one out?
Well, between the players or as a clan, how big are their bragging rights going to be?
Just between the players inside the clan. Obviously, the bragging rights.
They are going to be screaming at each other in TS for the next week. Remember when I destroyed you in the finals of the NA East bracket? 100%. But I mean, what else are you fighting for, really, when it's just you and your teammates in the finals? They're not friends. They're clanmates. They're rivals to some extent.
Yeah, I believe that it would be right there. And right now, it looks like Destroyed still getting the RNG with that 33 bolt into a 34 barrage right there. Still taking a bolt on robes, only being hit at 0, unfortunately for OA, and Destroyed getting another 25 Opa bolts back into a 33 whip right there. Absolutely insane scenes right now from Destroyed, really getting some RNG and getting that damage in. OA yet again being down about 100 damage already straight off the bat, getting another 27 bolt taken to him.
It almost seems like his Sammy brewed down the way he just keeps getting hit. Destroyed 64A can just not stop hitting on this guy. Seems to have both been refrozen there. Goes in for a claw off prayer, hits a 44, gets traded for a 26 claw. OA bolted in robes again for an 8. Destroyed 64, getting a staff on.
He's got it back on, taking that bolt in robes, but trading it for a barrage. Fairly even trade right there still. I mean, he's going to have the DD momentum shortly, so maybe he can use that to his advantage to get some extra damage. And so far, not really looking too hot for him. OA getting a little bit of damage back. Still not enough to bring him back in the lead, but Destroyed not hitting as much as he was before.
Yep. Antonio Montana still up. Loads of food in this fight. Catches that freeze, gets the DD advantage again. Probably going to get a hit on ropes. No, OA got his tank on for that and Prey Melee. A little bit unfortunate. Got hit a 16 through that. Antonio with another free hit there. Potentially not another free hit. Gets a claw for a 58 on OA's robes. Unfortunate there for 29 barrage to follow it up.
OA really throwing, but I can't tell if he's just performing a lot worse than what he has in the previous fights, but he is not doing as well as he has before. Right now, definitely making a lot more mistakes, not really showing off of those switches as much as he had in the previous fights. Taking that bolt though, kind of a nice claw, but still only getting 2 damage out of it. Very unfortunate for him. Seems like Destroyed being in a massive lead, whipping his opponent on ropes there.
Another 10 on ropes there. Neither of them frozen right now. I did notice on the tracker last fight, I think Antonio only threw 5 barrages and OA only threw 7. So, and that's what we're seeing in this fight. None of them are really freezing each other because it doesn't seem to be working for them. Just going for the bolts on each other mostly. OA catches that freeze there. Probably going to start DDing here and trying to get a little bit of momentum in his way.
Yeah, I mean,
24
Destroyed
there
taking
on the
a
ropes.
little bit of damage. OA still being down a significant amount. It looks like this is going to be a 2-0 for OA. Not for OA, sorry, for Antonio.
Yeah, got the DD advantage over OA again. OA maybe loses a free hit there, trying to 10 Destroyed getting a 6. Oh no, actually he got hit the 29. Another whip there off prayer. Let's see what he decides to do that. He's probably going to whip that. Hits a 4. Gets traded back a 40 opal bolt by OA.
There. Seems like Destroyed is actually losing a significant lead here. He actually was up a lot at the start here, but OA is pulling it back by the looks of things. Still though, I would believe that Destroyed is still up a little bit, just not as much as he was before. Maybe we could see a 1-1 between the two. OA failing to put his Carol's top on right there. Destroyed going for that claw despite it being fairly obvious. OA getting his prey million in time as he should. Destroyed getting a bolted on his ropes there, only for a 0 though, very lucky for him. Both of them keeping their distance like we've seen before. OA definitely being a massive fan of keeping distance from his opponents as soon as he's dumped those claw specs. Right now, both of them trading hits. Destroyed getting a free hit.
I mean, we haven't seen him eat yet. Might be out of food. Gets hit at 37, still not eating. I think he might be out here with a pretty dominant performance by Antonio.
Yeah, he's desperately trying to get those last claw spec off, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter here. Destroyed really pulling back and getting that lead, and he has taken him out with that 19 barrage at the very end.
Yep, good fights to OA and good fights to Antonio Montana. Antonio Montana will be moving towards the final of this NA East bracket.
Yeah, and as we said before, we are seeing frontline versus frontline members right now, so I don't believe any of them are going to take it to heart too much. They have already guaranteed themselves the prize pool. Don't think they care for whoever actually comes out on top here on the next few fights that we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, as you said, Antonio Montana moving on to that grand final matchup. He has guaranteed himself second place prize money, so he's going to be taking home at least $350. Whereas we're going to see OA up against White Flag in the losers grand final to see who will take on the actual grand final there. The loser of that matchup will be taking home $150, and the winner of the entire tournament going to be taking home $1,000. Boys, OA versus White Flag. Do you think this is going to be another case of one of the team members just throwing so the other one can go through? Or do you think we're actually going to see an actual fight here?
I mean, I hope we're going to see an actual fight.
Yeah, I'd like them to give us a fight. No idea what they're going to decide to do. If it is an actual fight, I do think maybe White Flag is going to have the advantage here. Well, 1YNA versus OA, both of them being like in the same team. OA is more of an old school like Edgeville hybrid, whereas 1YNA does a lot more tri-breeding and that sort of stuff.
Will be interesting to see. Hopefully we do actually see a real fight here. It was a little disappointing to see that throw in the last round, but as we saw, FL dominance, and they're just going to have their absolute way with this tournament now that they're taking out the top 4 spots. We'll hopefully be jumping into that one pretty soon. I don't think, unfortunately, we are going to see the tracker for that last fight, but it brings me on to a question I have for you guys. With the PvP tracks, we actually are going to see the tracker for that last fight. I lied. It's coming through right now, West Ham, if you want to take us through that one.
Just waiting for the tracker here to appear. So, okay, looking at the tracker between that fight, we have Destroyed with 61 hits to OA's 56, granting him 5 free hits right there, with 61 prayers percentage to 55. Still granting him a significant lead in deserved damage, but Destroyed definitely getting lucky with the actual damage dealt, dealing a lot more than what he deserved. If we were to look at OA, for example, dealing less than what he deserved. So yet again, we're seeing an example of someone getting a decent bit of RNG and managing to snowball off that, which probably granted him the lead on the tracker as well.
Yep. So destroyed. Moving on there. So the question I have for you guys with those PvP trackers, obviously we go over them after every single fight. You guys mentioned yesterday you don't really like the trackers because people can say even if they lost, they won on the tracker. But the trackers are handy for people learning what is the meta for breeding. Do you guys think that people are focusing a little bit too much on the numbers these days, considering, you know, a few years ago we didn't have all these resources and people sort of just had to go off feel?
Yeah, I do think people focus way too much on the numbers. People also can't see the difference between winning on the tracker and sometimes just having so much actual damage dealt compared to your deserve that they get blinded by the fact that they're winning on the tracker. So sometimes if you overdeal damage compared to what you deserve, you get so much momentum that your opponent is barely able to fight back. I would say I did prefer the days of where you either lost or you won, and there was no, oh, well, I won on the tracker.
Yeah, I will say that it was very, very frustrating. Before the tracker, when let's say you're fighting someone you know you're better than, even, you know, offering to put up more money versus them because you know you're better than them, and then losing to them because of RNG. But that doesn't mean that now the whole game has to come to looking at numbers that a third-party client has told you whether you won or not.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. I don't think there should ever be tournaments where you base wins off of the tracker. Because, I mean, could you imagine a person beats his opponent, he falls to the ground, and then you still go, oh, well, we have the deciding numbers. It looks like he has won on the tracker. So even though you killed him, you're out.
Yep. I feel like that's what it's going to come to eventually with the amount people talk about, you know, winning on the tracker and stuff like that. But that brings me on to my next question. Before we jump into this, we're just waiting for the players at the moment. How much of an effect do you think the tracker has had on the meta? We've obviously spoken about freezing with the Mystic Top and the Varrock Blade Skirt. Do you think the tracker has changed the gear setups and what people bring to these fights at all?
I wouldn't say that it's changed a whole lot. I'd say the freeway Blessed Spiritual Dragon Boots meta has kind of been very popular throughout these Tribrid Stake tournaments, and I don't really see that changing too much. I mean, people had already kind of ran numbers before the tracker. The only thing I'd say is different is from what we've seen in this tournament where a lot of people will barrage, for example, with their Mystic Top and put their tank on. We haven't seen it work that well. But like Didda said, I do believe that panic ran the numbers and it should be better than barraging with your full robes on.
Yeah, it's 100%. Definitely interesting to see. Seems we've got a little bit of a delay with these players jumping into the next matchup. With 3 players left, guys, if there are real fights in this, who do you think is going to take it out of these last 3?
I'm going to go, I'd say I'd go with White Flag, who's going to be coming up against OA shortly in this fight. I'd probably give it to him. He's just got that kind of experience, and everyone he's fought has been tough opponents, and he's managed to beat all of them.
And yourself, West Ham?
I'm going to have to go with White Flag here. It seems like OA has definitely underperformed in the last few fights that we've seen from him. So I definitely run with White Flag for this one.
Yep, fair enough. Yeah, it would be amazing if White Flag was to come through with the victory, especially after being in that loser's bracket since round 2. Coming back from that and taking out the $1,000 would be incredible to see, but only time will tell. Hopefully we'll be having these guys jump into this fight pretty soon. Seems as though now that they know Frontliners won, they're taking their time with jumping into these fights.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably ecstatic right now, really celebrating this win. It wouldn't surprise me. I don't know if they've made a tweet already, but I'm sure they have. Really just celebrating a win and being happy all around because, I mean, ever since, 2 rounds ago, they knew that they have already won.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think there's a few beers flying around in TeamSpeak, or they're keeping it together?
Yeah, there definitely is. I'm not entirely sure about the alcohol part. I do believe.
I don't think they drink, to be honest. I don't think they drink, to be honest. So probably not. Maybe just having a good time with their money, chilling. Probably looking at something to spend it on or gamble on, I'd say.
Yeah, for sure.
Jump into that cryptocurrency, hey man.
Yeah, invest in a little bit of Bitcoin, maybe, 10x your net worth. You know how it
Any
be.
chance any of them are going to slide into the DMs of you and ask for a bit of advice? We know you're a bit of an investing guru these days.
You know, I just throw something. I just toss the money in, see if it goes up or down, or it disappears, and we'll see how it goes.
And just hope it doesn't disappear.
Yeah.
Still no word on when this fight is coming through. Hopefully it's very, very soon, but as we said, Frontline taking out the entire tournament. So.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of Frontline members in the chat right now, so if you can, please try hurry it up if they are both just kind of playing around right now. We are trying to wrap it up as well and keep to our schedule, so anytime the fight starts, the better.
Yeah, just getting word that we're going in now. So this is going to be White Flag versus OA for the third place matchup. Take it away, boys.
Yep, Kevin versus OA here. Kevin probably being the heavy favorite in this versus OA, but OA has actually started off the fight really nicely, gotten the freeze, DD advantage, and is already up maybe 1 or 2 extra free hits, but no damage being dealt by either of them, really.
Yeah, right now definitely looking like they are both just sitting and doing small incremental damage, chopping away at each other's food. OA that opted for that Blood Blitz. And right now, it seems like White Flag has got the DD advantage. He's not going to have it for long, though. Doing a very nice claw fakey right there. Unfortunately, only hitting 21 damage. Bolting his opponent on robes right there as well. Not really dealing a lot of damage. OA getting an Opal Bolt proc for 28 damage. Not the biggest of hits, but still, you take that damage any time of the day. Saying
Opal
that, though,
bolted
OA
off
gets
prayer.
a 24 Opal Bolt.
Only a 24 Opal Bolt there off prayer for him. Kevin gets another freeze on OA. Is he going to go for the DD? He does, and he's already got that little freeze advantage over him again. Both trading whips, both zeros. Kevin going for a bolt off their prayer. Not really hitting much here. Gets a bolt on OA's robes, hits a 20. Gets another freeze there. Getting a couple free hits on OA, actually, while he's being DD'd. OA hasn't hit back. Just hits back first. Gets only a 1 bolt. Kevin claws him a 50. Kevin up a lot of damage right now. And always is making sure he's in a tank for any of OA's hit. OA maybe panicking a little bit, staff bashes, and Kevin's just trying to catch that freeze on him right now.
Yeah, right now it seems like OA is kind of underperforming compared to his other fights. Kevin definitely doing an insane job right now. They're whipping his opponent on ropes there, but on prey melee, both of them not hitting too high.
Yep, Kevin definitely up a sizable amount of damage in this fight. OA just getting a 23 staff bash and ends up getting bolted a 36 on his robes there. Pretty unfortunate for him to put on his gear just for that one tick where he's getting bolted. Trying to catch that freeze. White Flag doing a good job at not really necessarily needing the freeze to do a bunch of damage. He's just running in with his tent whip. Goes for a freeze there in his full tank. Not going to catch that one. And OA catches a freeze on him.
Yeah, even putting in his smite on there by mistake instead of the augury, but he does get a 33 Opal Bolt straight away after that. And right now, looks like OA is down a fair bit of damage, taking another bolt on his robes for a 33 right there. Both of them kind of just trading hits with each other, but Kevin definitely outplaying his opponent, whipping his opponent on robes for a 29 whip right there. OA going in for a claw spec, hitting a 60. Still, OA needing a lot more than that to be able to pull himself back in this fight. Right now, Kevin having a sizable lead on OA.
Yep, a very sizable lead on OA. OA did a good job with that clawback, but it doesn't seem to be really doing much for him. He just gets hit at 29. Answers back with a 35 Opal Bolt through prayer, but still probably not going to be enough to take this. Kevin doing a really good job here. Goes in for another 10 on his robes, hits a 12. Another one on his robes, only hits a 0 though, and OA managed to catch that freeze back.
Yeah, right now, both of them seeming to trade hits, but OA getting hit so much more on his robes than what we've seen it before. Doing a decent job with those claw specs though, but still just taking a lot of robe hits right now. Kevin definitely doing a better job with flicking his tank.
Oh, OA clawed
getting
again.
A very nice claw there for 60 damage.
Not sure how much food OA really has left in this fight. Doesn't seem to be eating right now, and he was on just about 30-40 HP there. Yep, looks like he's out of food potentially. Let's see what happens here. Kevin's going to eat up to full. Doesn't want to choke this win at all. Yep,
Takes
looks like OA is out.
19 hit on robes there. Looks like, yeah, OA is indeed out of food already, and Kevin gets a landslide win versus OA. OA just staff bashing away. Not really sure what he's going to do. Seems like Kevin is just up so much food, there is no way OA is going to take this back.
Yep, just not getting that ending RNG that you need to win the fights as usual. Wonder if OA might actually get a heart prey off here and extend the fight a little bit more, but not looking like it if he's going to sit on his robes. He's probably on around 10 or 11 HP, so as long as he gets hits for that, he shouldn't be winning this. Yep, and White Flag with the decisive round 1 victory over OA.
And I do believe that White Flag... Wait, actually... No, White Flag being down a 1-0 right now because of him coming from the losers bracket.
Oh, true.
So
is that
currently between the two, it is 1-1, I do believe.
I see.
I think that's actually in the next match, Casper.
Oh, okay. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
my apologies.
It is going to be a 1-0 here for White Flag, currently taking down OA in that first fight. Hopefully we can get that tracker coming through. Good to see an actual fight there, and White Flag asserting his dominance.
Yeah. As long as he just keeps that going on into the next fight, should be a clean 2-0 victory for him, and he should be coming up into the final shortly versus Antonio Montana, unless OA pulls something out here and does a little bit better in this next fight.
Yep. The leader of Frontline, is it? White Flag?
Yes, one of the leaders of Frontline, Kevin, yeah.
Showing why he is the leader in this first match against one of his clan members there. Doesn't look like we have the tracker coming through. Hopefully we'll be jumping into this next fight. Oh, there we go. Tracker's coming through now. Should be on the screen in just a second if you want to take us through that one, West End.
So, looking at the tracker, we have White Flag with 68 hits to OA's 57, so a significant 11 free hit lead there with 67% to 56%. Prey is correct. White Flag having 530 deserved damage to OA's 375.
Yep. Kevin seems to start off a lot of these fights just by whipping OA, maybe catching OA in his robes there at the start. Almost catches him in his robes. Actually decided to do a bunch of fakies I couldn't comprehend there and try and go in for a freeze. Ends up whipping him on his robes. So hey, fair enough. He got it done and then goes in for another ball on OA for another 30 on his robes. OA got the DD now, trying to just eat up.
Yeah, right now it seems like White Flag definitely being the favorite to win here. It wouldn't really surprise me. OA definitely seems to be underperforming compared to his fights in the previous rounds. Taking a lot of more hits on his robes. Looks like he could have gone bolted on robes there, but no, he still takes a 30 opal bolt through the tank, through the prayer as well. Very unlucky for OA. Taking another opal bolt for 22 right there, even hitting less than the one that was through prayer. White Flag seems to have a significant lead on OA right now.
Yeah, Kevin got a couple opal bolts there that really helped him out on the lead. I wonder if he's going to go for a claw spec. There it is. Hits a 66. Jesus. Almost a max claw, followed up by a bolt into a 0. Let's see if he goes for another claw spec soon or he wants to save it. Not too sure. Bit of a misclick on his gear there for that barrage and definitely not going to catch. Hits a 40 whip following that up. Some really good momentum for here now. He's probably up like 200 damage again.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems like it. And OA making some crucial mistakes yet again, equipping his robes way too much and getting bolted and whipped on the robes. Getting a very nice claw spec there, though. Fortunately, not hitting too much, getting a 35 barrage to follow it up by maybe adding up from that claw spec. Kind of evening out the damage lead that White Flag has. Saying that the White Flag gets a decent whip right there, but Staff Bash is straight after. Looking like both of them are just trying to get the freeze here to get the DD momentum.
Yep. Almost another whip there on OA's robes, but Kevin decided to pull out and just decide to bolt him really quickly before that. Let's see if he can try and catch this freeze, because he probably does want to get a DD advantage. They're both going to be looking for that. OA going for the freeze, doesn't catch it. Goes for it again, still doesn't catch it. Almost gets punished, but gets his tank on in time. Another claw coming in by Kevin for 36 damage. OA answers back with a claw of his own on Kevin's prey melee, if I'm not mistaken. Not sure, though. Hit about a 20. Nothing too good for OA right now. Kevin is still up a bunch of damage in this fight and gets another freeze on OA, so he can just keep up the momentum right now.
Yeah, White Flag doing a very nice sidestep there with the barrage, opting for the barrage yet again, faking his melee there. Oh, going back in for the melee, catching his opponent off prey. OA still trying to remain in this fight. White Flag definitely outperforming him, hitting him a lot off prayer here. Just keeps opting for the whip, and OA is just falling for it non-stop.
Yep, OA down a lot of damage right now. Another bolt there off prayer on OA, but doesn't take any damage. OA with the freeze advantage right now, gets bolted in his robes for a 0. In his robes again, gets bolted for a 29. Seems to be getting hit on robes a lot more than we've seen in his previous fights. Maybe there's a little bit of pressure here versus Kevin.
Yeah, it seems like the pressure is getting to him. Maybe they're having a flame war on TS or something similar, but right now, Kevin is just pouncing on OA, and OA is barely able to do anything back to him. It seems like he's got about an 100 or 150 damage lead, coming in with another 35 barrage there as well.
Yeah, OA probably not got a whole lot of food left in that inventory. He doesn't seem to be eating here on 50 HP. He gets hit a 4. I think he might be out of food here. That tent whip coming in on OA's ropes, not getting hit. See if he can catch another freeze.
Seems like OA is sitting on about 50 HP right now. I do believe White Flag is about to get another claw spec very shortly. May be able to knock out OA before he can even attempt to get those redemptions off. But OA still not eating. Seems like he's just chilling on that 50 HP. Getting bolted a 34 there. Oh no, that was definitely not 34. Sorry, that was a 14.
Yep, another bolt there. 35 though. He almost called the next one. Good job there, Casper. He's completely out of food now. One more bolt should finish it up. OA not opting to go for that heart break.
Yeah, not even attempting to get the redemptions off. And he does get taken out by that 15 claw right there at the end. Like I said, White Flag saving that claw up for the very end. Very wise move by him. And that means that OA is now out of the tournament, I believe.
Yep. And that means White Flag will be coming up against Antonio Montana in the finals of this. And if I'm not mistaken, that means Antonio Montana will have 1 win over him going into it because he's coming from the losers bracket.
Yeah, that is correct. So White Flag is going to be moving on to the grand final matchup. Antonio Montana winning the winners bracket before this grand final is going to be with a 1 victory lead already going into that. So a best of 7, but we're only going to see 6 matches. White Flag taking that one against OA there, boys. And basically, these last 2 fights, just a formality for Frontline. They have already taken out the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place prize money. Once again, 1st place taking out $1,000, 2nd place taking out $350, and 3rd place taking out $150.
Yeah, I mean, like we said before, it is guaranteed prize money for Frontline. They've taken all of the spots, and I don't think they care who makes it through. Maybe they would be competing for the final prize money, and whoever wins gets like the biggest split or something like that, but I very much doubt that.
Yeah, so this final is going to be a best of 7, correct? And Antonio Montana has a 1-round win in it already, so he only needs to, what's the math on that? Best of 7. He needs to win 4 rounds, and he's already won 1. So he needs to get 3 more rounds, if I'm correct here.
The cogwheels are spinning with that one. Quick math.
Yeah. 3 more rounds. 3 more rounds for Antonio Montana to win the whole final. White Flag will have to come back. What? White Flag will have to come back. White Flag will have to come back from behind and hope to get 4 wins.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are jumping into the grand final match. Antonio Montana versus White Flag.
Yeah, good luck to the both of them.
Yeah, it seems like White Flag has the DD momentum at the very beginning here. Still not sure who Antonio is, but still seems to be holding up fairly well versus Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin doing a good job there. I will notice that Antonio did just go for a Dragon Square Shield freeze, and he's still going for the Dragon Square Shield. We'll finally putting on that Mage Book now. Will he catch it? No, he doesn't. I think Kevin actually just caught a freeze on him, but because he ran out of range, it just meant that Antonio would get unfrozen. Doesn't seem to matter now. He's caught in a new fresh refreeze on them, and they're going to be out of distance for a while, just maging and ranging each other. Opal Bolt coming in on Destroyed, and he's down a decent amount of food at the start of this fight so far.
Yeah, so far Kevin's RNG has actually been really good. I don't think we've ever seen him lose by a significant amount, sorry. And right now it seems like he's trying to get that freeze to get the DD momentum. He does catch a 1 barrage right there, opting for another barrage. Unfortunately, only hitting a 0, but not splashing. Destroyed trying to get that claw on the anti, but Kevin not letting it happen. Steps away, both of them getting a 35 barrage right there. 35 being the max barrage between the two, actually. And Destroyed not really healing up, still sitting on that HP, knowing that he doesn't really have to worry that much. Takes that 31 barrage though, nearly getting KO'd.
Yeah, I will notice that apart from maybe the one fight that Kevin had versus Pizza Bug, he really hasn't been, as I say that, he wasted claw spec right there on Prey Melee, hitting an 18. But apart from his fight versus Pizza Bug, I feel like he's a little bit more controlled with his D-claw specs. I noticed that at the start of this fight, Antonio was trying to anti-claw Kevin like 2 or 3 times and showed them every single time. And that, obviously, you don't have your shield on for it, and then your opponent really knows what you want to do. If you can just be a little bit more calm, focus on your fight, and just let the claw spec come out naturally, it'll probably do a whole lot better.
Oh, Destroyed nearly getting claw KO'd right there as well. Very clean claw spec from Kevin as well. Really opting to utilize that momentum that he's just gotten off of that claw spec, dealing about an extra 40 damage there with that bolt and a barrage. Still not really hitting it all that much right now. Destroyed catching his freeze, maybe getting a little bit of time to heal up and compose himself. White Flag taking a bit more damage now than what we've seen previously. Destroyed going in for a claw on the prey melee, not hitting too much. Only 14 damage coming out of that. Going for a whip here at the end. Still, it looks like they are both just about even. Whenever one of them gets a lead, they seem to be taking it straight back as well.
Yep, he's been all over Antonio so far. Antonio maybe had a little bit of a comeback somewhat during the middle of the fight, but Kevin just seems to be a whole lot more calculated than him, gets another bolt on his robes, and just seems to be up a lot of damage right now.
Yeah, Destroyed getting that 40 whip at the end there as well. Really needing that after all the damage that Kevin has been outputting. Should take the time here to heal up a little bit, but he's still opting to continue with the momentum that he's got. Trying to get those 3 hits in, but right now sitting on 50 HP, maybe taking the time to heal. Gets whipped a 36 for all the HP that he just healed back. Now, Kevin on the upside, having the DD momentum, bolting him a 9. Destroyed really needing to heal up a little bit. Takes the time here, but he's going to be brewed down for the next few hits.
Yep, gets another White Flag getting another free hit on him there while he's trying to use that 10. Every single time someone seems to try and like melee Kevin while he's DDing on them, he's using render self and he just walks out diagonally, so it never really happens.
Yeah, both of them trading zeros right there, with Destroyed having the DD momentum right now, but both of them doing a really good job making sure that that DD momentum isn't stopping them from hitting back. As I say that though, White Flag does get 2 hits taken on him for free.
35 whip.
19 into the 35 right there. Significant.
Really good decision making by Antonio there. Another 34 whip. Some really good decisions if he decides to whip or bolt that again. Yep. He's really coming back a little bit at the end of this fight. Another claw there. I think that was off prayer. I'm not too sure. Hit a 34 and he's done a significant amount of damage in the past like 20 seconds. Maybe clawed back 100 HP or so.
Yeah, right now it is looking like Destroyed has a little bit of what's it called, an upset, not really dealing that much damage, while White Flag is really getting a lot of damage with those barrages. It's Destroyed even out of food here. White Flag going for that last claw spec. Destroyed trying to get the redemption there, but I do believe he is just a little bit above from getting that redemption on a 0 right now, so he's really needing to hope for at least like a small hit to proc it. He does get hit a 7, but doesn't flick the redemption, and it looks like he's about to go down to White Flag. White Flag is needing to barrage. He does get a redemption right there on that 0 whip. White Flag is needing to barrage him right now to take him out.
And Kevin coming from the losers bracket, Ace is at a 1-0 deficit already, but winning this fight will make it tied up even at 1-1. Whoever wins the first 4, or gets to 4 wins first, is the winner of the grand finals.
Yeah, and it does look like Destroyed has been taken out there, evening out the scoreboard now to 1-1 between the two.
Yeah, interesting to see. 1-1, 3 more fights to go, if they all go in Kevin's favor, which, if they're all a repeat of this fight, will go in his favor.
Yeah, White Flag taking that one down there, evening up the score. So Antonio Montana coming in with that free victory at the start. Basically means nothing at this point. Well, I'd love to see the tracker on that one, but that one looked like it was all White Flag, boys.
Yeah, Antonio had a little bit of momentum there somewhat towards the end of the fight. I just don't think it was enough to really bring back the deficit he was at. But towards the end, it was getting a little bit closer. But a very dominant display by Kevin once again.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is for sure. It seems like Kevin is the favorite to win as well. Looking at the PvP tracker here, we have Kevin with 79 hits. Both of them having 79 hits, actually. Granting neither of them any free hits. With Kevin just having a bit better prayer management here, with 66% to Destroyed's 51%, granting him 68 extra deserved damage. Yet again, both hitting more than what they actually deserve to.
Yeah, interesting to see. Somewhat close, actually. Didn't only up by 68 deserved damage. I guess in their skill level, probably not as close. That's what, like 3 anglers or so. But maybe closer than people would have been expecting going into this. Let's see if Antonio can pull it back and get a 2-1 right now. Gets whipped right off the start for an 11.
Yeah, right now, both of them trying to go for that freeze. Oh, actually, never mind. Both opting for the bolt right there. White Flag getting hit at 36. Kevin being down 36 damage right now. Obviously, not too much, but he does get the first freeze. Gets bolted. Another 34, though. Very punishing bolt there on the robes. Maybe he can pull it back with this DD momentum that he can get. He gets a free hit right there on the robes. Only for a 14, though. And he gets a 21 barrage to follow. Staff bashes, unfortunately. Not really DDing too much. Very, like, staying away from his opponent here. Destroyed going in for a claw on the prey melee, hitting zeros as he should on the tank as well. Both of them
Destroyed
really
down a
keeping
lot
distance.
of HP. Yeah, they are doing that, which is interesting. Not as much DDing as we've seen in another fight. I will notice that I fought Kevin a lot and
Ooh,
just off the
Destroyed
way he
nearly
plays.
getting KO'd on that anti as well.
I will notice that Kevin doesn't focus on DDs as much as everyone else. He does like to use movement a little bit more than other Brids. It's a little bit different to the meta of Triber fights nowadays. He's a little bit more of a movement Brid than others. Did just get a bolted in his robes there for a 29. Almost KO'd Antonio earlier with that claw, though.
Yeah, I mean, that chance definitely could have put him significantly down, because although him having a 1-0 lead to begin with, it seems like Kevin might be taking home the win anyway here. And Kevin definitely outplaying his opponent, keeping his distance, making sure that he's not actually running into him unless he has him frozen. Both of them trading hits right now. Kevin coming in with a 41 bolt, though.
Offensive RNG definitely on Kevin's side here. Another ball off prayer. Another ball off prayer in his robes for a 25.
But
Seems
trading
to be
it for a 32 barrage right there to a 28. Destroyed, really getting some decent barrage RNG here. May be able to pull it back.
As we said, that gets Opal Bolt only a 6. Wow, okay, that is some good defensive RNG to only get hit a 6 Opal Ball. I'm sure he's more than happy with that. Bolts Kevin back in his robes, only hits a 0. A little bit unfortunate there. Kevin with the DD advantage here. Like I said, he probably won't be DDing for too long because he does like using movement a little bit more than other Brids. It's a 29 staff
29
bash.
staff bash. I mean, with Augury on, that has to be very close to the max hit right there. The staff does have the same stats as a D Skimmy, but still has to be very close to the max hit right there. Both of them kind of use trading hits right now. Destroyed having the advantage, but gets chanced again by that beautiful anti by Kevin.
Yeah. Another good anti-claw from that. Looks like Antonio just used all his combo food and went straight back to full HP. He doesn't want to miss out too many hits. As I say, that goes for a freeze in robes and ends up getting hit at 28. Bolted in robes again to try and catch that freeze. And bolted again in robes, but neither of those hits actually doing anything to him. Followed up by a 28 whip on him. Defensive RNG definitely not in his favor, though.
Destroyed,
I think he might be out of food.
Looking like he's out of food. I'm not entirely sure. No, he has taken the time to eat up here, using that DD advantage right there. Still kind of stepping away there, but still stepping in. And both of them trading a whip hit off prayer. Both of them hitting zeros. White Flag taking 33 damage there by that bolt. Still trying to go for that freeze. Keeping his distance like always. Seeing some really beautiful movement from these two. White Flag being frozen again. Destroyed. Maybe getting the DD advantage and being able to take the win.
Yeah, a couple free hits for Antonio here, and he actually is pulling it back a little bit. I'm not sure how much he's down, but it seems like he's really getting shafted on his offensive RNG. Another bolt on robes there, only for a 10. Got a couple free hits then. A claw spec on prayer, a bit of a waste there for zero damage, but I still feel like he should be seeing a couple more numbers from what he's hitting.
Yeah, I mean, both of them having, I'm not entirely sure. It might be that White Flag has a little bit of a lead, but Destroyed definitely pulling it back. Right now, White Flag getting some decent barrages on him, though. Traded that 34 for a 34 right there, but putting them at even damage yet again. Seems like they are just trading major and range hits right now, neither of them being unfrozen. There we go, Destroyed getting the first movement there. Going straight for the DD, trying to get the sidestep, but not really paying off, trading a 19 for 29.
Yep, bolting a robes for a 19 and then getting a 29 back in your tank, not the funnest thing. Kevin going for another claw spec there on his prayer. Didn't really get much hits there. Antonio now not eating on about 20 HP. I think he might be out of food. No telling how much food Kevin has, but I think this fight might have been a little bit closer. Not too sure.
Yeah, still seems like Kevin has a decent lead on him right now. Staff bashing a 1 right there. Kind of crucial mistake right here, but yet again, I don't think it matters. It seems like Kevin is still going to be able to take this win. Just needing to get that freeze right now. Oh, and he does go for a whip, putting him at about 5 HP. So just any hit that is above a 5 right now will take Destroyed out, putting Kevin at a 2-1 lead.
Kevin decided not to do anything but mage because he knows anything else could activate that guy's heart prayer. Actually goes in for a bolt there on his robes. Is it going to get the kill? Out? Nope, it activates his heart prayer, just like I said. I really thought he's going to keep going for the mage there. Follows it up with a staff bash.
Both of them sitting, I mean, Destroyed sitting fairly low here. White Flag having a lot of HP left. Not entirely sure if he has any food, though. Takes a bolt on the robes, but on the prayer, still not able to get any redemption procs. Both of them just trading zeros with each other, really dragging this fight on. Seems like Destroyed having the DD momentum right now. Maybe he will be able to get some free hits, but he does need a lot of RNG to pull himself back. And saying that, he gets a 31 Opal Bolt proc right there, but does go down to the 15 bolt that he did get hit on robes for.
No telling for sure, but I think Kevin might have been out there at the end, so a much closer fight than the last one, about 40 HP or so. But Kevin is now 2-1 up after coming from a 1-0 deficit.
Yeah, it definitely looked as though White Flag might be out of food at the end there as well. Hopefully we can get the tracker coming through and be able to see potentially how different the damage there was. But White Flag going up 2-1 there against Antonio Montana. And after stomping his way through the losers bracket, looks as though he's in prime position to be taking home that $1,000 first place.
Yep, just like Goljetti losing in the EU bracket and then coming back from the losers bracket to win the whole thing from a 1-0 deficit. There was also a question in the chat about why the mage doesn't activate redemption, and it's just if you splash a hit, that doesn't actually count as any other hit. So it's the best thing to do because you either hit or you splash, and if you hit, you're gonna hope you hit enough to kill them.
Yeah, exactly. And if you whip or range a 0, that is the same. It still is a hit, and that can proc the redemption. Splashes, however, don't count as that, so it's more optimal to go for the barrages there at the end.
Yeah, and you can technically still barrage a 0, but that doesn't count as a splash, and it's much more unlikely than hitting a 0 with a bolt or a melee hit. So
yeah, definitely.
Players often opt to go for that barrage instead. We do have the tracker hopefully coming up on screen here soon.
Looking at the tracker between the two, we have White Flag with 84 hits to Destroyed's 86, with White Flag having a 10% prayer lead though, bringing his deserve damage up to 42 extra deserve damage. Yeah, again, we're kind of seeing a lot of people hitting very close or almost always above the deserve damage. So I'd say in this tournament, we've seen a decent bit of RNG come into play.
Good to see. We don't like boring fights. We like fun, action-packed fights. And he was only up 40 deserve damage, I think. So that was actually a lot closer than the first one. I think he was maybe up 76, if I can remember.
Yeah, so he had a few extra hits as well, destroyed on Kevin, that is. But Kevin had a 10% prayer lead, so I believe that is why he won on deserve damage.
Interesting to see that. And while Antonio is actually getting more hits, Kevin is getting more prayers, correct, which is probably the difference there. Maybe a couple bolts and robes. However, I think both of them are kind of falling victim to that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, right now, Kevin's taking a lot of whip damage right here. He's trying to run away from his opponent to keep him from milling him. Going in for that claw, though. Very nice claw, but still Destroyed predicting it just in time. By that one tick, he had to see that claw spec, and he only gets a 40 claw spec through the prayer. Saying only, it's definitely a very good hit, but that bolt that he got taken for straight off to kind of put the damage at an equal level.
Yeah, Kevin's really good with those claws, and he's definitely coming back now from the start of that fight. He's down maybe 60 damage off the first couple of hits of that fight, but now he's doing a really good job. 23 bolt there on Antonio. Antonio's going to decide whether he's going to run away and start eating up, but instantly gets frozen in the center of the map. Probably used the triple eat there to go right back to green, but is instantly got hit at 28 and goes right back to green HP bar again. He wants to try and get back in this fight if possible. Follows up with a claw, only hits a 30 on Kevin's prey melee. Kevin didn't get prey melee on for that second claw. Yeah, only hits a 33 though off prayer. Not the greatest.
Yeah, right now, Destroyed having the DD advantage, but it is just about to be up, as I said. And here we see Kevin yet again with a really nice claw, hitting a 70 right there, followed by the 32 bolt, going for a barrage. Unfortunate for him to splash, as his opponent is brewing down. Seems like Kevin, yet again, is going to get DD'd upon.
Yep, Kevin probably up 100 damage, maybe close to 200 damage in this fight. Antonio doing his best to get back in, hits an opal bolt. Not sure what it hit there, a little bit of lag, but I think it might have hit a 20 or so. Does he catch that refreeze? Kevin instantly refrozen again, so Antonio has a little bit of momentum and a little bit of a DD advantage here. Kevin, I'm not sure how he's going to fight back against this DD, whether he's going to go for a freeze. He does decide to go for it in the Dragon Square Shield as well, like we've seen so many people do. Doesn't end up catching it, though.
Yeah, right now, both of them trading fairly low hits between each other, not really hitting too much. Destroyed, opting for the movement here, kind of running around a little bit. White Flag going in for that staff bash, probably did not mean to do that. Still, splashing around as Destroyed is getting at least a little bit of damage in. White Flag getting the first freeze there, only for a 14 though, as he gets it at 21 straight after.
Yep. If White Flag or Kevin wins this, he's going to be 3-1 up, and he'll only need one more win to take the whole finals. Could be a reverse sweep in our midst somehow from Antonio, but he needs to start doing a little bit better. Gets bolted in his ropes again for a 22. Kevin getting an extra hit there, I think, by running out and running back in before Antonio hit him. Catches another freeze, and Antonio probably gets unfrozen there because he ran so far away. Yup, Antonio's unfrozen.
Yeah, he indeed does. Right now, Kevin needing to catch another refreeze, and he does get frozen. Destroyed having the lead, and Kevin yet again with that beautiful declaw anti as we've seen before. I'm surprised that people aren't predicting it, but at this point.
It's like he knows that they're coming in to get clawed every single time. A little bit crazy. He's done it in almost a couple fights that we've seen so far. Not sure how Antonio is going to come back from this one, if it's even possible at this point.
Yeah, I mean, right now it definitely seems like Kevin is in the lead. Saying that, though, Antonio is getting slowly but surely some extra damage here and there to kind of even out that lead that Kevin has. Both of them staying very far away from each other. Kevin getting the first freeze there, going for the whip, not getting it, though. Getting that 20 barrage traded for a 14. Both of them hitting zeros from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, the last fight ended in a difference of about maybe 40, 50 damage, and Kevin is taking loads of damage right now from Antonio. Antonio is definitely bringing it back, definitely a lot more even. Well, I guess all the fights have been fairly even, but Antonio is bringing it back. It could be very even. Maybe even he has a slight lead right now. I'm not sure how they're looking on food. I wish I did, but he's still keeping up the momentum at 15 freeze into a 33 whip. Antonio really giving Kevin a run for his money here. Kevin in his robes quickly back to the tank so Antonio doesn't get a hit on it.
Yeah,
Kevin could be out here. He's not eating.
Yeah, I would say that Kevin has lost his lead, and it looks like Destroyed has taken that lead now. I wouldn't say by a lot, though. Kevin getting that 20 barrage, traded for a 24 bolt into a 43 whip. Both of them being completely out of food here by the looks of things.
Oh, no. Antonio eats, but gets barrage to 34.
Ooh. Antonio sitting on very low HP right now. Apparently brewing, but he does get hit at 29 right there into the 10 barrage. If Kevin barrages anything higher than a 10 right now, he will take Antonio out. And only needs one extra win, and he does take him out with that 21 barrage. Kevin only needing one win right now to secure himself.
Kevin just back maybe barraged him, and every single one hit at the end there. I think the first two was a 34 into a 29. When it comes down to the Y there and you get hit 70 damage in 4 hits, it's not going to go great.
Yeah, much closer fight there between these two, but those, like you said, those 4 barrages at the end, absolutely insane from White Flag. I believe it was a 34 into a 29 into a 10 right at the most important part of the fight at the end there. 70 damage definitely going to add up. A very good performance here from White Flag, coming out of that loser's bracket and now being up 2 games against Antonio Montana, and 1 game away from securing that $1,000 first place prize.
Yeah, 1 more win for Kevin and he will have secured the win. Not actually dropping a single round so far versus Antonio. Obviously, he's only 1-0 up because he was in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, hopefully we get that PvP tracker coming through. Like we said, it was a super close fight there, so it'll be interesting to see what the tracker says with that one, but from the looks of things, guys, it looks as though White Flag is going to be taking this one out.
I mean, you never know.
He hasn't lost a single fight yet, so unless Antonio can do a reverse sweep right now, it really doesn't seem like anything is going to change. Starting off strong, though, yet again, Kevin getting a decent lead on Destroyed straight away here with 40 damage up. Having the freeze momentum right now as well, getting a 10 traded for a 16 right there. Still opting for that whip.
Oh my god, Kevin gets clawed a 60 right off the start of the fight. Into the barrage, no momentum following it up, but a 60 claw, you absolutely take those. Gets the DD as well. Gets a 30 opal bolt. Definitely taking the lead here, Antonio, at the start of this fight.
Yeah, and it does seem like whatever lead Kevin had has been taken away from him right now. It seems like Destroyed is probably at a 40 damage lead. Kevin, though, having a DD momentum, should be able to bring it back, but he does get bolted off prey there. Still only a 0. Destroyed trying to freeze him as Kevin runs away instead of going for those DDs. Getting bolted a 43 right there, though. Kevin maybe trying to go for that anti. Still didn't exactly pay off. Getting a 24 whip straight away. Seems like they're both trading hits, but Kevin is definitely doing better here.
Yeah, Kevin bolts him there on his Mage's Book. Antonio not really using the Dragon Square Shield right there. Gets it back on. Let's see who goes for this first freeze. Antonio gets it. No, it looks like he was on his freeze immunity. Kevin comes in from a really far away claw, and I think that just was off prayer, but only hits a 2, unfortunately.
Yeah, right now it seems like Kevin took a big hit there. I couldn't exactly tell what it was, but it seems like Kevin definitely took a bit of damage there. Maybe putting the lead that he has at a bit of an even level right here. Destroyed getting a 32 into an 18 barrage right there for another 50 damage. Seems like Destroyed is in the lead right now, actually. So unless Kevin can get some good RNG, he might not be able to pull this back. Destroyed, getting hit at 25 into a 24 Opal Bolt through the prayer right there. Very lucky for Kevin. Kevin still opting for those shield barrages, going in for that whip, only hitting a 0 though, having a DD advantage right now.
I will say that while Kevin is already up 3-1 in the series, all their fights have been somewhat close. The last fight coming down to the wire there between a difference of 20 HP or so. The fight before that being like 40, 50 or HP. And even in this fight, it seems like one guy has all the momentum and then it just completely switches. So not sure who's up on food right now, but I think Antonio might be up a little bit.
Yeah, it does seem like Antonio would be up. Kevin barraging there in his K-top, very crucial mistake. Takes a bolt on the Mage's Book off prey, but with his K-top and Verac skirt on, still taking a little bit of damage from those mistakes. Not really that punishing for him though. Right now he's just trying to get the freeze while Destroyed is running around the map, trying to utilize that movement for as long as he can. Destroyed not getting the freeze there. Kevin, you're standing still for a little bit, maybe trying to compose himself again. Bolting at 23, followed by a 0. Still, Kevin barraging his K-top, making a lot more mistakes than what we've seen previously. Not really being that punishing. Both of them he's running to one side of the map right now.
Yep. Antonio, is he going to try and catch that freeze? Actually didn't take a bolt there. Managed to get... Is he going to go for that claw? Now, it was a little bit of an elite fakie there into a barrage. Into the claw. Wow, that was actually a really good play. Does about 80 damage into the 40 whip. I think he's up a lot of food on Kevin right now. I think Kevin might be out of food here.
Yeah, Kevin could actually be out of food, and it wouldn't really surprise me. Kevin would have one claw spec right now, though, I do believe. So, unless this... Oh, Destroyed actually knocks him out with that 24 whip there. So, Kevin takes his first loss in a while.
Got a fight on our hands, 3-2. Antonio claws one back. Very, very nice play by him at the end there. Very, very impressive with that claw fakie. I really enjoyed that.
Antonio needing to win 2 fights in a row right now. Kevin only needing to win 1 to secure himself that win.
Yeah, it looks as though we're going to have a series on our hand here, boys. It looked at the beginning like White Flag was going to take that one out 4 games to zip, but it looks as though Antonio is going to claw this one back and potentially get himself that victory. Once again, there's still $1,000 up top. These both being FL members, maybe just the bragging rights, but bragging rights are still bragging rights.
100%. Bragging rights in the PK scene is all that really matters. This is one of the major...
It's all about having the biggest ego and making sure that you have the ammo to back up that ego as well. So I do believe this matters for the both of them. Maybe even having a little bit of a flame war going on, but not entirely sure. We will see. Right now, I would put my money on Kevin, though. He's definitely outperformed, Destroyed a lot in these fights, and it seems like him only needing 1 win is going to grant him that final prize pool as well.
And we're getting into it right now. Let's see who gets the lead right off the start. Kevin getting the first whip, 15. I think that was on his half robes, and then gets bolted in his robes. Kevin catching the first freeze. He's probably going to gain some momentum off this. Once again, probably not going to DD the whole time because he doesn't do it the most. Anyway, gets frozen back by Antonio. Antonio tried to get himself back in this fight.
Yeah, right now freeze. It seems like they're dealing just about equal damage, kind of evening out the the lead that White Flag had at the beginning there. Still, though, seeming like Destroyed is still putting up a decent fight versus Kevin, honestly. I mean, Kevin going for that claw right there, but not paying off. 42 bolt for Kevin, and 27. Takes another 27. Destroyed going for that claw, but actually changing his mind last second and going for the barrage. Unfortunately, not hitting, though.
Antonio probably made this fight now like he's up a little bit, or maybe now matched with Kevin getting that freeze DD on him into a third 3 ball. Yep, Kevin definitely up a little bit of food again. Seems like Antonio catches that freeze in the Dragon Square Shield. Surprising to say the least. Kevin going for the bolt on that robes was sort of like half robes, hit a 0 unfortunately.
Yeah, right now it still seems like Destroyed being a little bit in the lead by the looks of things. Kevin trying to go for that claw fakie again, still not really managing it. Kevin getting, claw scratching for the first time, I believe. Getting another 23 bolt though, but Destroyed catching that freeze, taking away his DD momentum.
Yep, a 23 bolt right there coming out of Kevin, gets hit a 15 back. Kevin seems to be a bolting a lot more right now. Hasn't really thrown any barrages, which is a little bit different to what we've been seeing. Tries to go for the anti-claw again. I guess he expected Antonio to come in with it, and he did, but he comes back with a claw scratch of his own. Definitely not going to get that claw spec off. Still commits to that fakie. Surprisingly catches Kevin off guard, hits him off prayer. He goes in for another one, though. That one was on prayer. Whipping Kevin off prayer on 50 HP or so. 14 freeze. I think Antonio's up a little bit of food in this fight too, not gonna lie.
Yeah, definitely, and it might actually be that we're gonna see a 3-3, so the deciding round will be played after this one. But it depends if Kevin can manage to pull it back, doing
Kevin
a very
gets a
nice
zero
prospect
claw.
there, only for a 2 though.
Not going his way. Another claw. That was off prayer 2, I think, just about, and only hits a 26. So his 2 claw specs not really playing off. And they are pretty late into this fight now. They've both done a little bit of damage. Not sure if he's going to get a third one in time, but if he can stretch out the fight a little bit, he will.
Destroyed staff bashing there a decent bit, probably by mistake. Still getting a good bit of damage with that 33 bolt. White flag still managing to stay in this fight. It seems like Destroyed having the DD momentum. Should be able to get a few extra free hits in here, but it doesn't really seem like Kevin's letting him, honestly. They're both just trading hits right now.
Yeah, Kevin doing a little bit better now. Gets that 32 freeze, gets the DD, gets traded for a 35 though. This fight is pretty close. I still think Antonio might have a slight lead there. Can he catch that freeze in his Dragon Square Shield? Catches a 27 freeze. Offensive RG seems to be going his way right now. He just needs to eat up so that he can keep his momentum going. He's probably using his anglers there. Seems like he missed a hit or two. Bolted Kevin in his robes. Didn't really get anything out of it though.
Yeah, definitely not. And yet again, Destroyed having the DD momentum. Kevin trying to catch him back, and he does catch him back right now. Both of them being a even playing field. Kevin maybe being able to utilize that DD momentum, but he really hasn't in these fights. He kind of relies a lot more on his movement running around the map than just DDing.
Yeah, he does a mixture of both, which is nice to see. A lot of people maybe just a little bit one-dimensional in their reading style, only think DDing is the way to go. But if you can mess around with their camera angles a bit and make them misclick and get bolted in his robes like Destroyed just did, sometimes movement is the better option.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, though, Destroyed having the DD advantage. Kevin splashing that freeze right there. Trying to freeze him, but keeping his tank shield on to try and negate any damage that he's going to do on him. Kevin getting bolted on robes, but not really getting punished for it. Waiting for that bolt right there, and then switching to his mage gear. Very nice play. Both of them just trading zeros right now. Kevin finally getting a decent bit of damage in with that 34 barrage. Still, though, both of them hitting fairly low, not really doing a lot of damage. Kevin getting a 32 whip right there, putting him maybe at a lead that Destroyed had previously. But Destroyed eating straight back up to full HP. I do believe they are about to get the third claw spec of the fight, and he does go in for it right there. Destroyed hitting all the zeros. Kevin predicting it fairly well as well. Both of them just trying to fight it out here on the last stretch.
Yeah, I think Kevin uses claw specs a little bit later than Destroyed, if I'm not mistaken, so it'll take him a while to get that claw spec back. Not sure what's going on while we can't see them, but I think Kevin might have clawed it back a little bit. Definitely seemed like Antonio was up there for a good majority of that fight.
Seems like Kevin is standing on the very edge of the duel arena right now. Destroyed still seems to have him frozen because he keeps bolting in the same direction. Kevin nearly taking him out with that claw, though, and bolting him on the roads after.
Comes back into frame with
KO'd him if he went for a whip there.
Yeah, Antonio eating all the way up. Still probably has a little bit of food left. Kevin comes back with that claw that could have killed him there earlier. Antonio getting whipped in his robes and also losing a free hit there. Whipped in his robes again. Seems to really be focused on getting that freeze. Whipped again. 0 damage coming from Kevin's whips. Whips again on ropes. Nothing going his way. And Antonio managed to finally catch that freeze. Let's see if he can start doing a little bit better then, because I was not expecting him to get whipped. Okay, whipped on his ropes for the 5th time. It's almost like we would have never seen this before, but suddenly it's just coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, truly, it seems like this is just happening out of the blue right now. I'm really confused on why Destroyed is letting this happen, but it is what it is. Sometimes you're maybe just choking towards the end here, getting whipped on robes again. Seems like Destroyed might be out of food here as well. Not really doing anything but praying melee. Not very wise decision. He doesn't usually do this.
Kevin not eating either, to be fair. Just could be because he has the lead right now, doesn't want to give up momentum. But I haven't seen him eat at all. Maybe potentially both could be out of food here. Destroyed, trying to catch that freeze. Is he going to try and get that heart prayer on when he gets hit? I'm not too sure. Gets the freeze priority over Kevin. Decides to go for a bolt. Hits a 10. What's he going to do now? Goes for another bolt. Hits a 5. They're both out of food here. Let's see if Destroyed can get this heart prayer on in time, or if he's even going to try to go for it.
There, but does go down to that 33 barrage, and that means that Kevin has won. Frontline taking 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place for this tournament.
Congratulations, congratulations. Really close fight between them all the way through. I think they did, what, 5 rounds in total? 4 rounds in total, maybe? Every single fight, pretty much both out of food coming down to the end.
Yeah, I mean, that is usually what you see when you see 2 very talented PKs going against each other. So congratulations to Frontline for winning it all. Very nicely played. throughout, and they've definitely beat some significant opponents that they've faced here.
Yeah, massive congratulations to White Flag. They're taking out first place, and Antonio Montana taking out second place with $350, $1,000 for first. I just want to say, guys, White Flag being in the losers bracket since round 2, won 2-1 against Barnes, 2-0 against Op Smoker, 2-0 against Saeed, 2-0 against Grim, 2-0 against Waleed, 2-0 against Jewel Steak, 2-0 against OA, and now taking out the tournament. If that isn't a dominant display, I don't know what is.
Congratulations, Kevin taking home the NA East $1,000 prize.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. An incredible tournament. Guys, if you have enjoyed the tournament, don't forget to !merch in the chat. If you want to support Method running these old school RuneScape tournaments, you can check out their merch at store.method.gg. !merch in the chat to get your hands on a sweatshirt, a hoodie, and more in that merch store. You can also !community in the chat and sign up to become a member of the community team, which offers all kinds of perks such as access to exclusive content, opportunities, and giveaways. And also, they provide help to aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels through a number of different initiatives. But boys, what a tournament. Any final thoughts?
Exciting to see who the top 8 from those people from that region are going to be into the grand finals. Obviously, we already have the 8 from the EU region with Bill Jetty taking that home. Still 2 more regions to go. I myself will be trying to do my best in the Australian region, trying to go for the win or at least qualify into the grand final from there. So I'm excited for that.
Yep. So
yeah, I'm excited for the grand final for sure. Frontline definitely taking a massive sweep on this tournament. I do believe 4 of them qualified for the grand final out of this one, so massive congratulations to them. But I think we will all see it come down in the grand final.
Yeah, so from the US East bracket here, we're going to see Waleed 2004 going through, Antonio Montana, Coin 2007, OA going through as well, Kevin going through, Jewel Steak going through, Grim going through, and White Flag going through to the World Championships in, I believe, 3 weekends' time.
Congratulations to everyone, and good luck to you guys if I meet you guys in the grand final in a bit.
Yeah. Those players will be playing out for $3,000 in prize money in that World Championships. But for today's tournament, that is going to be it. Next weekend, there will be the US West bracket, and that is going to be starting on Saturday at 6 p.m. GMT. Hopefully, I'll see you guys there. A huge thank you to Method for running this tournament today, and especially big shout out to my co-casters today, Didabita and West Ham. Thank you very much, boys.
You are too kind and handsome once again.
I would have to agree with Didabita. Thank you very much, and it's been a pleasure to cast all of these, and I will be casting a few more in the future as well in the upcoming weeks.
Fantastic. Hopefully, we'll see you guys next weekend for that US West circuit. Take it easy, guys.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way. for granted. I